Well, good morning to you here at 2:30 on this Wednesday morning. I want to take an opportunity here to get you up to speed on where things stand with rain and some of the flooding rain that we do have in the area. First of all, this is going back over about the past 5 hours, and so kind of goes to show you the reason why we have some of these flash flood warnings here out to the west. There's another collection of them similar to last night, and it favors west of Bexar County. So a little bit of Bandera, Real County, Edwards, a little bit of Kinney, in Uvalde County in this here, these flash flood warnings. By the way, that's a flood advisory that has just been issued for parts of Kerr County into Gillespie County for these downpours here that are developing and lifting to the north. And so we'll watch the trends up here through the hill country to the Edwards Plateau. This activity is right underneath the mid-level disturbance, which is sort of sitting right about in this spot. And you can actually see how some of this activity is sort of anchored underneath it. So stationary movement, some training here. This is an area that has definitely seen some flooding, and we are seeing creeks and rivers out there that are rising in response to this rainfall that we have seen, especially considering what we had last night and through the day, Tuesday, especially the first half of the day, with some of the real heavy rainfall. And then in around Bexar County, this is more light patches of rain, just enough to get some streets wet. Occasional click of the wipers or two, a little bit up there around New Braunfels, some of Comal County, down to the south here. But that's really light activity. And then it's more of a moderate rain across Medina County and light to moderate across Bandera. And then this heaviest pocket right now is along 55 out here through Montel heading up to Camp Wood. That's intense rainfall here with really slow movement here to it as well. And then earlier, there were some little areas of rotation with them, but not rotating really much at this point here. All right, this is looking up into the hill country. We're going to be keeping a watchful eye out here through daybreak this morning into the hill country. You see some of this rain here gradually kind of lifting up to the north. So we are getting a little bit more in the way of some patches of rain. These are heavier pockets. That one here is coming up into Kerrville. Moderate to a heavier rain here. And then as we pull the view out, the overall feel is that we're going to see radar continue through the morning to get a little bit more impressive with the coverage that we'll see in our area in response to this feature right in here. So kind of feeling around in here is where we'll see a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms sort of develop in the hours ahead. Also some of our eastern zone where there really isn't much here. Eventually in time in the morning to early afternoon on Wednesday could get a little bit more active out here in our eastern zone. But Bexar County not out of the woods for any kind of possibilities of localized flooding from downpours or a thunderstorm. So even though it's just light and patchy now, that may change. Also the hill country in this general area in here will be keeping a very close eye for you on the northeast, north side of this disturbance. And then for those that are in the clear, I would say out here towards Del Rio to Eagle Pass, you're on the western side of this spin, a little bit more in the way of sinking and drier air. But that's going to be temporary. Because then late Wednesday night, Thursday, I do believe as this shifts a little bit, that you're going to get into some pockets of heavy rain out there. All right, let's show you a future radar. This is a brand new model run that just came in, and it's absolutely insistent on this zone of big rain that develops. Now, this is at 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning, so this is some distance from now. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and let me just quickly back this up. And so you can see it. You can see kind of how this area erupts. And so we'll see on that. I definitely feel some scattered showers of storms in this area. Also up into the hill country, very much on the table here is a possibility. And so we cannot drop our guard. And I do feel that for a portion of the day, Wednesday, it's going to be a lot more active than it is now for a larger portion of our viewing area. And then as we settle into the early evening, you see a few showers and thunderstorms, but a little bit more scattered and hit or miss. And then this is an area to watch for more in a way of a coverage of scattered pockets of heavy rain and some training storms. You see how that does include a little bit more of Eagle Pass, Brackettville to Del Rio, parts of Edwards County as well. And then that would persist through Thursday out here into a Thursday night. So total rainfall. So this is our in-house computer model, just to kind of show you some of the numbers it's punching out. And there's some cases here of 1 to 3 inches of rain, scattered in. Depends if you get the thunderstorms and the downpours. Then also always want to point out the color table that represents 8 to 10 inches of rain or more. That yellow shading. So you see there are spots where in our area is putting out some pretty impressive numbers, and it's changed from model run to model run here, but you get the general idea. This is sort of the focus, the highest confidence for some big rainfall. And this is an update from the Weather Prediction Center with NOAA, and you can see it's about 4 to 10 inches or more of rain in this sort of general zone in here. And that's over the coming days. And that's a blend of model data here that they use to put that forecast together, not a single model run. In and around Bexar County, I like this here, general another 1 to 4 inches of rain or more, or possibly over 4 inches, or as little as an inch. So it's really all a matter of where the downpours do set up here. And if you see one with high rainfall rates, quick 1, 2+ inches of rain in a very short amount of time here. All right, so let's go ahead, and before I leave you here, and see if we can back this up, and it looks like that might be, we'll go back over before I leave you one more time right there. Let's go back over to this here, and there again, you can see this is the area right now of flooding rain. We will continue to monitor these areas here that are hill country, and in time may get a little bit busier in around Bexar County. That will do it here for this particular update. Of course, we'll have continuous coverage. Meteorologist Jeanette Calle will be coming in, and team coverage through the morning. Of course, we have reporters out into the field as well. First look in the morning, flooding, river conditions, creeks, rivers that have been feeling the impacts of all this heavy rain. We're going to get you covered first thing in the morning here. In the meantime, have yourself a great Wednesday morning.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate. You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
There goes the
8 o'clock when I went to town, it was flooding already downtown, and I was trapped from here to here. I barely made it into this road right here. Barely made it over when it just went over.
Just preparing for the next couple of days. You know, there's anticipated a lot of rain coming into the county. There's been no life safety issues.
This Wednesday, we are starting off with more showers and thunderstorms. And take a look at this. The heavy activity continues out to the north and west. I am watching these storms around Camp Wood, Lakey, even down towards Uvalde. Flash flood warnings remain in effect here until 8 a.m. This area yesterday picked up over a foot of rain, and we're seeing more heavy rain this morning. Across Medina County in Hondo specifically, there is a flood advisory, and that runs until 8 o'clock this morning. Flood watch through tomorrow evening for areas along and west of I-35. We are seeing rain here in San Antonio, but most of it is light. Some heavier showers now coming in across southern Bexar County. It's going to be a wet day. Make sure you are weather aware, have that weather gear with you, and make sure you have that 4Zone weather app. We'll track and see when the rain moves away. We'll take a look at your full forecast coming up in a few minutes.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Well, good morning. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy Hump Day, by the way. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. It's Wednesday, July 15th, and we're thinking about all of our friends with a lot of rain they got yesterday.
Yeah, to west of here, obviously, is dealing with it certainly yesterday and more today. Jeanette is going to walk us through it. In fact, let's go back to Jeanette to get the very latest. So, Jeanette, we were talking about this just sort of off camera. You had a really bad drive-in, is that right?
I got a lot of rain, so it was coming down. It wasn't awful, but definitely when I got closer into town, it was just sprinkling.
Sunny skies at 2:30 in the morning for me. Let's get the very latest from Jeanette.
Yeah, we've seen some rain on and off here in San Antonio, but I mean, the heavy stuff is just to our west. This is where that flooding potential is extremely high. I recommend staying away from any type of body of water, river, stream, creek. Again, these flash flood warnings for Uvalde, Utopia, Camp Wood until 8 a.m. That is a flood advisory for all of Medina County until 8 o'clock in the morning. And we do have now a flash flood warning that includes Kerrville. These storms are not moving very fast, and they are producing a lot of rain in some of the same spots. Keep in mind the ground is already saturated, so this additional rainfall this morning is just going to lead to more flooding. There is some movement with some of these storms, but they're slowly moving off towards the north. Also seeing some storms coming into Frio County, Dilley, Pearsall. But again, it looks like this is the biggest concern from Uvalde up towards near Camp Wood. Again, this area picked up upwards of 10 inches to a foot of rain yesterday, and we'll likely see several more inches of rain this morning. Closer to San Antonio, again, very light activity. Down towards the southeast, I'm starting to see some heavier showers. Fair Oaks Ranch, Bernie over towards New Braunfels, that's light rain, but again, some heavier storms just to our west. I'll keep an eye on radar. We'll check out your forecast, not only for the rest of the day, but the rest of the week.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. By the way, welcome back. Jeanette, from a little bit of a break, so it's good to have you back. 37 at Hackberry, live look outside with the TransGuide cameras. 410 at Broadway, you can see a little bit of mist, and the roads are certainly wet. 281 at Hildebrand, in and out of downtown. More than a few folks this time of morning, but nothing really affecting traffic right now. Certainly not here. Certainly not what we're seeing to the west of Bexar County. So for now, the roads are somewhat decent. We'll keep track of this. Joy Bergen will be here in about 30 minutes with a better look at on-time traffic.
Time now is 4:34. Take a look at this. A driver near Uvalde captured dramatic video yesterday of just how powerful the flash flooding was in the area. Gabriel Pablos with Pablos Trucking got stuck on the roof of his 18-wheeler while driving on 83 yesterday. He actually held onto a tree while waiting to be rescued. Eventually, water came over the hood of the cab of the truck. His semi-truck was eventually swept away. Pablo says it was raining so hard, the road was hard to see, and he didn't even realize how high the water was getting.
Also, here's video of the Nueces River. You can see the visible effects of the flash flooding. This was about 3:30 yesterday afternoon, just north of Highway 90 near Uvalde. It is the first time this section of this river has seen water in several weeks. It does show the runoff where the water doesn't soak into the ground, but instead runs along the surface. The good news here is the flat surface stops the water from becoming a raging wall. Areas in North Uvalde County got up to 16 inches of rain yesterday. and unfortunately more could be on its way. News 4 viewer Tony Swan sent us this piece of video here. You can see the water starting to creep down the dry river bed. However, just minutes later, the water roaring down the same path.
Relentless rain triggered destructive flooding across Uvalde County. First responders spent much of Tuesday rescuing stranded drivers while law enforcement closed flooded roads. This is dramatic video from the MG Build Materials yard in Uvalde. The property underwater due to all of the rain. Now, the video was shared with us by George Valley. He says delivery trucks were used to take employees to safety as the water rose very quickly. Everyone made it out safely, but a lot of people had to leave their vehicles behind. Highway 90 was also closed at multiple locations. That move left drivers stranded in traffic for hours.
8 o'clock when I went to town, it was flooding already downtown, and I was trapped from here to here. I barely made it into this road right here. Barely made it over when it just went over.
Nearby Sabinal received about 10 inches of rain on Tuesday. Concan saw as much as 11 inches. It's probably more now. Uvalde County leaders say because of more heavy rain still in the forecast, they're urging people to stay off the roads unless travel is absolutely necessary.
Video right there was from 90 with David Mendoza yesterday. Here's a look at the Chalk Bluff Park. That's just northwest of Uvalde. It's an area that's normally great for swimming. In this case, though, it had water all the way up to the tables in some cases. For reference, those trees there with the water around them are normally outside the river. You can see they are halfway submerged there. Park officials don't think they're in danger, but they do say that no one will be swimming, obviously, in that river for the next several days.
Fast-moving water along Seco Creek in Medina County caused rapids to form. Emergency officials are urging residents near the creek to stay alert for more possible catastrophic flooding. They're warning an evacuation could be ordered. All water crossings along the Medina River have been closed for the time being.
All right, it's 4:37 now on this Wednesday morning. Folks living in and near Del Rio also bracing for more rain this morning. And that's the last thing they need because they could be facing catastrophic flooding. Some video here from the Texas game warden showing major flooding near the Devils River at Pandale Crossing yesterday. For now, crews in Val Verde County are keeping a close eye on how all this plays out.
Just preparing for the next couple of days. You know, there's anticipated a lot of rain coming into the county. There's been no life safety issues.
County leaders say they're ready to open shelters if things take a turn for the worse. They're encouraging people living in Val Verde County to monitor the emergency app for the very latest safety updates. And speaking of apps, be sure to download our 4Zone Weather app. It is a very handy tool. You can get updates, by the way, sent straight to your cell phone. Emergency alerts in many cases sometimes. Very helpful.
Flood warning upgrades finally reaching low water crossings in Bexar County. What's changing and how the system is supposed to keep drivers safe.
Flood risk very high today. Right now in San Antonio, live look 76 and cloudy with mostly light rain. We are going to see more heavy rain, though, closer to San Antonio. We'll talk about those rain chances when it dries out. Your full forecast coming up. Right after the break. Okay. Can you zoom out a little more?
Can you zoom out a little bit more?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
That's good.
Are we good?
You're good. Yeah.
Okay.
Now your certified most accurate four-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
It is almost 4:42 on this wet Wednesday morning. Mostly light to pockets of moderate rain in and around San Antonio and Bexar County, but we are seeing heavy thunderstorms just to our west, and this is the part of our viewing area that has been dealing with very heavy rain the last day or so. There are still multiple flash flood warnings out to the west. Pearsall, Dilley, and Frio County, you're seeing some storms with heavy rain. Most of it, though, just to the west of I-35, but the concern for the flooding really increases over towards Uvalde, northeastern Kinney County, southeastern Edwards County, and southern Real County. This is where I'm noticing these thunderstorms that are not moving very much, and they have rainfall rates over 2-3 inches per hour. These flash flood warnings, you can see 1, 2, 3 of them expiring at 8 a.m. Heads up, Sabinal, Uvalde, over towards northeastern Kinney County, north of Brackettville, also around Campwood and Lakey. It looks like these storms will hang out at least for another couple of hours. So definitely stay away from rivers, creeks, and streams there. Closer to San Antonio and Bexar County, again, it's mostly light rain across the north. Starting to see a pocket of heavier rain coming into downtown on the east side. Also southeastern Bexar County picking up some heavier showers. Up across Kerrville, this is a new flash flood warning. You're seeing pockets of moderate to heavy rain. This thunderstorm activity is moving off fairly quickly to the north. We're seeing also some light showers starting to develop down across our far southern counties. That includes portions of LaSalle County and Dimmitt County. I'll continue to watch this, the flooding potential. We'll talk about some drier days ahead in your full forecast.
All right, Jeanette, thanks. 4:43 now. On to some other news. Community members gathering at a vigil last night praying for the safe return of 7-month-old Azana Cisneros. She disappeared in early June at Concepcion Park. The girl and her mother, Maximina Cisneros, were at the center of an Amber Alert last week. The mom was found living in an abandoned home. The child was not with her. Skeletal remains were found at a nearby park. However, police do not know if those are human remains or animal remains. As for last night, the vigil, the memories of that little girl there are both cherished and heart-wrenching.
My heart just sunk into her, you know. I fell in love with her when I held her.
Nobody's been arrested in the case. Investigators are hoping that Maximina's boyfriend has information on where she is, but police arrested him Friday on unrelated charges.
Making headlines this morning, the House passed a bill that would make daylight savings time permanent nationwide. That means there would be more sunlight in the evening and less in the morning. Critics are concerned about children waiting at bus stops in the dark during winter mornings. Supporters say it will give families more time to spend outdoors and help businesses. The bill still needs to pass the Senate.
Federal and state officials are investigating if Taco Bell could be linked to a parasite that causes intense diarrhea. The fast food chain has stopped serving some ingredients since the outbreaks were first reported. Most of the cases here are in Michigan. However, there have been reports in New York, Colorado, and some here in Texas. Bexar County rolling out a new generation of flood warning technology, how that system works, and when more upgrades could be coming. Bexar County officials have been working to get more flood sensors repaired and back online. The News 4 I-Team investigation revealed that many of those sensors in Bexar County have been offline, unfortunately, for years.
News 4 has been pressing for answers, asking about the flood sensors and when they were all going to be repaired. The News 4 I-Team's Jordan Elder has an update from Leon Valley.
Earlier this year, we told you that more than a dozen flood sensors were offline across Bexar County at low water crossings, which means they were not available to give you data on the roads that you need to drive every day. Well, we've got an update for you now. The San Antonio River Authority tells me they have already upgraded 26 of these crossings, including this one here in Leon Valley, and there are about a dozen more to go.
It was broken, and it was like people were coming and some people were getting stuck because the water crossing wasn't working right. But now that they fixed it, it's working good. The cops come, the paramedics come, the fire department comes, and they come and they check it quite often.
Does that make you feel safer on days like today where we're supposed to get a lot of rain?
It does make me safer, but sometimes I worry because the water goes so high up the street, up down where I live.
The county and San Antonio River Authority are also looking to upgrade all of these low water crossings so that they look like this one. It will have the lights that flash if the road is covered in water. It has an arm that will come down and block you from driving through. And then it also has a sensor that is going to be feeding back data to the county. The issue with some of these is that they were outdated or the data wasn't feeding back in the way that it needed to. All of those upgrades, including cameras, gates, lighting, and other improvements, that work will start summer 2026, which is right now, and continue through September 2027. They're also continuing to develop site plans to prepare to install these. This is all a part of a massive next-gen flood warning system project that the county and the San Antonio River Authority are working on to make sure that when water rises, you know where and when it's happening. Reporting in Leon Valley, I'm Jordan Elder.
As Jordan mentioned, flood sensors are very important to have around Bexar County during heavy rain. This is on Babcock and Loop 410, where several cars were seen driving through high water underneath the highway. Obviously, no flood sensors there. Of course, many of them had to slow down to pass through safely.
This is some video from Midcrest and Hillcrest over on the northwest side, the drainage ditch in that area. The water eventually overflowed onto the bridge. Traffic moving along slowly, which is good news, people being cautious. Of course, the safest thing to do is to avoid the high water, find a different route if possible, and no matter what, if there are barriers that have been set up in place, do not drive around them, turn around, and go in a different direction. All right, let's take a look at the current road closures. This is according to Bexar County's flood map. Just a point of reference here, the red dots are roads that are closed. There are 12 that are closed right now. Most really actually scattered throughout Bexar County. There are several north there along 1604, 281, or actually outside 1604. The usual spots in town, certainly in Alamo Heights, there at Divine Road near the quarry, Bulverde at Cibolo Creek, Comanche Cross, Old Grissom Road, those, and Smithson Valley at Cibolo Creek, those just to name a few road closures. Again, 12 closed currently. We'll see if that changes throughout the morning right here on 4.
Southwest ISD is making sure students and their families stay off the roads as much as possible. They've canceled all student activities scheduled for today, including the summer feeding program. Be sure to check out their Facebook page for any updates.
Yeah, that area always gets a ton of flooding. And look at this. One of our viewers, Nellie Schmidt, sent us a video, a brief tornado warning in Bexar County last night. The video showing a weak rotation of clouds. This was in the Castle Hills area, where tornado warning went into effect until about 7:15. Thankfully, that storm did not touch down.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
Jeanette, welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back in the weather.
Get to work.
Right? Hey, at least there's something different to talk about other than the heat. I know that we got rain here Saturday. It's been kind of a wet pattern since then.
Yep.
Heaviest, though, of course, hitting our western areas, and that's actually the part of our viewing area that continues to get clobbered today. I mean, the flooding risk is just tremendous just to our west. In fact, that's where multiple flash flood warnings are still in effect. If we can go to the map so we can check out what to expect. We do have a weather alert day day for today. Also a weather alert day for tomorrow. Things are not going to dry out until Friday into the weekend. So round 2 of storms today, expecting another 4 to 10 inches of rain possible in some spots, most of which will be just to the west of San Antonio and Bexar County. Following a third round of storms tonight into the day tomorrow, creeks, rivers, streams will continue to flood, especially west of I-35. Drier pattern just in time for the weekend. We are starting off this Wednesday with slow-moving thunderstorms dumping very heavy rain just to the south and west. So no flood alerts for Frio County, at least no flood advisory or flash flood warnings. However, I am noticing these heavy storms slowly moving off towards the northwest, right now sitting over northwest Frio County. So watch out there. Pearsall right now, light to pockets of moderate rain, but the heaviest is just to the west. My concern is over Uvalde County, northeastern Kinney County, southeastern Edwards, and southern Real. This is where we saw heavy rain yesterday, and we are seeing more of these slow-moving thunderstorms with rainfall rates of 2 to 3+ inches per hour. The darker the red, the more intense the rain is. These flash flood warnings, 1, 2, 3 of them in effect until 8. So we could see this very heavy rainfall there for still about 2 to 3 hours. The rivers, creeks, streams here, they are definitely, at least a minor to moderate flood stage, could get up to, if not already, over a major flood stage. So I would say stay away from any body of water there. It's mostly north of Highway 90 where I'm noticing the heaviest rainfall, but in central Uvalde County, between Uvalde and Sabinal, we're seeing some heavier showers. Up towards Kerr County around Kerrville, waking up to some heavy rain. There's a flash flood warning there until 9:45. That flood advisory where minor flooding is possible in Medina County, that runs until 8 a.m. as well. Closer to San Antonio and Bexar County, light rain across the north, pockets of moderate rain inside of Loop 410, just north and east of downtown. Also from Elmendorf over towards Floresville, light to pockets of moderate rain. Closer look at the heavier rainfall with storms across the hill country between Kerrville, Comfort, down towards Bernie as well, light to heavier rainfall. Roads are going to be wet the entire morning, especially from San Antonio to the north and west, so definitely plan for that. Light showers around Catarina, moving towards LaSalle County. Over towards the eastern zone, I'm starting to notice some scattered showers with pockets of heavy rain with any thunderstorm activity. There is one thunderstorm in Victoria. Reminder, there is a flood watch. This does include Bexar, Comal, Kendall, and Guadalupe counties. That runs until tomorrow evening, but where the flooding risk is imminent or highest, that's where we're seeing those flash flood warnings. Make sure you have that 4Zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar and also track those flood alerts. The activity is heaviest just to the west, and that's because that's where there is a mid-level disturbance. That storm system is interacting with still that pool of tropical moisture that we have in place, and that's why we're still seeing the rain this morning. Temperatures are in the 70s, and here's a look at future radar. I do expect some heavier rain closer to San Antonio and the eastern zone later this morning up until the early afternoon, and yes, still some storms just to the west through at least midday. Tonight, it looks like showers and storms will be down towards the south and west. Tomorrow morning, it looks like our western areas and the western hill country will once again see those slow-moving thunderstorms. So you can see that the excessive rainfall will continue across the west, where there is still lots of flooding. So weather alert for the next couple of days. Check out the drier weather as we head into the weekend. It's going to be hotter, too. By next week, those high temperatures back to the upper 90s. We will keep you updated through the morning. Also, be sure to check out our social media pages for weather alerts. Here's the extended for everybody else. We'll be right back after the break.
Yes. Good morning.
Hello. I'm trying to set up my shot. Heard. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4.
Now, your forecast first from the 4Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
More showers and thunderstorms as we start off this Wednesday morning. Mostly light showers across San Antonio with slow-moving thunderstorms to our west. And it's those storms that are producing very heavy rain. We can see storms there from northwest Frio County through Uvalde County and up towards northeastern Kinney County. Rainfall rates with those thunderstorms well over 2 inches per hour. Flash flood warnings for Kerrville, Campwood, Lakey, Utopia, and Uvalde. The ones to our west until 8 this morning, until 9:45 for Kerrville. There is a flood advisory in Medina County. Keeping an eye on radar, we'll talk about what you can expect for the rest of the day coming up.
Potential catastrophic flooding in the Hill Country as some areas have gotten more than 20 inches of rain so far. Our network of reporters is live with the latest on the severe weather.
San Antonio also seeing some severe weather, including there was a brief tornado warning yesterday. Details on what happened.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Good morning. Welcome. Everybody's working very quickly around, so work in progress, as we like to say. Hello.
Hello.
Are you all right?
Yes.
All right. There's a lot of things that are happening on the roads.
Absolutely.
All right. So that's Jory's off working on her computers and doing all the kinds of things. And obviously, Jeanette is back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm David Chancellor. Thank you for waking up with us. July 15th is the date.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. Good morning, Joy. I know that there's a lot going out on the roads, but first let's get to Jeanette. Again, welcome back. We've missed you.
Thank you.
But yeah, straight to work.
Straight to work. And my goodness, some serious flooding just to our west and across the northwest as well. That's where the flash flood warnings are in effect. I mean, we're seeing still some very heavy rainfall extending from Uvalde County to Kinney County, up across Edwards County, including Real County. Those red boxes, that's the flash flood warnings. And they run until 8 this morning, which means that we could see flooding here for another 3 hours or so. These thunderstorms, they're sitting, they're not moving very fast, and they're dumping very heavy rain in some of the same areas. Uvalde over towards Sabinal and even up to the north along Highway 283 there, you can see that thunderstorm activity. I am watching this thunderstorm. It looks like a little severe thunderstorm trying to develop there. That is over the northeast corner of Kinney County. That's well to the north of Braxton. Brackettville, southwest of Camp Wood. So I'll watch that. Definitely some heavy rain and some frequent cloud to ground lightning. Closer to San Antonio, we're starting to see some heavier pockets of rain inside of Loop 410. Up across the western hill country between Comfort and Kerrville, some moderate rain. Even along I-10 around Bernie, southern Kendall County, there is some heavier rain moving on in. So very active morning. Definitely be weather aware. The reason why we're seeing more of the stormy weather to the west, that's because we have this mid-level disturbance, and that's interacting with this plethora of tropical moisture that we still have sitting over the region. We'll check out your forecast for the remainder of the day and the rest of the week coming up in a little bit.
All right, so as Jeanette has mentioned, right, the majority of the flooding more to the west of San Antonio, but here in San Antonio, we absolutely saw some high water, and you're still going to see some closures this morning as well, even as the water starts to go down here in our area. This is a live look at I-35. The frontage road still closed right now at Salado Creek, even though the water is much lower than yesterday when it was at its peak. We also have a flood closure here on the southwest side, the frontage road of I-35 northbound between Casson and Somerset, and then on the west side, Highway 90 frontage road at Leon Creek. So those are our highways, our frontage roads that are affected. We're still going to also see some closures on our side streets and our back roads as well. That said, no construction this morning because of the weather, and that means that there are no delays to start us off. So silver lining there. We'll keep you updated right here with your on-time traffic.
Joy, thank you. Take a look at this. A driver near Uvalde captured dramatic video yesterday of just how powerful the flash flooding was in that area. Gabriel Pablos with Pablos Trucking got stuck on the roof of his 18-wheeler while driving on 83 yesterday. He actually held onto a tree while waiting to be rescued. Eventually, water came over the hood of the cab of the truck. Now, his semi-truck was eventually swept away. Pablo says it was raining so hard, the road was hard to see, and he didn't even realize just how high the water was getting.
Think about that sentence, a semi-truck swept away. That'll tell you how powerful those things are. Here's a video of the Nueces River. You can see the visible effects of the flash flooding. This was yesterday afternoon, just north of Highway 90 near Uvalde. It's the first time that section of river has been seen any water really in several weeks. It also shows the runoff where the water doesn't soak into the ground, but instead runs along the surface. The good news is that flat surface you see there stops the water from becoming just this raging wall of water. Areas in North Uvalde County got up to 16 inches of rain yesterday. Jeanette's been talking about all this. They are experiencing more rain today and probably for the next few days. One of our viewers, Tony Swan, sent us this. This is a video here. You can see the water starting to creep down the dry river bed. Just minutes later, the water was roaring down that same path. That also part of Nueces River there, well, just west of Uvalde. Speaking of the cities of both Uvalde and Sabinal, nearly a foot of rain yesterday and into the night, and several rivers along Highway 90 there in West Texas are rising, and in some places they are rising very quickly.
One of those is the Sabinal River. That's where we find News 4's Ethan Trejo joins us with a closer look at how things are right now this morning. Good morning, Ethan.
Well, David, Marisa, good morning. Yeah, I'm here along the Sabinal River. I know it doesn't look like a lot behind me, but I'm actually going to step out of the frame so you can see exactly how much this water has risen here. Bear with me because I am by myself here, but you can see the water has creeped down onto this road here. Excuse me. You can see how much the water, like I said, has creeped up onto this road. You wouldn't be able to tell if my headlights weren't out here as well as my equipment lights. That would just be black. That would be straight black. So obviously, if you're driving on any of these roads, you want to be sure that you're being careful. Now, several of these roads have been blocked off because of how much water like this has been rising and rising pretty quickly. As of now, the water that I've been watching here has stayed relatively at this level, but it could rise at any moment. You know, we've seen plenty of flooding, not only in Kerr County like what we saw, but in Perrin Vidal that just sweeps through areas and can just take cars and everything with it. So if you're going to be close to any of the roads in Sabinal, in Uvalde County, which is where we've been following, you're going to want to be sure that you're being careful. We saw several areas flooded and absolutely hit by high waters yesterday. The city of Sabinal mayor, we have been following him on Facebook. He has been providing updates as well as shelter updates for residents here in the city. We're going to be sure to keep you updated and bring you all of the latest here with the flood coverage in Uvalde County. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you, David and Marisa.
Ethan, before we let you go, I know that you've been in that area since yesterday. You were actually stuck in that 90 traffic. How long actually were you in that traffic, and just do you think that the water's been receding?
Yeah, no, when I was here, originally I was driving towards Del Rio, so I was going from San Antonio to Del Rio via 90, and if you've been on that road, you know that it's relatively a straight shot. You're just driving 90 all the way down, but 90 coming from here to Sabinal, even getting to Uvalde or to Canepa, which is kind of in between both cities, you couldn't get to. It was bumper to bumper traffic. I was pretty much boxed in because water had actually crested over one of the creeks and completely covered Highway 90. And if you've seen Highway 90, it's not a small road. It's not one of the country roads. It's very much a 4-lane big highway. So I actually saw the water crest over. When it creeped back, they were letting people through, but they were only letting one lane through at a time, so they would have one direction coming, and then law enforcement would allow the other direction to come, and they would kind of alternate that. So yeah, that's how much the water has risen here in this area and crested over several of the big roads here.
All right, Ethan, there's quite the light show behind you, so safety first, obviously. Make sure that you are safe. We appreciate your efforts right now. We will check back in throughout the morning, but again, Ethan Trejo from News 4 there in Sabinal, waiting probably for more rain to come in that area. Ethan, thank you. I want to show you a look here of Chalk Bluff Park. That's just northwest of Uvalde. This is what it looked like yesterday. This is some amazing video here. So this is normally a great place for swimming, right? But you can see the water almost up to where the picnic tables are. And for reference, those trees right there in the middle of your screen, those are normally outside the river. So you see the water is almost up to the foliage. Park officials do not think that they're in danger, God willing, hopefully. But they do say that no one will be swimming, obviously, in that river for the next several days.
Fast-moving water along the Seco Creek in Medina County caused rapids to form. Emergency officials urged residents near the creek to stay alert for more possible catastrophic flooding. They're warning an evacuation could be ordered. All water crossings along the Medina River have been closed for the time being. Time now is 5:11. As rain is falling throughout Bexar County, there are several road closures to be aware of.
Yeah, News 4's Christina De Leon is live near the area where Bexar County and Comal County meet. I think that's where you are, Christina, right? Where exactly are you, and what are the conditions right now?
Yeah, we are in northern Bexar County near West Speck Road and Cibolo Creek. I'm going to step out of the shot here. There's still a barricade up, but the water has receded significantly, kind of like Ethan in that situation, but there is more rain still to come, as we have heard. You can tell the water lines kind of off to the side. Those barricades just kind of fallen to the ground here in the street. Up ahead is the Cibolo Creek, but the water not where it once was. That is the issue, but again, expected to have more rains throughout the day. You can hear kind of the animals in the distance there, the frogs, the crickets, everything that was probably maybe in the water at some point in time that just kind of were left behind. Around the corner there was part of that Cibolo Creek, but again, it has receded quite a bit here. Again, we're talking West Speck Road and Cibolo Creek. No longer the case. It is not a raging creek anymore. It has subsided quite a bit and receded quite a bit. This is one of many spots in northern Bexar County that still have the barricades up as part of the flood zone. Now in Comal County, there are 9 closures. Some of them include Blanco Road at Cibolo Creek and then Lower Smithson Valley Road 1863. But for a full list, you can always head to the website at comalcounty.gov. There they still have an active list of flood closures throughout the area. You can check them out for yourself. A lot of them still receding, but a lot of the barricades still up because, as Jeanette just mentioned, we are still expecting some more rain throughout our area. So we'll keep a close eye on our area and let you know more details on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. If things start to pick up a bit, we will certainly bring them to you on air and online as well. Reporting live in northern Bexar County, right there at the Comal County line, I'm Christina De Leon. We'll send it back to you.
That's right, Christina. There is more rain coming towards San Antonio. Right now, it's not as widespread or as heavy. However, I do anticipate some heavier rain to move into the area later this morning. Right now, it looks like the heaviest thunderstorms where the flash flooding risk is highest is just to our west. I'll keep an eye on radar. I'll let you know what you can expect as we continue through this Wednesday. Your full forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
Well, 5:16 on this Wednesday morning, and yes, I am tracking the rain that's falling. There isn't a whole lot in San Antonio. In fact, Bexar County towards Guadalupe County, Comal County, we're seeing some rain, but I do want to point out that the heaviest rain with these slow-moving storms are off towards the west. There is a flood advisory for Medina County. However, with that area of heavy rain that's approaching from the south, we'll likely see that advisory upgraded to a flash flood warning. Where the flash flood risk is highest, where either flash flooding is happening or about to occur, is where we're seeing these flash flood warnings. We have 3 of them, and they run until 8 this morning. There's a flash flood warning for eastern Kerr County. That includes Kerrville. That runs until 9:45. But you can see these storms that are not moving very fast, and they extend from northwest Frio County to Uvalde County and up towards northeastern Kinney County. Also want to point out that storms are also developing in the far eastern zone, Goliad County, DeWitt County. But take a look at our western areas. Keep in mind, this is a part of our viewing area that received over a foot of rain yesterday, and we're seeing more heavy rain this morning. In fact, could end up with another 3 to 6 inches of rain, with pockets of 8+ inches over the next several hours. North of Brackettville, northeastern Kinney County is where I'm noticing still that very heavy rain over towards Camp Wood, Lakey, and even including Uvalde and Stabenow. This general area here is where the flooding risk is highest. Closer to San Antonio, I do want to point out that there is a pocket of heavy rain on the northeast side that is inside of Loop 410. Closer to 1604 on the north side, we're also seeing light to moderate rainfall. We'll take a look at your full forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Jeanette, thank you. Severe weather hitting several areas of the Hill Country. Our team coverage continues with details on what's happening in Dripping Springs. It is 5:18. Good morning, San Antonio.
Welcome back. It is just after 5:20 now on this Wednesday morning. We have crews set up all over South Texas, including our friends from our sister station in Austin. And that is because state and local emergency crews there are preparing for another round of heavy rain. As you've heard Jeanette talk about, more resources in place before the rain falls today. The goal is pretty obvious. Stay ahead of the game, especially before the flooding gets worse.
Our Emily Miranda joins us now live in Dripping Springs. Emily, flooding could be slower in that area today, hopefully. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, this low water crossing here off of Creek Road along Onion Creek is currently open at this hour, but you can see the heavy high water sign barricade just behind me that officials have set out because this is one of the areas they're going to be keeping a very close eye on today. Now, Onion Creek in this area is known to flood when we get heavy rains, but because we didn't see a lot of that yesterday, officials say that flooding may take longer to develop. Now, officials say once the ground becomes saturated, it does not take much rain to trigger flash flooding. The good news, the Dripping Springs area received less than an inch of rain yesterday, meaning the soil can still absorb some of today's rainfall. That could help delay flooding initially, but officials warn a heavy downpour in a short period of time can still cause creeks to rise quickly and flood low water crossings.
Have a way to receive warnings, and just be aware that if you're under a flash flood warning, there could be flash flooding in your area. So just be aware for any flash flooding of roadways and low water crossings that might be flooded. And of course, turn around, don't drown.
Now, officials say Officials say the biggest thing people can do right now is stay alert, watch the forecast, pay attention to weather alerts, and be ready to respond if conditions quickly change. State resources are already staged to help communities if flooding or severe weather impacts develop. And Governor Greg Abbott has also issued a disaster declaration for nearly 60 counties, including here in Hays County. Now, crews here in Hays County are keeping a close eye on a lot of the low water crossings in these areas and roads and are ready to respond quickly if that does happen. In Dripping Springs, Emily Miranda, back to you.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
So for point of reference, she's about 75 miles north of San Antonio. We've done a lot of video. We have reporters everywhere. You're going to walk us all through this, but in a nutshell, right on camera right now, worst places over the next few hours. Who should be on the lookout?
Uvalde, Sabinal, northeastern Kinney County, north of Brackettville, Campwood, Lakey, Kerrville, west of San Antonio. I mean, those areas picked up over a foot of rain yesterday, and that's where folks are waking up to more heavy rain.
And more rain is underway. And that will eventually make its way here?
I do expect some heavier rain closer to San Antonio, I would say after 7 o'clock in the morning until about midday. So although the heavy stuff, not necessarily in San Antonio just yet, things could worsen as we go through the day. So don't let your guard down here. We do have weather alerts for the next couple of days. Round 2 of storms today, and we're seeing that already this morning. In general, 4 to 10 plus inches of additional rainfall for today, most of which will fall just to the west of San Antonio. A third round of storms expected tonight into the day tomorrow. Creeks, rivers will continue to flood. Drier pattern by the weekend. Hotter pattern by next week. Live look outside in downtown San Antonio. Raul Beat Rodriguez weather camera. It is cloudy, it is muggy, and it's relatively mild to warm. Mostly light rain in town, but on the northeast side, some heavier rain. East-southeast wind at 10 miles an hour. Live power Doppler radar a lot more active just to our west. Multiple flash flood warnings. A reminder, difference between a flash flood warning and a flood watch. Flood watch means that flooding is possible. With a flash flood warning, once that is issued, you want to take action. That means that flash flooding is either happening or about to happen. And we are seeing flash flood warnings until 8 this morning. That includes much of Uvalde County, northeastern Kinney County, southeastern Edwards, southern Real, and much of Bandera. That flash flood warning over eastern Kerr County, that includes Kerrville, that runs until 9:45. So you can see it's still going to be a few hours before the heavy rain stops. Flood advisory in the green there, that green box for Medina County, that until 8, but that may be upgraded to a flash flood warning because I'm noticing these thunderstorms with heavy rain approaching from the south. I would say stay away from Highway 90. If you're leaving San Antonio, may want to avoid heading west along Highway 90 because that's where I'm seeing heavy rainfall, and that's where the flooding risk is highest. The red there within these storms indicating rainfall rates upwards of 3 inches per hour. And let me tell you, the storms really haven't moved much since we went on the air about an hour ago. So again, it's northeastern Kinney County, southeastern Edwards, southern Real, and much of Uvalde County seeing the heaviest rainfall this morning. Closer to San Antonio, so there is a thunderstorm developing on the northeast side inside of Loop 410, and that's where the heaviest rainfall is. Light to moderate rain over the far north side of town, closer to 1604. Also noticing a good scattering of heavier showers across southern Bexar County. I-10, Bernie to Comfort, including Kerrville. You'll encounter some heavier pockets of rain. Looks like these storms are moving quicker to the north. In the east, also scattered showers and thunderstorms with pockets of heavy rain. This activity generally moving off towards the north. You can see that around Goliad County and DeWitt County. Reminder, flood alerts. The green, that's a flood watch that runs through tomorrow evening. And here are those flash flood warnings that I just talked about. Why are we seeing this activity? First of all, we still have a lot of tropical moisture in place. And now we have this mid-level disturbance that's interacting with that. That's why most of the activity is just to the west. But as that gradually moves off towards the east, yes, that's going to help to produce some heavier pockets of rain closer to the I-35 corridor. I do expect that later today into the day tomorrow. Future radar showing you a very active pattern through the morning, even the early afternoon. Kind of calms down a bit later this afternoon, but again, it's our western areas that will see more of that heavy stuff tonight into tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow afternoon into Friday, it will be a lot less active all across the 4 zones. Could see another 4 to 10 plus inches of rain through at least tomorrow. To our west, 1 to 4 inches closer to San Antonio. Wednesday forecast, it's going to be wettest here at least through midday. Rain chance then drops to 40% this afternoon. Forecast high of 82. 90% for the hill country and the western zone. Tomorrow, rain chance at 50%, 86, 20% Friday. Here comes the much drier weather for the weekend. It does warm up, low to mid 90s this weekend. Next week, as it gets a lot drier and sunnier, highs jump to the upper 90s. Here's extended forecast for the other 3 zones. Hill country, 80% rain chance tomorrow. That's for the western zone too. Meanwhile, the eastern zone, a 70% rain chance today, 50% tomorrow. Have that 4-zone weather app and make sure you are weather aware. That's your forecast. We'll be back.
We're several minutes behind. Yeah, I hear you, but you know I'm supposed to be on the other side now. All right. I am gonna miss my other hit. It's okay. Here, I'll do your hit. I'll do your hit, and I'll do it quick. And okay. They can fight it out. Yep. Yes. Welcome back. I'm Joy Bergen with a look at your on-time traffic. And this morning we have a live picture from photojournalist David Mendoza, who is in the downtown area where someone has just been arrested or detained. He has the details. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Multiple people arrested, actually. This is Nogalitos, directly over 35 in the downtown area. So we have a bigger police scene here. I know it's a little hard to see with all these lights, but I did have the chance to speak with a covert officer earlier. He tells me this was an operation involving multiple SAPD divisions, specialized divisions, to apprehend 3 burglary of building suspects. Now, from what I heard over the scanners, it sounds like there was a bit of a commotion. Might have been tracking these guys for a little bit. When they went to light them up and put them into custody, it sounds like these people fled the vehicle. They were all apprehended shortly after. Now, so far, I've actually seen 2 of these suspects being arrested and being searched on scene. I would estimate they're anywhere from 20 to 40 years old between the 2 of them. Again, 3 in custody right now, more details to come, still working on that. But for the time being, Nogalitos over 35 is closed right now while police process the scene. Any more information, I'll bring it to you live. Back to you.
David, thank you. We'll have live updates on this. We'll also be following the rest of San Antonio. Still wet roads out there this morning. Stay safe. We'll be right back with more news, weather, and of course, traffic.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
5:34 on this Wednesday morning, and check out radar. We're still seeing those storms from northern Frio County, southern Medina County, Uvalde County, and back towards Camp Wood, Concan, Utopia area. Be careful of flash flooding, a major concern just to our west. We'll talk about your forecast for the rest of the day coming up.
The Texas Hill Country, the center of more historical flooding, bringing a level 4 risk to several counties in our area. Our network of reporters are live across the state with the latest on the severe weather.
Bexar County rolling out a new generation of flood warning technology, how that system works, and when more upgrades could be coming.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Well, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Thank you for waking up with us. We got a lot of weather to get to. We've got crews scattered all throughout South Texas, so you've picked the right place to get informed. And with that, good morning. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. It is July 15th. Jeanette's back. Just in time to keep us informed and up to date on where the weather is going to be today.
Yeah, very active again this morning. Just like yesterday morning, the heaviest stuff is just to our west. However, we're seeing some rain in San Antonio, so don't let your guard down here. Roads are wet, and be sure to stay away from those flooded areas. If you see high water anywhere, stay away. 5:36 now on this Wednesday morning. Here's another look at radar. So again, just to the west where we have these flash flood warnings is where the heaviest thunderstorms are falling. So Uvalde, Sabinal, Concan, up towards Utopia, Lakey, Camp Wood, northeastern Kinney County as well. And even just to the west of San Antonio, now into Medina County, we're seeing these slow moving storms. They are drifting off towards the north. In the red there, that's indicative of rainfall rates that are up to 2.5 plus inches per hour. You add that to the foot of rain we saw yesterday, and we're talking another 3 to 6 plus inches of rainfall just this morning alone. There could be some spots that pick up 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. The flooding risk is highest here, and there is more rain likely, not just for today, but into tonight and through tomorrow morning. Closer to San Antonio, this is more scattered showers with pockets of heavy rain. With any thunderstorm, there's a heavy downpour there in Timberwood Park inside of Loop 410 on the north side. Also seeing some heavier rain and down towards the south as well. Rain chance today at 80%. That's going to be this morning. morning, dropping to 40% this afternoon. Right along I-10 across the western hill country, that's light to moderate rainfall, the heaviest heading towards Fredericksburg. We'll check out your forecast for the rest of this Wednesday coming up.
All right, Jeanette, thanks. Bexar County officials have been working to get more flood sensors repaired and back online. The I-Team investigation revealed that many of those sensors in Bexar County have been offline now for years.
And News 4 has been pressing for answers, asking about the flood sensors and when they were all going to be repaired. News 4 I-Team's Jordan Elder has an update from Leon Valley.
Earlier this year, we told you that more than a dozen flood sensors were offline across Bexar County at low water crossings, which means they were not available to give you data on the roads that you need to drive every day. Well, we've got an update for you now. The San Antonio River Authority tells me they have already upgraded 26 of these crossings, including this one here in Leon Valley, and there are about a dozen more to go.
It was broken, and it was like people were coming and some people were getting stuck because the water crossing wasn't working right. But now that they fixed it, it's working good. The cops come, the paramedics come, the fire department comes, and they come and they check it quite often.
Does that make you feel safer on days like today where we're supposed to get a lot of rain?
It does make me safer, but sometimes I worry because the water goes so high up the street, down where I live.
The county and San Antonio River Authority are also looking to upgrade all of these low water crossings so that they look like this one. It will have the lights that flash if the road is covered in water. It has an arm that will come down and block you from driving through. And then it also has a sensor that is going to be feeding back data to the county. The issue with some of these is that they were outdated or the data wasn't feeding back in the way that it needed to. All of those upgrades, including cameras, gates, lighting, and other improvements, that work will start summer 2026, which is right now, and continue through September 2027. They're also continuing to develop site plans to prepare to install these. This is all a part of a massive next-gen flood warning system project that the county and the San Antonio River Authority are working on to make sure that when water rises, you know where and when it's happening. Reporting in Leon Valley, I'm Jordan Elder.
As Jordan mentioned, the weather impacted traffic around San Antonio from the heavy rain yesterday. This is Babcock and Loop 410, where several cars were seen driving through high water underneath the highway. Of course, many of them had to slow down to pass through safely.
All right, look at this video from the northwest side. This was at Midcrest and Hillcrest. The drainage ditch there in that area working overtime, but eventually the water overflowed the bridge. Traffic moving along nicely in some areas. You can see just a massive amount just flowing over there. Safest thing to do here, not calling these people out, but the safest thing is to find a different route. No matter if you do encounter barriers, do not drive around them. Simply turn around and find a different direction.
Southwest ISD is making sure students and their families stay off the roads as much as possible. They've canceled all student activities scheduled for today, including the summer feeding program. Be sure to check out their Facebook page for any other updates.
And with all the rain and flooding and things that South Texas is dealing with, and there was a report of a tornado warning. A viewer, Nellie Schmidt, sent us this just crazy picture here. Look at this. This is the weak rotation of the clouds. This was just over Castle Hills last night. That tornado warning went into effect about 7:15. Thankfully, nothing touched down. And Nellie, thank you so much for sending us that. We appreciate it.
Making headlines this morning, the U.S. House passed the Sunshine Protection Act to make daylight savings time permanent. If approved by the Senate, Americans will no longer change their clocks twice a year. That means you'll get extra evening sunshine during winter, but expect some pretty dark late mornings.
Federal and state officials investigating if Taco Bell could be linked to a parasite that causes intense diarrhea. The fast food chain has stopped serving some ingredients since the outbreaks were reported. Most of those cases in Michigan, although there have been reports of some in New York, Colorado, and yes, some even here in Texas.
One person is dead and 3 others are still missing after a boat sank in the San Francisco Bay near Alcatraz. 19 people were on the boat, on board a pontoon boat, when it began to take on water Tuesday afternoon. 16 people were rescued. 3 were taken to the hospital. Rescue teams are still searching for the other folks, but officials say strong winds complicated those efforts.
5:42 now on this Wednesday. Community members gathering at a vigil last night praying for the safe return of 7-month-old Ozana Cisneros. She disappeared in early June at Concepcion Park. She's Gorgeous right there. The little girl and her mother, Maximina Cisneros, were at the center of an Amber Alert. The mom found last week living in an abandoned home. The child was not with her. Skeletal remains were found at a nearby Concepcion Park. Police do not know if they're human remains or animal remains. As for the vigil, here's one woman talking about her memory of that child.
My heart just sunk into her, you know. I fell in love with her when I held her.
Nobody's been arrested in the case. Investigators, though, are hoping that Maximina's, that's the mom, her boyfriend has information on where she is. That's him right there. Police arrested him Friday on unrelated charges.
5:43 on this Wednesday morning, and take a look at radar. Heavy showers and thunderstorms primarily to our west. We have multiple flash flood warnings. That's a flood advisory. And now a severe thunderstorm warning that is between Pearsall and Hondo. Tracking what you can expect this morning. In fact, through this Wednesday, your full forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Yes, mic check. Hello. Oh, I bet you are. Great news. Fox was just as behind as you guys were.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yes. Welcome back. I'm Joy Bergen with a look at your on-time traffic. We do have wet roads again this morning. Nothing like the flooding that we're seeing out towards the west, out in Medina County, Uvalde, all of that area. But here in San Antonio, still had some high water, so you're going to see some closures left behind from that. This is one of them. Frontage road of I-35 at Salado Creek. Frontage road of I-35 down on the southwest side, northbound between Casson and Somerset, and the frontage road of Highway 90 out near Leon Creek. All of those areas, the water has gone down, but we're still going to see those closures. Photojournalist David Mendoza live downtown. I wanted to return to his shot here because he has been following an investigation where we have a few people in handcuffs. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, this is Nogalitos, directly over 35. What we're looking at here is the suspect's vehicle involved right behind this police car right here. So what officers tell me is that earlier this morning, 3 suspects were put into custody for burglary of building charges. So this was actually a multi-division sting, I want to say sting if I'm freer with my words, operation of these guys. We had street crimes, we had covert units, we had normal SAPD patrol officers, all working to get these 3 suspects. Now, we did see a couple of people in handcuffs, anywhere between the ages of 20 and 40 years old. Both men that I saw, again, officers tell me that there were 3 suspects, but very bigger situation as I arrived on scene. You know, that leads me to believe that maybe they have been tracking these guys a while. They might have been habitual offenders. Still, active scene right now. They are just about to get the suspect's vehicle towed off the scene. That's what you see right here in the middle of my screen. Also to be noted, I did see a covert unit being towed off the scene as well with some side damage to it. So unsure at this moment if possibly there was some kind of accident involved with the covert unit that they needed to be towed off of scene. Still, Nogalitos is closed right now while they get this cleaned up. I'm about to go hop in road cam. I'll let you know what the streets look like here momentarily. Back to you in the studio.
All right, David, thank you. Sounds like a plan. We will be following up with David throughout the morning as he makes his way through San Antonio and braves some of that wet weather for us. That's the latest for now with your on-time traffic.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
So we've been talking about the flooding. There is now a severe thunderstorm warning that will likely be upgraded to a tornado warning for northwest Frio County. There's a severe thunderstorm with possible tighter rotation. Could see winds over 70 miles an hour there at the very least. So we'll get to that coming up. We'll check out radar. But first, do want to point out that we do have weather alert days ahead, especially today and tomorrow. Round 2 of storms underway. Really started last night, continuing through early today. Expecting a general 4 to 10 inches of additional rainfall in spots, and that's mostly going to be to the west. A third round of storms tonight into the day tomorrow. Creeks, rivers will continue to flood, especially west of I-35. When does it dry out? Well, just in time for the weekend. It is going to be a lot drier, hotter too. Right now in San Antonio, live look, Raul B. Rodriguez weather camera at 77 and cloudy with mostly light rain downtown. Some pockets of heavier rain on the far north side of town. The air is super saturated, relative humidity at 94%, dew point at 75. So you can see how it's most active to our west. This is where I'm noticing the heavy storms still with very heavy rain. However, here we are. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning in the orange, but there is now a tornado warning that has just been issued by the National Weather Service. The concern is there is enough wind shear to create tighter rotation. So there is the chance for a tornado there. Heads up, this is for northwest Frio County. This severe thunderstorm is drifting off towards the north. At the very least, could see wind gusts here upwards of 70 miles an hour, and that will do some damage. You can also see the frequent cloud to ground lightning. Earlier it was weak rotation. However, it looks like the rotation becoming a little tighter. So that's why the National Weather Service now issuing that tornado warning. So this is for Frio Town. This is about 14 miles just to the northwest of Frio. This is in Frio County. We'll see if this continues to hold together as it drifts closer to Medina County. But again, there is a tornado warning for northwest Frio County. This is mostly for rural areas there. This is near Frio Town. A tornado warning, possible rotation. This is radar indicated. Not to say that there is an actual tornado on the ground. Radar indicated a possible rotation here. Again, at the very least, could see damaging winds of 70 miles an hour. Severe thunderstorm has developed there. There's a little mid-level disturbance just to our west, and that is adding to that. There are multiple flash flood warnings across Uvalde, northeastern Kinney, southeastern Edwards, southern Real, and much of Bandera County. This is where the flooding risk is highest. Flash flood warnings there until 8 this morning. Flood advisory for Medina County, that will likely be upgraded to flash flood warning because you can see those heavier downpours that are approaching from the southwest. Now, Sabinal River expected to reach a moderate flood stage later this morning, higher than the midday crest from yesterday. Closer to San Antonio and Bexar County, we're seeing these pockets of heavier rain. You can see one now coming into the southwest side, another now closer to the far north side of town, reaching 1604. Closer look here. Again, this is the heaviest rainfall. This is 281 approaching 1604, moving out of Castle Hills and Alamo Heights, headed towards Hollywood Park, Stone Oak area. Oakland Estates, Chavano Park area, that's more moderate rainfall. In the western hill country, there is a flash flood warning for eastern Kerr County until 9:45, but you can see that the heaviest rain has lifted off towards the north. Northern Kendall County over towards Comal County, also some pockets of moderate rainfall. It is beginning to get more active near the coast and over the far eastern zone. Good scattering of showers and storms there with locally heavy rain that's moving off towards the north. There goes that mid-level disturbance. That's why it is most active with those heavy storms just to the west. Once that drifts a little farther to the east, we could see the concern for flooding increasing closer to San Antonio. Flood watch through 7 o'clock tomorrow in the evening. I do expect some heavier, more widespread rain later this morning in town. 50% rain chance tomorrow. Here comes the drier weather as we head on into the weekend. Next week will be hotter with high temperatures in the upper 90s. Here's the extended forecast for the other 3 zones. Make sure you have that 4Zone weather app. Make sure you are weather aware. Of course, we'll keep you guys updated through the rest of the morning and the remainder of the day.
Jeanette, thank you. Here's a live look at our storm tracker out in Kerr County this morning. You can see the rain coming down there. Jeanette mentioned that there is a possible tornado warning for Frio County. On the Frio County Sheriff's Office Facebook page, it says that the road closure on U.S. Highway 57 at the 140 intersection on the south side of the Frio River and FM 3352 at the north side of Frio River will be closed. Again, this is from the Frio County Sheriff's Office, so avoid traveling in that area. Flooding is over the roadway. So again, we have a bunch of reporters, crews all over South Texas to bring us updates on the weather this morning. If you are headed out, be careful, bring your raincoat, bring an umbrella, and take it easy on the roads. It is 5:54. Good morning, San Antonio. More news coming up at 6 a.m. Be sure to download our 4Zone weather app to get updates sent straight to your phone for updates in your area. It is 5:57. Good morning, San Antonio.
Mic check, 1, 2, can you hear me?
I need at least one 1019 if you can rush on the floor.
Man, this lightning's striking right next to me.
Yes, sir, we're just going to go back to taking 3 locations. 120, so you're going to the second.
Now, your forecast first from the 4Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
6 o'clock on this Wednesday morning, not only am I watching the potential for flooding, which continues to our west, but there is now a tornado warning, and that runs until 6:30. That includes northwest Frio County. This severe thunderstorm located near Freetown there in northwest Frio County. Possible rotation, radar indicated rotation there. At the very least, wind gusts of 70 miles an hour. That will do some damage. The wind velocity here is showing the red. It's a little couplet, and that is indicative of possible rotation. This severe thunderstorm is slowly moving off towards the north. Heads up Freetown. This is about 14 miles to the northwest of Pearsall. This is headed towards Medina County. So possible rotation, tornado warning here again until 6:30. Damaging winds likely there, along with frequent cloud to ground lightning, and let's not forget very heavy rain that will lead to at least minor flooding. Where we are concerned for major flooding is where we're seeing these flash flood warnings, and they continue until 8. Uvalde, Concan, Lakey, Campwood over towards Bandera. There's another flash flood warning up towards Kerrville. Here in San Antonio, starting to see some pockets of heavy rain moving in from the west. Very active morning, but we'll keep you updated. We'll take a look at your full forecast coming up.
Hours of heavy rainfall are bringing dangerous conditions in the Texas Hill Country. We have a team of reporters live in the trouble spots with the latest updates.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Kind of feel like we're waking up and holding our breath here around San Antonio. That might be a good thing to do. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. With that said, hope you're having a good one so far. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. We have you covered this morning. Joy's here to talk about your morning commute. But first, Jeanette, in Frio County, Things are getting crazy.
Yeah, northwest Frio County, so the city of Frio town, northwest of Pearsall, you're under a tornado warning, possible rotation. Radar indicated. We don't have any reports of an actual tornado on the ground, but you want to take cover. If you live in northwest Frio County, in Frio town there, you want to take cover, stay away from windows, get to the center of your home. Possible rotation. There's a severe thunderstorm that is moving. Let's take this back here so we can track this. Possible rotation with a severe thunderstorm there, and that's in that red box. So northwest of Frio County. This is just north of Highway 57 there. The city that is right in this is Frio town. I'm watching this couplet. Anytime we see the red, that means the wind is flowing away. The green means the wind is toward, and that is indicative of possible rotation. So could see gusts, wind gusts here up to 70 miles an hour, and that will definitely do some damage. This tornado warning is there until 6:30. So we're watching this closely. The severe thunderstorm is moving off towards the north. Very heavy rainfall there as well. Now we've seen upwards of a foot or more of rain since yesterday to our west along Highway 90 towards Sabinal, Uvalde, Kinapa, and the flooding potential continues there. Flash flood warnings until 8. We're still seeing rainfall rates within the red in those thunderstorms over 2.5 inches per hour. Could end up with several more inches of rain there this morning. We are watching these alerts. Of course, I'll keep an eye on that severe thunderstorm in Frio County. Your full forecast in a couple of minutes.
All right, as for here in San Antonio, obviously, as Jeanette mentioned, not as crazy as what we're seeing in some of those other areas, and that means that you're not really dealing with any major flooding here this morning. We do have some closures left behind from yesterday's rain, and this is one of them. The frontage road of I-35 at Salado Creek, the frontage road of I-35 down at Leon Creek on the southwest side. Frontage road there northbound from Casson to Somerset is closed, and then the frontage road of Highway 90 on the west side at Leon Creek. So yeah, a couple of things still left behind. The roads are also still wet. And for the latest conditions, if you're heading out the door right now, let's talk to photojournalist David Mendoza, who's live in Road Cam. David.
Hey, good morning. So I just saw an accident right now, 35 southbound, right over Poteet, Jordanton. Looks like we have a 3 to 4 vehicle accident. One of those vehicles being an 18-wheeler. The highway is currently blocked, all traffic having to go on the shoulder of the highway to make it past that. Injuries and damage to vehicles didn't look too substantial. If you look right over to the front of me right there, we just saw that closure that you were mentioning on Somerset and Caston. Roads are still wet right now. Active rainfall, very light through the south side of San Antonio where I'm currently at, but we're looking okay right now. Just be careful on these wet roads. I'll keep you updated with what else I come across. Back to you.
David, thank you. So we'll be following up on that, give you live updates right here with your on-time traffic.
All right, guys, thanks. About 5 minutes after 6 a.m. right now. Obviously, all eyes here in San Antonio, but certainly our thoughts with everyone who lives west of here. About a foot of rain dropped on the cities of both Uvalde and Sabinal yesterday. More rain expected today. Several rivers there along Highway 90 are rising, and in many cases rising quickly.
One of those is the Sabinal River. That's where we find News 4's Ethan Trejo. He joins us now live with a closer look at how things are shaping up this morning. Good morning, Ethan.
Well, good morning, David, Marisa. Yeah, like you said, I'm here at the Sabinal River. You might be able to see it a little bit behind me. Sorry, excuse me, had a moth in my jacket that just flew in. The Sabinal River is behind me. It is quickly rising here in the area. What a difference an hour makes. Really, the last time I spoke with you guys, it was coming down, the rain was coming down in just a light drizzle. Now it's absolutely pouring, creating rivers to my left and right. I'm going to try and show you, once again, I am here by myself, so I'm going to try and show you a little bit about what I'm seeing. So I'm going to point it down here. You can kind of see those rivers that are forming on the sides of the road here. It is pretty much pitch black here in the area. So if you're going to be out on the roads, you're going to be wanting to make sure that you're taking care, being extremely careful. Only light that we have out here is going to be the lightning strikes that you might have been able to see coming down. They're striking really close here in the area. Like we said, if you're going to be out on the roads, you're going to want to make sure to be careful. But I'm going to send it back to you guys, David, Marisa, in the studio.
Ethan, please be safe. There's a lot of a lightning show that's happening behind him. Take a look at this. A driver near Uvalde captured dramatic video yesterday of just how powerful the flash flooding was in the area. Gabriel Pablos with Pablos Trucking got stuck on the roof of his 18-wheeler while driving on 83 yesterday. He held on to a tree while waiting to be rescued. Eventually, water came over the hood of the cab. His semi-truck was eventually swept away. Pablo says it was raining so hard, the road was hard to see, and he didn't even realize just how fast the water was rising.
Yeah, some wild video. Also in far northern Bexar County near the line with Comal County, water from the Cibolo Creek now has started to pour over Blanco Road.
That's where we find News 4 San Antonio's Christina De Leon with a live look at how conditions are out there. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning, Marissa. Good morning, everyone. Well, they're starting to worsen because the rain is starting to come down a little bit. And I want to show you what it looks like here at Blanco and Cibolo Creek. There was a man nice enough to put his lights on here with the truck. We asked him kindly to put his lights on so that we could see the water here. This is a low water crossing here at Blanco and Cibolo Creek. And the water is impassable here. It's about a foot or right under a foot at the gauge, but the water is coming down, and this is a place where you cannot cross simply. And we've seen cars turn around throughout the morning. We were actually trying to get to another location, and that low water crossing was up, and we simply could not pass. And we've seen several cars try to do the same. And again, we thank this driver for coming and putting their lights on for us and shining them bright so that we could show you guys a little bit. Otherwise, you would just be hearing the water come through this area here at Cibolo Creek. Very scary situation because it is so dark out here, and you would not be able to see it. Again, this is what we run into because it's so dark. Even though barricades are up, sometimes they fall over, or sometimes people think, oh, this is my normal area, I'm just going to drive right through, and then they get stuck. It only takes a few inches of water to sweep your car off the roadways. So this is the scene here in northern Bexar County. In Comal County, there are 9 road closures. Some of them include Blanco Road here, like you see at Cibolo Creek, Lower Smithson Valley Road at 1863. And then for a full list, you can always head to our website at comalcounty.gov. A scary situation, so something you don't want to put yourself in. Please keep yourself safe out there. Turn around, don't drown. It is a very real thing. We don't want to hear of any injuries or anything like that happening to anybody out there on the roadways because the rain is going to continue this morning and for the next 24 hours. Please be safe out there. Reporting live, I'm Christina De Leon. We'll send it back to you.
And be sure to download our 4Zone weather app to get updates sent straight to your phone for updates in your area.
As we approach 6:10 on this Wednesday morning, major to life-threatening flash flooding to our west. We still have multiple flash flood warnings in effect. Let's not forget there is a tornado warning for northwest Frio County. Heavier downpours now in San Antonio, moving off towards the north. We'll keep an eye on the weather. We'll talk about the impacts for the rest of the day. Your full forecast coming up. 12 on this Wednesday morning, and you are waking up to more rain with the heaviest to our west. We're still seeing those flash flood warnings for Uvalde, Saginaw, Concan, up towards Utopia, Camp Wood, Lakey. There's another flash flood warning for eastern Kerr County that includes Kerrville. We're seeing these slow moving storms to our west. We're seeing storms there from northwest to Frio County, entering southwest Medina County, over northern Uvalde County as well, and into northeastern Kinney County, southeastern Edwards, and southern Real. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, but within that there is a tornado warning, and this is for northwest to Frio County. I do believe that the rotation has weakened here. Nonetheless, some damaging winds over northwest of Frio County, very rural area there. This severe thunderstorm located near Frio Town. There's this couplet that I'm noticing, and this is just radar indicated rotation. Don't know for sure if there is a tornado on the ground, but radar indicating some rotation. Gusts, could see gusts though upwards of 70 miles an hour. Aside from that, there is lots of lightning, thunder, and some very heavy rainfall. Flash flood risk is highest across Uvalde County, northeastern Kinney County, and points farther northeast. Thunderstorms not moving very fast. Saw a tremendous amount of rain in these areas yesterday, and that's where the heaviest rainfall is this morning. Closer to San Antonio, notice these storms mostly west of 281 that are producing some heavy rain. So the west side, northwest side, anywhere from west of downtown up towards northwest side of town around the Dominion, starting to see some heavier storms that are slowly drifting to the north. Be careful, roads are wet. Stay away from areas of high water. We'll check out your forecast for the rest of the day and the rest of the week. Your full forecast coming up in just under 10 minutes.
We're taking a live look at our storm tracker out in Kerr County this morning. We are keeping you updated on all of the live weather reports going on in South Texas right now. Stay with us. More news, weather, and traffic is just ahead. It is 6:14. Good morning, San Antonio. Southwest ISD is making sure students and their families stay off the roads as much as possible. They've canceled all student activities scheduled for today. including the summer feeding program. Be sure to check out their Facebook page for any other updates.
Also, I want to show you some video that one of our viewers, Nellie Schmidt, sent us. This was a brief tornado warning in Bexar County last night. A weak rotation there, the clouds. This is over Castle Hills. That tornado warning went into effect until about 7:15 last night. Thankfully, nothing touched down.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
That word thankfully is key. I was telling Marisa, I got a text from one of our viewers here saying that girls camp, and that is a big concern right now. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of them out in the areas that we've been talking about. There is a camp called Camp Lahita. It is there in Utopia, which I know you have been talking about. They evacuated the girls. I believe it was yesterday afternoon, late yesterday afternoon. But shout out to Utopia ISD. They apparently loaned their buses to get the girls out of that camp. Okay. So I think we've learned some lessons, obviously, and they even talked about in this text, I guess the camp was very happy that their emergency systems functioned as they were hoping. So at least in this case, that's good news.
And that's a good call because that's where the flood risk is highest. Not just then, but today into the day tomorrow, west of I-35, very heavy rain. And we're talking another 3 to 6 plus inches of rain just this morning, and there's more on the way. Let's get right to it. So weather alert days ahead for the rest of the week. Round 2 into the day today. Another, again, 4 to 10 plus inches of rain possible in spots. A third round of storms expected tonight into the day tomorrow. Creeks, rivers will continue to flood, especially to our west. Drier pattern just in time for the weekend. Hotter by next week. Here's live power Doppler radar. I've been talking about this tornado warning, which by the way continues for northwest Frio County. This is a severe thunderstorm located in Frio Town there, very rural area that runs until 6:30. Severe thunderstorm moving off towards the north, possible rotation. That's why a tornado warning was issued. Gusts upwards of 70 miles an hour at the very least. You can also see the frequent clouds of ground lightning and torrential rainfall. This is radar indicated because once you see the red on the wind velocity, that is indicative of a tidal rotation because the winds, the bright red indicates the winds moving away, and the brighter green indicates winds moving toward, and that indicates, again, possible rotation. No reports of an actual tornado on the ground, but this is radar indicated. This is showing some signs of weakening, so I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado warning gets canceled earlier. But heads up there, severe thunderstorm northwest Frio County approaching southern Medina County, possible rotation with that severe thunderstorm. Take a look at the heavy rainfall that continues farther to the north and west from there. Medina County, northern Uvalde County, over towards northeastern Kinney, southeastern Edwards, southern Real and Bandera. We know a lot of camps there. My goodness, a tremendous amount of rainfall still there this morning. Rainfall rates in the red, that's over 2.5 inches per hour. There is a very heavy storm there just north of Uvalde. We are watching that possible rotation there. At the very least, again, it's the flooding that is the biggest concern, dangerous to life-threatening, even catastrophic flash flooding here for portions of Uvalde County and Kinney County. There's a flood advisory for Medina County that'll likely be upgraded to a flash flood warning because the heavy storms with heavy rain are moving on in. For San Antonio, it's areas to the north and west where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall. So from the northwest side of town up towards the far north side, mostly west of 281, Helotes, Leon Valley towards the Dominion area, Timberwood Park. We're seeing some heavy rain. Also west along I-10 between Bernie over towards Comfort, some heavier rainfall as well. Watch out for wet roads and stay away from areas that easily flood, construction zones, poor drainage areas. Across the east, a good scattering of showers and storms that are moving off towards the north. That is producing some very heavy rainfall. There's this mid-level disturbance to our west that hasn't moved very much, and that is interacting with the tropical moisture that we have here. That's why the heaviest rainfall is west of I-35. There is a flood watch in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. This is where flooding is possible, but where flooding is happening is where we're seeing those flash flood warnings. Flood risk outlook level 4 out of 4 for our western areas today through early tomorrow, and then tomorrow through early Friday, level 3 out of 4 for those same western spots. Future radar still very active as we go through the day today. Should see things kind of calm down later on today into tonight, but then more rain for some of those western areas later tonight into tomorrow in the morning. It is going to be a lot drier by Friday as that storm system finally moves away. So weather alerts through tomorrow, 80% rain chance for us through early this afternoon, 50% tomorrow, just 20% Friday. This weekend we'll see highs in the low to mid 90s with some sunshine next week, upper 90s. Here's the extended forecast for everybody else. Make sure you are weather aware. Have that 4Zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar and all of those flood alerts. That's your forecast.
All right, Jeanette, thanks. 6:23 right now. Severe weather hitting several parts of the Hill Country. We have team coverage here on News 4 this morning. It continues, including details of what's happening right now in Fredericksburg. We'll go live there coming up. All right, 6:25 right now. The rain is coming down now here in San Antonio, but we want to show you some video from yesterday. The visible effects of flash flooding. This was yesterday afternoon about 3:30 along Highway 90. This is out near Uvalde. This is the first time this section of the river has seen water in several weeks. Got a lot of it real quickly. It shows the runoff where the water doesn't soak into the ground. Instead, it runs there along the surface. The good news, that flat surface you see there does stop the water from becoming this raging wall of water. That just sounds awful. Areas in northern Uvalde got up to, well, double digits in inches of rain yesterday. And as we've heard Jeanette say all morning long, more is on the way. In fact, more has already fallen. One of our viewers, Tony Swan, sent us this. video here. You can see the water starting to creep down the dry river bed. However, moments later, that water roaring down the same path. Well, you may be sending in applications to jobs that do not exist. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton now investigating LinkedIn over allegations of so-called ghost jobs. We've got that. More weather coverage. We have crews spread out all throughout South Texas. The very latest on that as we move into the 6:30 half hour right here on News 4.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
6:30 now on this Wednesday morning. The Texas Hill Country is at the center of some massive flooding going on right now. We have a team of reporters spread out all throughout South Texas with the very latest on those conditions. And with that, good morning. Thank you for waking up with us. And I don't know about your house, but right now at our house, the television house, it is pouring down raining outside.
Yeah, you can hear it. But before we get to all of that, let's get another quick check of the weather with Jeanette. Good morning, Jeanette.
Yeah, a couple of thunderstorms now in San Antonio with heavy rain and the thunder. This is mostly on the northwest side. But let me talk about this tornado warning, which, by the way, we have now a new tornado warning, but it's really for the same area. It looks like more tight rotation with this severe thunderstorm. This severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is radar indicated. Northwest Frio County up towards far southern Medina County. A severe thunderstorm is slowly moving off towards the north. This could produce a tornado. Very heavy rain as well, frequent clouds to ground lightning and at least some damaging wind, but we're watching for the potential of a tornado there. National Weather Service has reissued a tornado warning. Wind velocity, I'm watching this because anytime we see the red, that indicates a tight couplet. The bright red, the wind moving away, the bright green also nearby, indicating wind moving toward, and that indicates a rotation on radar. So again, I am watching that. Meanwhile, we are seeing dangerous to life-threatening, even possibly catastrophic flash flooding over Uvalde County and points north. These heavy storms not moving very fast, and they are dumping a lot of rain in some of the same spots. Flash flood warnings there until 8 this morning. Please be extra careful. Stay away from any body of water. Some roads likely becoming rivers there to our west. We'll see how much longer this is going to last. We'll have another weather update coming up.
All right, we are also following an accident here on the southwest side of San Antonio. I've got a live picture. It's a little bit difficult to see because the flashing lights here and it's still a little bit dark outside, but we have 3 or 4 vehicles involved in this. Our photojournalist David Mendoza was able to drive by the area earlier, check it out for himself. He was saying there was also an 18-wheeler involved in this, so that generally slows down the cleanup process a little bit. This is southbound on I-35 at Palo Alto. That's not far from where we had a closure of the frontage road of I-35. That's northbound between Casson and Somerset because of the flooding left behind from yesterday. Across the rest of San Antonio, it's really just the rain and the wet roads that are bothering us, not so much the flooding that we're seeing out towards the west, out in Medina County and Uvalde and all those areas. Right here in San Antonio, it's just the rain. Photojournalist David Mendoza is live in road cam driving through it right now. David, you've seen a lot of lightning. Talk to us about the experience.
Hey, good morning. Well, the experience can only be described as a little dicey out here. We have some severely wet roads, a lot of cars getting on the road right now. Rain's coming down moderately, and we're seeing a lot of lightning. That lightning is pretty close to me right now. I'm just getting on the on-ramp to 10 West from 410 eastbound, kind of close to the station. I'm sure you guys can feel the rumble of the thunder inside the station right now, almost immediately after we're seeing the lightning strike. So a lot of lightning in this area. Haven't seen any flooding on our roadways yet. It is very wet out here. You just want to be careful if you have to leave the house right now. Best to keep an eye on the weather before leaving the house. Make sure you know what you're getting into. Don't have the rug swept out from under you as you leave the door this morning. I'm going to continue on to the rim. I'll let you know what things look like in northwest San Antonio. Back to you.
David, please stay safe out there. We will continue to bring you these live updates from the ground throughout the morning right here with your on-time traffic.
All right, guys, thanks. About 25 minutes now before 7 a.m. We'll head to some national news here. 1 person is dead. 3 others are missing now because of a boat that sank in the San Francisco Bay near Alcatraz. 20 people on board that boat. It's a pontoon boat. It began taking on water yesterday. 16 people were rescued. Some needed to be hospitalized. But again, 3 people are still missing in those waters. Rescue teams are looking for them, but officials say that strong winds are complicating their efforts.
Also making headlines this morning, the U.S. House passed the Sunshine Protection Act to make daylight saving time permanent. If approved by the Senate, Americans will no longer change their clocks twice a year. That means you'll get extra evening sunshine during winter, but expect some pretty dark late mornings.
I don't like that. I don't like it to be light at 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night. Nighttime is nighttime.
I don't like switching the clocks.
Same. Federal and state officials are investigating if Taco Bell could be linked to a parasite that causes intense diarrhea. The fast food chain has stopped serving some ingredients since the outbreaks have been reported. Most of these cases are coming from Michigan, although there are reports of cases in New York, Colorado, yes, even here in the state of Texas. Non-stop news is straight ahead. United Airlines is offering a new seating option for economy flyers. Interesting what that will look like, and their plans to expand. Plus, continuing coverage of the weather situation. There is a lot happening here in Bexar County now and to the west as well. We'll tell you what's going to unfold over the next few hours right here on 4.
Amazing America 250, America Remembers, is sponsored by Prevagen.
One president, one bold vision, land a man on the moon. President Kennedy challenged the country to get it done by the end of the 1960s, and America answered. This image capturing a moment of victory for America in July of 1969. The world watched as Neil Armstrong became the first human to step foot on the moon. One step, years in the making.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
In 1961, President Kennedy challenged the country to land a man on the moon before the end of the decade. At the time, the U.S. was locked in a fierce space race. The Soviet Union has scored early victories, including launching the first human into space, but NASA worked tirelessly to catch up. And in July of 1969, America won the race to the moon, with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin planting the American flag on the moon. More than 400,000 Americans worked on the Apollo program to make that moment possible, which remains one of the greatest achievements in human history. For America Remembers, I'm Angela Brown, the National News Desk.
Amazing America 250, America Remembers, was sponsored by Prevagen.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
It is a wet Wednesday morning, weather alert day today with more of these showers and thunderstorms. And heads up, flash flooding continues just to our west. Very active radar picture here. You can see most of the activity is along and north of Highway 90. Let's not forget about this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Tornado warning until 7:15 for far northwest Frio County into southwestern Medina County. Could see damaging winds. Very heavy rain certainly is what we're seeing, along with frequent cloud to ground lightning. Again, possible tornado from a severe thunderstorm there in northwest Frio County, extending towards southwestern Medina County. This severe thunderstorm is slowly pushing just to the north of Frio Town. Flash flooding risk highest, where we're seeing these flash flood warnings, which by the way continue until 8. And we're now seeing a flash flood warning for the western part of Medina County that includes Hondo. Heavy storms with with locally torrential rainfall now reaching western Medina County. This area, since yesterday, picking up over a foot of rain. We'll likely see another 4 to 10 plus inches of rain this morning. Northwest side of San Antonio, showers and storms are filling in. Some torrential rainfall here as well. Very wet day, at least until the early afternoon. We'll check out your forecast for the rest of the week coming up.
This is News 4 San Antonio Today, the only local news station with nonstop news.
It is what we do. Good morning. Nonstop News starts right now. We are the only TV station in town commercial free right now until the top of the hour.
That's right. We have you covered this morning. You just heard from Jeanette, and she'll give you another look at weather in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll get to Joy first. We want to continue our team coverage of some weather conditions that are happening right now in Real County near the city of Camp Wood.
That's right. A serious flooding situation unfolding there. It was unfolding overnight. News 4 San Antonio's Destiny Fuller joins us live right now. Destiny, what have you experienced over the past few hours?
Hey guys, so over the past couple of hours, we've been just trying to drive around and figure out where the safest place to be is. We are in Uvalde now, but this wasn't the original plan. We tried to make it to the Camp Wood area. We were going north on 55, and we started to run into some areas with some really heavy downpouring rain. We couldn't really see, and we didn't want to get stuck on the wrong side of some low water crossings. We ended up turning back around and coming to the city of Uvalde, right near the downtown area. We've seen that they've posted some road closures for both the city of Uvalde and Uvalde County, but we just haven't been able to make it out as far as we had originally hoped on 55. Now that now that the sun is starting to come up and we're getting a little bit more visibility and the rain has stopped, we might be able to make our way that way. No insane flooding. We've seen some ponding on the roads here and there, but nothing like we've seen in some of those videos that have come through from some of our viewers over the past couple of days. And we'll keep an eye on things here in Uvalde until we're able to move somewhere else. Back to you.
Destiny Fuller there in the city of Uvalde. She and her photographer will make their way. And again, we have folks spread out all throughout South Texas. And she underlines and underscores kind of the real emphasis here is safety. It's safety for obviously you, the viewer, but it's safety for our crews as well, first and foremost, as they bring you some shots. State and local emergency crews are preparing for more rain. We've been talking about that all morning long. More resources in place. The goal here, stay ahead of the game, especially as the flooding in some spots gets even worse.
Let's check in with our Betty Cross, who joins us live now in Fredericksburg. Betty, what are you looking at out there?
Well, there is a flash flood warning in effect for this area, Fredericksburg in Gillespie County right now. It's going to extend through about 9:45 this morning. So we're here, of course, with the rain coming down. Not quite as hard as it was just a little while ago, but it is still raining here. And of course, that's the concern because we are on a pedestrian bridge, pretty new, built in 2024, and it is over Barron's Creek. And Barron's Creek, if you're familiar with this area, really has a pretty notorious history when it comes to flooding. This creek has in the past come out of its banks, and even the water going all the way into Main Street on Fredericksburg and doing some damage. Of course, they've made improvements to the creek. They have also built this pedestrian bridge to make it safer and easier for pedestrians to get across it. But like I said, built in 2024, never really been put to the test. So we could see that later today if the rain continues to fall, if we see Barron's Creek come up. And of course, the big area of concern, not only of course for this creek, but it is a major tributary into the Pedernales River. And that's one of the big concerns today, that we could see the Pedernales River rise. And of course, it flows right behind the LBJ State Park with some of those historic structures that in the past have been heavily damaged by flooding. The most recent case back in 2019. And of course, Fredericksburg seeing some real damage from flooding in 2018. We don't want to see repeats of those. So we're keeping a close eye on it for you. Seeing the water levels come up just a little bit here, the flow starting to get a little bit faster, but we're not seeing anything that looks really potentially dangerous, at least at this point. Back to you.
Betty Cross from our sister station there in Austin. She is live in Fredericksburg this morning. Betty, some great perspective there. Thank you so much for your work with our viewers here. And I think it just sort of underscores, it looked calm right now, obviously. It looked calm outside of our television station, probably your home for most of the morning. And then in the blink of the eye, the rain hits and it sits and it builds and it floods very, very quickly.
After a lot of rain yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a break on the weather. We are going to talk to our friend Jane King. It is time for your business report. The Texas AG investigates LinkedIn over alleged ghost job listings.
And President Trump backed away from his plan to impose a charge on cargo in the Strait of Hormuz. Jane King joins us from the New York Stock Exchange with more. Good morning, Jane.
Hi, David and Marisa. Good morning. Yes, he was going to impose that 20% charge on shipments through the Strait, but U.S. allies in the Gulf urged him to drop it. So the president posted on social media he's decided to replace that fee with trade and investment deals that the various Gulf states will be making in the U.S. And even as Trump dropped that plan, the U.S. announced it had resumed the blockade on Iranian shipping to and from its ports and coastal areas. Well, United Airlines unveiled a new economy seat offering. There's no middle seat. Instead, a shared table. United said the new Economy Plus offering will be available for booking starting later this year, with it expected to be on all the 50 new Airbus jets that it just ordered, and it's looking for ways to expand this to other aircraft as well. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has opened an investigation into LinkedIn over allegations that it had advertised and profited from fake or misleading job listings referred to as ghost jobs. Now, Paxton's office announced they're looking for documents, internal communications, and data related to LinkedIn's advertising, marketing, and job verification practices and the premium subscription services. LinkedIn has more than 1 billion registered users and hundreds of thousands of users in Texas. Well, Sotheby's sold a Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil at auction yesterday for $50 million with fees. The skeleton, nicknamed Gus, was sold after a 10-minute bidding war. The auction house did not name the buyer or even the location of the person who was the winning bidder. The record continues a trend of climbing prices for dinosaur bones on the private market. Okay, stocks higher yesterday. The tame inflation report outweighed some bad profit news from IBM, and we're looking at a higher start today. Live from the New York Stock Exchange, I'm Jane King. Back to you.
Jane, the no middle seat is one of the greatest things I've ever heard. I love it.
I know. No more fighting over the armrest. I'm sure you're going to pay more for it, but
of course.
It might be worth it.
Now, if we could just stop the kid from behind you kicking the back of your chair, and the woman in front of you or the guy that leans all the way back.
The reclining seat.
Yes.
I know. I hate that because I'm always trying to do work on my laptop and I can't do it if the person's leaning back.
We just need to all be rich and have a private jet. I think that's probably the answer to all that.
At least go first class.
Yeah. Marisa does that. The great Jane King live in New York. Jane, have a great day.
Thanks.
The U.S. and Iran continue to trade airstrikes overnight, and that is meaningful to you because it is sending gas prices up. AAA says the average price of gas in our state right now, $3.48. That's up 13 cents a gallon from last week when it was $3.35. You're probably like, why did I fill up last week? The average in town right now is at $3.51. That's up 12 cents from last week when it was $3.39.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
So I was in Las Vegas for a few days, and when I'm out of town, I like to brag about the gas prices here because they are a lot higher outside of Texas.
Did you see?
Approaching $4 there in Vegas.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. So happy to be back.
What happens in Vegas hopefully
stays
in Vegas, yes.
Yeah. My goodness, a very active morning. Please be extra careful. Weather alert day today again because I am tracking more showers and storms with torrential rain, and we're seeing some locally heavy downpours now in the northwest side of San Antonio, but the flash flood risk is highest just to our west. Round 2 of storms today. This morning alone could see another 4 to 10 plus inches of rain in spots, and that's mostly to our west. A third round of storms expected tonight into Thursday. Creeks and rivers will continue to flood. Drier pattern lies ahead Friday into the weekend. Next week looks a lot drier and hotter with high temperatures back to the upper 90s. Here's a live look outside now that the sun is up. You can see the cloudiness in San Antonio. Raul Beat Rodriguez Lot weather camera at 76 with mostly light rain downtown, but the heavy stuff is on the northwest side, the observation site at the airport, indicating storms just to the northwest. East wind at 10 miles an hour. The humidity, well, that is on the high side. You can see how the heavier stuff is from Medina County to Uvalde County. Those storms are dumping a lot of rain in spots that saw flash flooding yesterday. It's also becoming a little more active across the east with scattered showers and thunderstorms developing. Want to mention again this tornado warning until 7:15. This is right along the Frio County, Medina County line. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Damaging winds possible along with the heavy rain and frequent cloud to ground lightning. Wind velocity here is now showing that couplet that is now north of Frio town. We tend to look at the wind velocity on radar indicating possible rotation. National Weather Service issued that tornado warning. Meanwhile, there is now a flash flood warning for the western part of Medina County. This includes Hondo. That runs until 11:30 this morning. These other flash flood warnings go until 8. These slow-moving storms dumping very heavy rainfall. Rainfall rates still over 2 inches per hour. Concan really getting hit hard this morning. Mostly very light rain in Uvalde, but again, the heaviest stuff is just to the north. Northeastern Kinney County still seeing some drenching downpours, also for southeastern Edwards, southern Real, and the southwestern half of Bandera. It is now getting more active in San Antonio with more showers and storms filling in. There's a flood advisory for the northwestern part of San Antonio and Bexar County. Minor flooding is possible because of these storms with very heavy rain, heaviest along and north of 1604. Across the east, again, good scattering of showers and storms with pockets of heavy rain that are moving off towards the north. Why is it so active? Well, not only do we have this tropical air mass in place, but there is this mid-level disturbance just to our west, and that's why it is a lot worse west of I-35. In the red, that's where flash flooding is likely or about to occur. Meanwhile, the flood watch indicates flooding is possible, and that runs through tomorrow in the evening. Flood risk, as you can see, level 4 out of 4 for our western areas in the brighter pink, level 3 for San Antonio, level 2 farther to the east. Tomorrow into early Friday, level 3 out of 4 for the far western areas closer to the border. Future radar still showing the showers and storms that will continue through the early afternoon. I do expect less activity later on this afternoon into the evening, but then tonight into tomorrow morning, it looks like the heavier, slow-moving showers and storms will impact once again our western areas. Tomorrow afternoon, just scattered showers and storms, and then it is going to be drier as we go into Friday. So several more inches of rainfall here over the next couple of days. Be weather aware, have that 4Zone weather app. For San Antonio, it looks like it's going to be pretty wet until midday, and then rain chance does drop this afternoon because of the rain. High temperatures in the 70s and 80s today. Take advantage of that. Make sure you have the wet weather gear with you. 50% rain chance tomorrow, 20% Friday. Here comes the drier and hotter weather this weekend. Next week, sunnier with highs in the upper 90s. Out west, 90% rain chance today, 80 Thursday. Hill Country, 90% rain chance today, 80 Thursday, 20 Friday. Eastern zone, here's the next 7 days for you. We'll keep you guys updated through the rest of the morning. Even when we're off air, we'll be online on social media.
All right, we have seen quite a few accidents now this morning. I'm going to start off here on the northeast side where we have a crash in the northbound lanes of I-35 at Judson. A lot of congestion built behind this, and I do have word that this is a serious crash. We also have a crash also on the northeast side, 410 eastbound at Perrin Bidle, a delay behind that. We have a very large delay in the northbound lanes of 410 here on the east side as you're approaching Houston Street, though I'm told that's just for a disabled vehicle. That's blocking a lane, and sometimes that is more than enough. This crash here on the southwest side that we were following, I-35 southbound at Palo Alto, has cleared. However, as we take a look at that live picture, you can see some of that standing water. That's the reason why we have the frontage road closed down in that area. That is the northbound frontage road of 35 there near Somerset that's closed for that flooding. Here's the part that you really need to know about. These are the driving conditions that you're facing as you head out the door this morning. Photojournalist David Mendoza live in road cam, and he's been driving through this storm for us. David, good morning. Where are you? And what are the driving conditions like?
Hey, good morning, Joy. Well, I am 1604 East, approaching Blanco Road. Now, I've had the chance to kind of inspect the whole city this morning. We have wet roads citywide. A lot of ponding over here on the northwest side due to heavy downpours. It's sort of lightening up a little bit as I approach the 281 corridor, but nonetheless, there's still a lot of cars on the road this morning. It's wet. Driving conditions are not optimal. I described it as dicey earlier. You just want to be careful as you're heading out the door this morning. Take your time. Know where you're going, have a plan in case you see any high water, and just go slow and be safe. I will leave you with that. Drive safe. Have a wonderful day. Back to you.
David, thank you. You stay safe out there. And the number of low water crossings closed across Bexar County has gone up. We are looking at 15 across the county. That is according to the Bexar County flood map. So yes, this rain means we are seeing more of that water on the roadways. Still nothing like the flooding that we're seeing out to the west. So more dangerous out in Medina County, Uvalde, those areas, but still dangerous here in San Antonio as well. That's the latest with your on-time traffic. Stay safe.
All right, Joy, thank you. And just to sort of piggyback on what Joy said, 15 roads currently closed. It's gone from 12 to 15 here in the matter of about an hour or so. Some of the highlights: Bulverde at Cibolo Creek, Comanche Cross, Loop Pond at Cibolo Creek. You want to stay away from the Cibolo Creek area. Specht at Cibolo Creek. We had Christina out there as well. Just be safe on your morning commute. And remember, today's a gift. Make it count.
Thanks for watching.
I'm about to go take the turn around at Georgia Beach, and then another one so I can get there. Hey, I'm gonna go up Georgia Beach so we can do a turnaround. I got you. Good. Yes, I'm taking a 1019 to my location. I have a vehicle that's stuck in the mud. Yes, sir. Can I get a sergeant's approval for overtime? Road or Floyd Crop? Overtime. Just give me a Floyd 3058, 3058. 3058, 3058. Same for thanks, sir. It's going to be Nissan Altima. 310, min 330 on the caution, please. Negative. Center 140. Go ahead. Hang on, you need my location. Good morning, sir. Can I tell the 240 get a 21, please? Good morning, I copy. Go ahead. Can you have my door, please? Copy, have a go. City 10 for Sherman 1615 Newport Texas to Shell gas station for a black male wearing a gray hat, black and gold shirt, gray sweatpants, yelling. His land near the bank. So that he's being aggressive with customers. Have anybody that do gentlemen? That patrol by over at the 154 Adrian Street, 2340 Tampa. Extension 7825, 7875. Also signature 74, thank you. 40 church. Can you validate our address on that form? Copy on the phone. 10-4, thank you. Source 42 or 17. Yeah. This is 25. 7316, you copy the call? I'm sorry, 112 Robbins alarm.
Hey, good morning, Joy. Yeah, well, it is a little dicey out here right now. We've got some heavy downpours here on the northwest side at San Antonio. Right now, I'm currently 1604 westbound, just passing under West Bidders right now. Now, the storms that I was seeing were a lot stronger at 1604 and I-10. A lot of ponding on I-10 as I was making my way westbound towards 1604. I've had the chance to kind of circle back to 281 on 1604. Now I'm headed back into the storm. You can see it in the sky, a lot more gray in this part of the skyline. I'm going to head in it. You want to be careful if you're making your way out on the road right now. There's a lot of cars on the road. It's very wet. Hydroplaning is a factor. Ponding on the roadways is a factor. Just be alert and aware. You should be okay for the most part. I'm going to head in the storm. I'll let you know what I see. Back to you.
John 4. 9232, can you repeat your transmission?
Whoa! Caught me a little by surprise there.
0711.
360, you can put us on that. Kingstar 19, 470. We're on landing. Just right here on 410.
Yeah, 170. 6160, 4495 Rolando Parkway.
270, is there any close with it?
I'm sorry, can I?
Is there a ERP running over by the chance?
Is there any CRT motion, any CRT motion to tell me yet?
6061. You can call 1474.
Extension 1474. 1474.
Oh, man, 5160.
Number. During 5915 up. Twelve 22, guys.
I'm having to reboot my computer and shut down on its own, so I'll be able to speak for a couple of seconds. I'm still around.
10 for 0714. Copying, cancel cover. Just 352 for homeless sleeping. 10919 Clever.
United. 1340 aircraft. Accident. Okay.
Yes, can you please show me the car for that? $30 4757. 716. 340. Let 350 know that we got her. We're going to exit off of here on Couple Street and then pump her off of there. 350, copy. Your husband on the access road, they're reporting several vehicles that are stalled because of the high water. Just got off the phone with Carol. They don't have anyone right now that they can send to assist.
Okay, it's the same area we had problems with last Saturday. Might have to shut down that southbound access road entrance from Hosman.
They're also going to relay the info to TxDOT since they're right there.
Let's go see that area.
If you can check the area of Mainland and Burns Crossing, and secondhand info, the caller said her son was driving in that area and that the water seemed to be getting pretty high. Almost didn't make it through.
338.
Hey, what's up? I do not. Oh no. Oh my. Yeah, there's, you know, there are some spots in Savonal. There's the Dollar General. They might have some there. There's automotive shops. They might have some. Fernando will probably have luck getting to one of those if the weather's not too insane, and getting some jumper cables. But it'll have to be out of his own pocket. Yep. Okay. Bye.
Second half.
Here's 720.
Whoa.
from the highway.
332, can you head that way and block off the Bandera exit ramp from the highway?
We're at a standstill on the access road just before that high water that they're heading to right now. Traffic's not moving on the exit ramp or the access road at all.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, 320. Once you get in that, you're not going to be able to get through. You'll just have to wait till the water stops and recedes.
Jimmy 2614, 1601. Last order 1601.
10-4, thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you have off-duty at Methodist Main switch to the open food?
Any off-duty from Methodist Main monitoring? Any off-duty working at Methodist Main? Are you monitoring? $130 Charlie, do they monitor crew?
You queued up earlier, but it's okay. Thank you, ma'am. $250. Show me one or the other one.
250 on that 3 vehicle minor.
230, we're G-Clear, Cincinnati. I'm not out with it yet, but it looks like it's just going to be just north of La Frontera. It looks like there's one on the left side and one on the right side.
I copy. M230, you copy. There's going to be one on the left, one on the right, north of La Frontera.
I copy. Service return. We're going to be wrong. Right now, we're in one-stop vehicles, and I got traffic moving right now. Keep us texted about that. See you on us with that car real quick.
Do you need another unit out there?
Yeah, where was the sign? I had to walk about a half mile up there. I'm walking back now.
340, can you look that way?
So yeah, finish on the fire on 350, so Bandera 604. That's what I'm talking about, not mine.
Okay, so you need the record for 350's call?
Yes.
Where is it exactly, 330?
It's going to be halfway through on the access road between Houseman and Bandera.
Check out service 160. 10-4.
might be the same as ours.
Alright, 260, copy. Marshall, let's get elevated to 250.
Alright, copy. I'll let you know if it is.
Very active showers and storms with torrential rainfall, mainly along and north of Highway 90. A good scattering of showers and thunderstorms as well now in the eastern zone. Multiple flash flood warnings, which by the way go until 8 for Camp Wood, Utopia, Concan, and Uvalde. Those will likely be extended because I just don't see this rain ending by 8. There is a severe thunderstorm warning this until 8. There is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, at least gusts of 60 miles an hour. And there is a flood advisory until 9:45 for northwest Bexar County. Certainly seeing some heavy downpours there. We are going to see the heavy rainfall over the next several hours. Please be weather aware. Roads are now becoming flooded on the northwest side of San Antonio.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
It is one of those days, so we're going to stay on the air here a little bit here at News 4. And with that, good morning. Continued good morning to you. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. Yeah, we interrupt your regular programming with the Today Show because of this breaking news weather coverage. Jeanette has been all over it this morning. We hear the thunder now over the TV station, and it's now moved into town.
Yeah, so northwest side of San Antonio up towards the far northwest side, seeing the heavy rainfall. All morning I talked about how the worst of the flooding is to our west. That's still the case, but now the flood risk is a little higher closer to San Antonio, so that's why we're coming on the air right now. I'm noticing some high water now on the northwest side of town. If we take a look at radar, I mentioned again some heavy storms with torrential rain anywhere from northwest Bexar County to the western hill country, and certainly in our western zone. Flood advisory until 9:45, and that includes northwest Bexar, Helotes, Fair Oaks Ranch area. Here is where these nearly stationary storms are still producing very heavy rain. This area saw over a foot of rain yesterday, and the rain is still coming down this morning. Very dangerous situation here. So Concan up towards Lakey, back towards Camp Wood, and even towards Medina County around Hondo and southwest Medina Medina. Some very heavy rain. These storms are not moving very fast. Severe thunderstorm warning, as I mentioned, with that severe thunderstorm closer to southwestern Medina County. Here is that flood advisory for Northwest Bexar. You can see the red there. This is west along I-10. Torrential downpours. There's also some gusty winds, some thunder and lightning, but it looks like the heavy rain is the biggest concern. This flood advisory goes until 9:45. Stay away from those areas that typically flood, poor drainage areas, low water crossings. If you see a barricaded area, do not attempt to cross that barricade. Leon Valley, Helotes. This is west of 281, so from Stone Oak towards the Dominion Scenic Oaks and just to the west of Timberwood Park. Across the east, it's also very wet. Closer to the coast, scattered showers and storms that are drifting off towards the north. We have this mid-level disturbance interacting with the tropical moisture west of I-35. That's why most of the activity is just west of town. Flood watch through tomorrow evening. So we do anticipate more showers and storms through the day tomorrow. It's going to be wettest in town through the middle of the afternoon. Rain chance then drops to 40%. Tonight into the day tomorrow, it looks like a third round of showers and thunderstorms. So a very wet day. Make sure you are weather aware. And again, roads are becoming a little more dangerous closer to San Antonio.
Thank you. In far north Bexar County, along the line with Comal County, the Cibolo Creek has started to pour over Blanco Road. I do want to mention that Comal County has posted their road closures. There's about 8 road closures so far. Blanco Road and Cibolo Creek, Smithson Valley at Keswick. So if you want to check that out, it's on Comal County, comalcounty.com on our website as well.
So we've got some more information there, and let's go live to the scene there. Christina De Leon has been there along that line, Bexar County and Comal County, I believe along Blanco Road. It is getting quite the mess right now. Let's check in with Christina.
We're at Blanco Road and Cibolo Creek here, and I want to show you what it looks like as the rain continues to pour. This is a low water crossing where there is a little less than a foot of water in that area. We've seen cars come and go and turn around. Obviously a dicey, scary situation. No one wants to take their chances. We've seen a big truck come through the area, but as the rain continues to fall, we expect that rain gauge to get a little bit higher here. The rain continues, and now it is getting a little bit higher, and the water is free flowing over that area. We have a nice man here in a truck who is shining his light so that we can see the water a little bit higher here and a little bit better. The Cibolo Creek is starting to rise a little bit more too. This is what it looks like here in far north Bexar County in the Comal County area, one of many places along the Cibolo Creek that is starting to rise. So you have to be careful for several of the spots here. Now, several places in northern Bexar County have the low water crossings, and there are 9 spots in Comal County that have these road closures. Some of them include right here at Blanco Road or Old Blanco Road at Cibolo Creek and Lower Smithson Valley Road, 1863. But for a full list, you can always head to their website at comalcounty.gov. Please be extra careful out there. You want to take this very seriously. As you can see, the rain is still coming down. It can be a very dangerous situation. You don't want to take any chances out there. In northern Bexar County, Comal County, I'm Christina De Leon. We will send it back to you.
One of the biggest areas hit by rain in the last 24 hours is Camp Wood, just north of Uvalde.
Yeah, Uvalde County is just taking it on. Destiny Fuller is joining us there from Uvalde with the very latest on the flooding along the Nueces River that has shut down a major highway.
Well, good morning. We are in the downtown Uvalde area, and we've been here for a little over 30 to 45 minutes. We tried going north on 55 to try and get towards the Camp Wood area, but we just weren't able to do it. When we were going that way, we saw a couple of low water crossings. There was some really heavy rain. It just didn't feel safe to keep going, especially being so dark in the morning. We came back towards the Uvalde area, and we've stopped near City Hall. Now, we have seen some rain, but nothing like what we saw when we were trying to get towards Camp Wood. There have been a couple of road closures that have been announced by the Uvalde County Emergency Management. Now, some of those closures are for the county and the city. That information will be on our website. But as for now, we're just seeing the rain has slacked up here in Uvalde, and we'll keep an eye on conditions as things start to lighten up during the day. In downtown Uvalde, I'm Destiny Fuller, News 4 San Antonio.
All right, before we get to the rest of our coverage here, you probably got an alert on your phone, and Jeanette's been talking about this, but we do want to point this out if you are not near your cell phone or your device. Flash flood warning now been issued, and it's in effect until 12:45 for northwestern Bexar County. So we are just, you hear us sometimes talk about, the station and all. We're at the corner of 410 and Babcock. So just outside the medical center area, just before Bandera Road. So that's sort of our centralized location, and we are part of that flash flood warning, what is in effect, and again, 12:45. So if you live out in the northwest part of Bexar County, and you can work from home today or you can stay home, please do so, because it could get a little nasty here over the next several hours.
Pretty good idea, and at least until noon, probably.
Yeah.
Be sure to download our 4Zone weather app to get those updates. We can tell you, you download this app, it alerts you to where the storms are. It'll ping you however you have your phone set up, but it'll let you know how close these storms are to your location. Stay with us. We are going to stay on this breaking news, and we'll be right back.
This is me. Yeah, mic check. Hello.
All right, welcome back to our extended and continuing team coverage of this weather event that has blown into South Texas now of the last 24 hours. Worse out west, at least yesterday, but now we're starting to see the effects, certainly here on the northwest side of San Antonio. But people living in Uvalde and Sabinal, they have been dealing with rain. In fact, nearly a foot of rain yesterday. Highway 90 was an absolute mess, a washout in parts of that yesterday. The river rising near that highway and rising very quickly in some times.
Yeah, let's go check in with Ethan Trejo. He is along the Sabinal River right now. Good morning, Ethan. How is everything looking out there?
Well, good morning, Marisa. Yeah, the Sabinal River has been creeping up more and more. You might be able to see a little bit of it behind me. You see somebody that's down here checking exactly how the river is creeping up. It's been creeping up throughout the morning. Let me get this camera for you here. It's been, like we said, creeping up. The water and rain has absolutely been pouring down earlier this morning. Now we're in a little bit of a drizzle pattern, but it is expected to pick back up here in the area. This is a roadway, believe it or not. This is a roadway completely covered by that water from the river that has creeped up. It's the Sabinal River is actually going to be to my my right, your left, in the tree line, flowing this way. but it's actually creeped up into one of the roadways, which is why you see this significant flooding. We've been following a lot of the Uvalde County Emergency Services Office, keeping up to date with them. They already posted several of their road closures, both here in the Sabinal area and the Uvalde County area. We're going to continue providing you with any updates that we can, and watch out for more weather like what we're seeing right now. But for right now, David, Marisa, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Okay, want to take a live picture right now of an issue. We'll get back to Ethan here throughout the morning, but there's an issue happening there, 1604 at Old Hausman Road. This is the northwest part of Bexar County. This is out UTSA, La Cantera area.
A lot of construction.
A lot of construction, a lot of traffic, a lot of heavy traffic. We have is that one or two vehicles that are stranded? I see obviously some flashing lights and a couple of emergency vehicles there, but there appears to be 1, 2, possibly 3 vehicles, certainly one stalled right out in the middle of your screen.
Here's the thing. I drive out towards that area to go to the mall a lot of times, but because of all the construction in that area, it's not surprising that water will pond now because we've gotten so much rain over the past few days. So you could see that the police cars are there to divert traffic so they don't hit those stranded vehicles. But again, be careful if you're traveling in that area.
It also shows this is a great illustration. You might look at this and say, well, that's not really a whole lot. And that's the point, right? And this is what we always talk about, seemingly. There's just enough water of ponding to cause one of those vehicles there to stall out. You see the vehicles, and obviously our TransGuide camera here froze, unfortunately. But the traffic there along 1604 coming at us was moving along, certainly there on the access road as well. But there was just enough water, and there we go live again. There's just enough water to stall out a vehicle. So when you see those areas, and you're like, it's probably, it's not going to really affect my car, my truck. I got a big truck. Sometimes just a little bit of ponding on those highways and roads can do certainly a lot of damage. David Mendoza is out in road cam. He knows the effects all too well of what the weather can do. Let's see if we can go to David in road cam. He is at a backup. David, where are you and what are the conditions that you are seeing? Because you've been all over town this morning.
Hey, yeah, David. Well, right now I'm at a stoplight at Bandera and 1604, right next to Hausman Road. So what I'm hearing is that the frontage road in between Bandera Road and Hausman has several stalled vehicles in it. Not hearing about anybody trapped in these vehicles or any type of water rescues, just high water in this area. Also heard police saying that this was a troubled spot since last Saturday as well. So we have several vehicles out there. I'm headed that way. Also being told right now that there's a possible rotation near the rim. I'm looking out to my northwest right now and I see some very low-lying clouds, very dark clouds as well. I don't know if they've actually issued a tornado warning for that area yet, but we are hearing reports of rotation right now. As I make my way past this light here, or wait at this light right here, I'm almost to Bandera Road and 1604 to get eyes on this. But again, rain all morning has been pretty heavy in this area. Now I've driven up 10 a little bit to Fair Oaks Ranch. Definitely seen a lot of ponding on I-10. Hearing of one dead in the water. That's some lingo that police use to say stalled out vehicle in the number 1 lane of I-10 somewhere. So I-10 experiencing a lot of heavy rainfall near the Dominion, near the rim, up to Fair Oaks Ranch and up to Bernie right now. Where I'm at, a little bit of light rain. You know, we are having flooding problems on the street. I'm going to make my way over to these stalled out vehicles. I'll let you know what I see and I'll keep you updated, as well as keep you updated with the reports of this rotation as well. Back to you guys in the studio.
David, really quickly, we have now gotten confirmation. Jeanette is telling me this off camera, and we'll get more when we go to her, but there is now confirmation of a tornado warning in northwestern Bexar County, and Jeanette will walk us all through that, but please, you're in that area. Be safe. Obviously, we appreciate everything that you're doing. But your safety and obviously the safety of our viewers comes first and foremost before anything else. So if you need to, find some place to take cover and hop out of the vehicle and do what you need to do. David Mendoza live in Road Cam there. Out in the Old Hausman Road area, where we're seeing some ponding, stalling out a few vehicles. Let's bring in Jeanette Kaye. We just come live here to the desk. Yeah, guys. So once again, because I feel like you always do this, walk us through the differences between warning and watches and what this all means, because all I heard was tornado in northwestern Bexar County, and that got me a little bit perked up.
So no reports of an actual tornado on the ground, but radar is indicating tight circulation, which means that there is a possible tornado. This is near Chavano, so northwest side of San Antonio, possible rotation. If we can go to the maps, along with, of course, the heavy rain that will cause flooding, we're also seeing the potential for severe thunderstorms. So within that flash flood warning, which by the way is that larger red box on the northwest side of town that runs until 12:45, there is now a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Chavano Park, about obviously 10 miles northwest of San Antonio. This storm is moving to the north at 20 miles an hour, so it is moving fairly quickly, but that is the tornado warning, and that is the severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. At the very least, damaging winds of upwards of 60 miles per hour. If you are watching us in that area near I-10, stay away. If you are at home, do stay away from windows, get to the center of your home. So again, eyes on a twister. So can you say that again, Jamie? We have... Okay, so I'm getting reports that police have eyes on a twister. We don't know if this has officially touched down. I guess we're getting a word. Does David Mendoza have anything? He's not on that part of town, correct? He's I guess making his way there. But I'm going to close in here so you can see. This is the severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado, and that is moving off towards the north. So the wind velocity here is showing this tighter couplet. So radar is indicating possible rotation here. This is along I-10, as I mentioned, not too far away from Chavano Park. This is over the city's northwest side. By the way, this tornado warning will continue over the next several minutes, but there is a severe thunderstorm here. This storm could produce a tornado. I'm noticing that on the wind velocity map, anytime you see the red along with the bright green, that indicates possible rotation. So heads up if you're watching us there, stay away from that area, along with the very heavy rain that could cause flooding. As I mentioned, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now on the city's far northwest side of town, that is outside of 1604 along I-10. The storm, as I mentioned, is moving off towards the north, so it's not stationary. But it is moving off towards the north at 20 miles an hour. If we can go to David Mendoza right now, he is in road cam, and I believe he is facing that severe thunderstorm looking north. David, can you explain what you're seeing where you are?
Hey, Jeanette, I'm just getting on to 1604 right now from Bandera. Now, I'm hearing some pretty crazy police transmissions right now. We have a patrol officer saying that he has eyes on a twister right on top of Dick's at the rim. So I'm headed over there right now. I don't have eyes on it just yet. I do see a very low-lying cloud. He is reporting that transformers are blowing in the area and it's weakening. So I don't think this thing has actually touched down at all. What he might be seeing is a funnel cloud blowing through the area. The radios have since kind of quieted down, but we did have an officer just moments ago saying that he has eyes on a twister. And now I'm looking to my northwest right now, and I see a funnel-shaped cloud, very low, hanging lower than the rest of the cloud base. Now, me personally, I've never seen a tornado before, but it looks like it's dissipating a little bit. But it is that funnel shape, and it is reaching the horizon right now. It does appear to be dissipating. Again, I never fully saw it myself, but I have heard plenty of reports just come over right now that a patrol officer did have eyes on a funnel cloud, I'm assuming, right above Dick's at the rim.
Thank you for
Jeanette.
that, David. Yeah, so a funnel cloud is obviously a rotating cloud. In order for that to be officially a tornado, then it has to obviously reach the ground. Thank you so much for that report. So, David, at least seeing some rotation in the clouds there, indicating a funnel cloud. Roads are also very wet, so that's another big concern. We have that flash flood warning on the northwest side of town. If we can go back to the map so I can show you just the intensity of the rain. These storms have been sitting here for about an hour, and they have rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour. The flood advisory now upgraded to a flash flood warning because it looks like that flash flood risk has increased. So along with the flooding, we are watching that severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado that is on the northwest side of town, now closer to the rim, so away from Chavano Park. That severe thunderstorm is holding together, and it's moving off towards the north, getting closer to the southwest part of Comal County, southeastern Kendall County. That is the flash flood warning. That goes until 12:45, and that is a tornado warning within that over far northwestern Bexar County. Let's not forget about our areas to the west. This part of our viewing area has picked up a tremendous amount of rain since yesterday, over a foot of rain, and you can see the rain is still coming down there at a very high rate. Uvalde County, that is life-threatening to nearly catastrophic flooding potential. So that's northern Uvalde County, Concan really in the danger there. Over towards Medina County, there's flash flood warnings. Here is a severe thunderstorm warning. We are watching a strong to potentially severe thunderstorm there in Medina County near Hondo. That's moving off towards the north. Western Hill Country, Kendall County, Kerr County, now starting to see more storms. And look at this, portions of Comal County and Guadalupe County also beginning to see some pockets of heavy rainfall. It's mostly north of Highway 90 where the heaviest rain is. It looks like the rain is not quite as intense as it was earlier, but still bad enough on top of areas that saw quite a bit of rain yesterday. Let's go to the east because I do want to mention our friends there, far eastern zone and areas near the coast, also seeing a good scattering of showers and thunderstorms with pockets of heavy rain. There is now a flood advisory for areas near the coast. So more showers and storms. We're going to keep things pretty wet here through the middle of the afternoon. The chance for rain then drops off later in the afternoon going into the evening. Let's go back here. Let's talk about that tornado warning. As David mentioned, it looks like this is weakening. So that is definitely good news. As the severe thunderstorm weakens, then of course the chance for any tornadic activity does decrease. But we're still holding on to that tornado warning. It looks like there's enough wind shear from a mid-level disturbance nearby that's helping to produce these severe storms that at the very least are producing gusty winds, but also the potential for a tornado, some circulation. This is David Mendoza also on the screen, road cam. He is actually looking north, closer to the rim area where he was able to spot at least a funnel cloud earlier. We're going to go back to David. Can we talk to David again? Is he able to talk to us so he can go back on the air with us and let us know what he is seeing? And exactly where are you, David?
Hey, I am on the on-ramp from 1604 eastbound to 10 west right now, facing the rim location. Really dark skies over there. Again, that officer that I heard did have eyes on it. I saw some low-lying clouds in the area as I faced my northwest, or northeast, I should say. From the last that I've heard, he lost eyes on it. He does believe it's dissipated, so it might have just been a very brief thing. But the panic in his voice when he was yelling about it over the radio was pretty interesting to hear. As I make my way over to this direction, a lot of gray skies in the area, still rain, fast-moving clouds as I look up too. We do have that rotation that you mentioned. Clouds are moving quickly as I make my take a look up at the sky right now. Still wet roads out here. It is actively raining. No longer hearing anything else about any spottings of twisters over the scanners right now, but as I make my way closer to the rim, I'll get a better look at it and I'll be able to give you an updated report. Back to you, Jeanette.
Thank you for that report, David. Again, this is on the city's far northwest side, so northwest Bexar County outside of 1604. This is the wind velocity map, and I've been showing this all morning, and this is what we look at when there is a possible rotation with any thunderstorm. Anytime you see the bright red, that's indicating the wind moving away. Directly next to the bright green, which is the wind moving toward, that indicates rotating winds. And you can really see that couplet, that bright red color over the city's far northwest side of town, right about there. So it is now on the other side of I-10, and this severe thunderstorm is moving off towards the north. The meteorologists there at the National Weather Service, of course, saw this, and that's why they immediately issued this tornado warning. So again, it's the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, likely a brief, at least funnel cloud touchdown near the rim from this. And this severe thunderstorm is now headed a little farther to the north. Earlier, the storm was moving to the north at 20 miles an hour. I am noticing some weakening, but as we saw earlier this morning, farther to the west with that tornado warning in northwest Frio County, these storms tend to weaken, but then they pulse up and they intensify once again. So definitely watching the far northwest side of San Antonio. Pretty wet there as well. Along with that tornado warning, there is a flash flood warning. That means that the risk for flooding is increasing. There's flash flooding happening or about to happen. We showed you some vehicles stuck there on the northwest side, 1604 Old Houseman Road. And it's just going to be one of those mornings where you definitely have to be weather aware. This is not going to stop anytime soon. In fact, I do expect more rounds of this heavy rain to come into San Antonio through at least midday. Dangerous flooding over the western part of our viewing area, Medina County, really Uvalde County as well, up into Edwards County, Real County, and Bandera County. And those storms are filling in a little farther to the north. If you're just joining us, that is David Mendoza. Also on the screen here, he is in road cam. He is headed towards the rim area, of course, because of the reports of a possible twister or at least funnel cloud there on the northwest side. We have not had any confirmed reports from the National Weather Service, but they did issue that tornado warning. So we are watching that closely. I mentioned the flooding potential increasing here in San Antonio. It's mostly on the city's north and northwest sides of town. That flash flood warning is until 12:45. Also want to mention that those flash flood warnings to our west have been extended. They were supposed to expire at 8, but because the storms with torrential rain continue there, those flash flood warnings have been extended as well. So very dangerous situation unfolding here. The flooding potential, also the severe storms that are popping up and producing at least some gusty winds and even the potential for some tornadic activity. Live Power Doppler radar here. This is north of Highway 90 from Medina County to Uvalde County. These storms are nearly stationary and they have rainfall rates over an inch per hour. Earlier rainfall rates were 2.5 to almost 3 inches per hour. So the rain not quite as intense. However, that doesn't matter because this area saw lots of rain yesterday and we're still seeing the heavy rain over the saturated grounds there. We will likely see more flooding along creeks, rivers, and streams, especially in Uvalde County. There have been reports of flooding around Sabinal since yesterday. Ethan Trejo there in Uvalde County near the Sabinal River. The Sabinal River is expected to reach at least moderate flood stage later this morning. Also heads up around the West Nueces River. That area likely experiencing major flooding. Concan, my goodness, it's been pouring there since early this morning and we're still seeing quite a bit of rainfall there right now. Let's go back here. Let's talk more about that tornado warning over far northwest Bexar County. If you're just joining us, we are covering the Today Show because of this severe weather potential and also the flash flooding that's happening on the city's northwest side. Within that flash flood warning, there is that tornado warning. And you can see that strong to severe storm is now getting closer to Fair Oaks Ranch, east of Fair Oaks Ranch. This is on the other side of I-10. The wind velocity, oh, there it is. It looks like this is beginning to weaken. Are we able to talk to David? I see that he is on the move there. Jamie, are we able to talk to David now, or is he? Okay, so, but David is making his way towards where that funnel cloud or twister was reported. I believe he said that an officer mentioned that he saw a twister near the Dix at the rim. Of course, that's on the far northwest side. This is the wind velocity map. You may hear me a little more repetitive, and that's because I have to explain what is going on. We are still seeing that tornado warning. It looks like the severe thunderstorm is starting to head towards Kendall County, Comal County. So if you're watching a little farther to the north, just watch for this, because if this severe thunderstorm does intensify once again and causes some more circulation, tighter circulation, then we will see that tornado warning a little farther to the north. But here we go, that tornado warning still in effect for areas around the rim and a little farther to the north. The red there also indicating some very heavy rain. That is rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour. The storm started here just before 7 a.m. and we're still seeing some heavy downpours over the same areas. So again, there goes the southern edge of the tornado warning. That includes Cross Mountain. And then once you head a little farther to the north, you can see Fair Oaks Ranch, even up towards southeastern Kendall County, southwest Comal County. Under that area. So this is the wind velocity map radar indicating possible rotation. Already saw or heard reports of a possible funnel cloud around the rim area. Let's take this zoom out here so we can still see the very heavy rainfall to our west. There is a mid-level storm system that's sitting west of I-35. That's interacting with the tropical air mass that has been in place here for days. And that is what's producing the very heavy rain. And it's that low pressure system that has created some wind shear that has led to severe storms that are capable of producing at least a brief tornado. There was a tornado warning that was issued briefly for parts of San Antonio last evening. After midnight, there was also a tornado warning farther to our west. So conditions are conducive for possible tornadic activity. I'm going to zoom in here just to the west. You can see those. These are flash flood warnings, no tornado warnings. These are flash flood warnings that continue for cities like Camp Wood, Concan, Lakey, over towards southern and southwestern Bandera, and also into Medina County. We're seeing these slow-moving storms with very heavy rain across northwest Medina. That flash flood warning has been extended, or actually issued, until 11:45. And let's not forget about the flash flood warning on the northwest side of San Antonio until 12:45. Remember to stay away from those areas that typically flood in town. Construction zones, poor drainage areas, under bridges and overpasses. In downtown, we've been seeing some pockets of light to moderate rain, but again, the heaviest has been over northwestern Bear. Closer to the coast, we're starting to see some more intense storms. This is generally outside of our viewing area, but over towards cities like Vanderbilt, Edna, some pretty intense storms there as well. Closer to Goliad, some heavy thunderstorm activity. That is producing some drenching downpour. So Goliad County up towards DeWitt County, northeastern Bear over towards Guadalupe County, and over towards Comal County, Canyon Lake, New Braunfels. Also beginning to see some heavier downpours. Very dangerous situation when it comes to the flash flooding, especially to towards our west. But that flash flooding potential has also increased over northwest Bear County. That is David Mendoza. As I mentioned, he is in road cam. It looks like he has made his way to the shopping center at the rim, where a police officer reported on the scanner seeing a possible twister right over the Dix area. Looks like he is moving across Staples, driving across the Staples store there. And there is the Dix. Are we able to speak to David yet? Can you let me know, Jamie? Okay, not yet. I'm not seeing any damage there. I'm not noticing any tree damage. I don't see any debris. So most likely it was just maybe a brief funnel cloud that touched down there moments ago, and that's why that tornado warning was issued. Oh, there we go. There goes some damage. It looks like a tree snapped there. There was a tree snapped. It doesn't look like it was uprooted, but it looks like, oh, there we're starting to see some debris. Okay. And I do want to point out that notice that the rain, the intensity of the rain has decreased there. So it does look like that storm is now making its way out of northwest Bexar County. Let's go back here so I can watch the wind velocity map. It does not appear like the circulation is tightening up again. So this is showing signs that this thunderstorm is weakening. Oh, there we go. It looks like trying to make out some, it looks like some damage there. There we go. It looks like trees are down. Jamie, let me know when we can talk to David so that he can explain what he is seeing, where he is at. It looks like there are some crews on the scene there. And wow, I'm noticing, so it looks like this was a construction area, so it's showing quite a bit of wind damage. We have to get official word from the National Weather Service to let us know if an actual tornado did touch down. Definitely some wind damage. You can see multiple trees down, branches down, covering the road there. This is at a shopping center at the Rim where the Dick's is. It looks like the IHOP there, and Lupe Tortilla, I know, is to the left of the screen. It looks like David is turning down that road. So this is okay. If we can take that, Jamie, producer Jamie is letting us know that there is a video. Someone did take video of the funnel cloud there. And again, this is on the northwest side of town. This is a still image, a picture sent in from someone who saw that that funnel cloud. Again, we have to get confirmation from the National Weather Service. I am noticing some damage there, as we saw from road cam with David Mendoza. But yeah, it looks like folks pulled over to take a picture of that. Thanks, Jamie. Let's go back to radar. The tornado warning does continue. However, I am noticing that this severe thunderstorm is showing signs of a weakening. But let's not forget about that flash flood warning, which, by the way, does continue until 12:45. So flooding, definitely that risk has increased. And I do want to show you as well that around Schertz, Cibolo, Universal City, over towards the northeastern part of Bexar County, I'm starting to see some more intense rain. And it looks like this rainfall is not moving very fast. So we'll likely see at least a flood advisory issued for northeastern Bexar County. But right now it's northwestern Bexar and points farther to the north and west where we're seeing that those flash flood warnings. And that is the tornado warning. Let's take this back here. I'm going to go back and check out to the wind velocity map. Looks like that is not, let's go right there. So again, that is the southern edge of the of the tornado warning. However, now towards just east of Fair Oaks Ranch, I'm noticing that brighter red color. I don't see any bright green nearby, which would indicate, when the bright green and the bright red are nearby, that indicates rotation. But I'm not noticing the green. Towards the Bexar County, Kendall County, Comal County line is where I'm noticing that brighter red color. That strong to severe thunderstorm is moving very fast off towards the north at 20 miles an hour. Definitely some damage. There is David, who is making his way around that shopping center. He is checking out to see if there is more damage. Earlier, he showed us across from the Dick's there is some damage to, it looks like maybe an apartment complex under construction, and right outside of there goes some tree branches down. Obviously, you can see the ponding of water on the roads there, so the water is collecting pretty quickly. So there is a look at radar. David, Chancellor, Marisa, anything that you guys would like to add? I'm going to step off screen and I'm going to check out the National Weather Service chat to see if they have any official confirmation of a tornado.
There we go.
We good?
Yeah. So you're taking a look at David Mendoza. He is over at the rim near Dix, where reports of a tornado has just touched down, or makings of one.
Correct. There is some social media video that is floating around that we are trying to turn around an effort here for you to see it, and it has the looks of possibly trying to form. I'm thinking of David earlier talking about, well, I've never actually seen one, and that makes two of us. That's two Davids saying the same thing, but it certainly looks like it had the formation of that. And then you see some of the damage here, at least property damage. God willing, that's the only thing that we're actually dealing with here. We did see earlier in David's shot a fire truck race past him on the right-hand side, going down, I believe it was I-10. And we were presumably, so you know what, let's just talk to David here because he's at the rim. David Mendoza in road cam. David, we've been watching your shot now for the last several minutes. What's the latest? What are you seeing? What are you hearing off scanners?
Okay, so that funnel cloud that I saw earlier, compared with the social media video I saw earlier, I do believe that was the same funnel cloud with some sort of touchdown. Now I'm in the rim at the Tribute Apartments. We've had a lot of damage in the area. I'm seeing a lot of collapsed trees. Now, I'm not going to be able to go around this because this officer is blocking this off right now, but I've heard reports of possibly having to evacuate a building in the area because the roof is gone. As I make my way around this area of the rim, I'm seeing a lot of toppled signs, a lot of toppled trees. The scaffolding has partially collapsed on that building that I was just in front of as well. I've also passed by a very heavy, large stone structure that has been ripped out of the ground and pushed onto its side. People are out right now. A lot of people out with their cell phones videoing everything. Here is the majority of the damage that I saw right here. Where all the scaffolding is in front of me, we have all these collapsed trees as well. Police just getting on to see. I do believe there might be some roof damage somewhere that I haven't yet come across yet. But it looks incredibly destructive. We also saw a sushi restaurant in the area that had its awning completely destroyed. But if you look right in front of me, we have trees toppled over. We have fencing toppled over. Really messy in this area right now. Debris strewn all over the roadway. I'm going to see if I can actually find this this stone that I mentioned earlier. Very heavy, very large. Yeah, right here, it is actually a stone that says the rim right in front of it. It's right directly in front of me at the just above my hood right now. Looks like it is concrete that has been ripped out of the sidewalk actually. But as you can see around me, there's people out videotaping. I am going to get mobile here in a second. I'm going to do one more brief pass to make sure I'm not missing any kind of building with its apparent roof torn off, which is what I'm hearing unconfirmed reports about right now. But it does look like we do have some substantial damage in the rim. And before I toss it back to you guys, here's that sushi restaurant that I mentioned just seconds ago. I can pull up to it and show you that we're seeing some pretty heavy damage over here on the front of this building. Here we go. So the looks like the awning was completely ripped off right here. We have a toppled tree next to it. A lot of destruction in this building right here. So if we did actually confirm a touchdown with it, this would substantiate some evidence of having some either strong winds or a minor tornado briefly touch down due to the significant damage in the area. Like I mentioned though, I'm going to be circling around here. I'm going to see if I can find any more damage before going mobile. I'll bring you an updated report when I do that. Back to you.
Yeah, the folks probably don't care what the classification is. They just are dealing with the after effects. I do want to ask you, so at one point, a few minutes ago, looked on the left-hand side, is that those apartments? You know, a lot of these stores are obviously not yet open, so there shouldn't be a lot of folks, maybe just some employees.
That's the Palladium.
Yeah, my question is, are there any? Have you heard anything on the scanners of any sort of injuries to people?
Not at this point, no. I think this is all happening in the moment. Maybe that'll come a little later. I think police are just arriving onto the scene, trying to figure things out. trying to figure it out themselves. I mean, it's not often that we see a tornado in San Antonio, so I think everybody's just trying to figure things out right now. Again, we have like right in front of me some pretty substantial damage that has just happened to a back fencing of Outdoor World Bass Pro Shop. So yeah, I haven't heard anything of injuries at this point, but again, if I come across anything, I will let you know. Back to you.
Here's the thing about that area. You bring up a good point, David. There are a lot of new apartment complexes that are over across from La Cantera. There's apartment complexes over in this area where he's driving. You have Lifetime over there.
And that would be busy right now.
Yes,
obviously, Lifetime
absolutely.
Fitness.
And you have construction on 1604 and I-10, which caused a lot of the stalling out of vehicles over at 1604. As David mentioned, let's take a look at this video that we just got from Rhino Roofers. This was taken by the owner of Rhino Roofers that was sent to us, and he captured this video off of 1604 and Lock Hill Selma. That's looking northwest towards Topgolf and the Rim. I'm not a meteorologist.
Right.
I'm not anywhere where, we say that is a tornado. It sure looks like one. And something caused all that damage that David showed us.
You know, David said earlier that he heard on the scanners a police officer, and I believe David used the word, the panic in his voice.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly, again, we'll get more from Jeanette here in just a few moments. Obviously, we're waiting on confirmation from the National Weather Service, but I'm not being glib when I say the classification is certainly, while interesting, meaningless to the people who live out there, because if you wake up and you walk out your door and you see that this morning, you are probably freaking out, because whether or not it is a tornado, you certainly think it's something, and then you see the damage that it's done to the rim. While it could be a lot worse, and knock on wood, thank God it wasn't, there is certainly some substantial property damage at the very least. And like David said, we are still waiting to find out if there's any sort of damage done to folks who are either working or living out in that area again. And that is a heavily populated area. UTSA is out there, a lot of apartments, a lot of areas, a lot of new construction as well. So, these wind speeds that are picking things up and picking up a stone sign, as David said, and throwing that thing around, you can imagine what it's doing with 2x4s.
Well, and this video gives you really great perspective. Again, it's from 1604 in Lock Hill, Selma, looking over towards Topgolf. And that's exactly where Dick's is, over near Bass Pro Shop, all of that area where David was driving around. And fortunately, it was in that shopping center, because you go a few miles down the road, there's a lot of apartment complexes out there.
Yeah.
There's the La Cantera out there. So, very dangerous.
That is, again, video thanks to Rhino Roofers, so we appreciate that. I want to go over to Jeanette, who's over in the Weather Center. Jeanette, how long will we need to wait for official confirmation from the National Weather Service?
Well, from the reports that I've been seeing on the National Weather Service chats, and from what I saw earlier on that wind velocity map, which, by the way, is the map that we look at to see where there is rotation, and it did show some at least tight circulation. So a tornado was likely on the ground. I can say that it did look, given the reports that I'm reading online, the reports from viewers that were in that part of town, a tornado was likely on the ground between about 7:55 and 7:59 near the rim. Now, the National Weather Service actually has to go out and assess the damages to let us know how long exactly that was on the ground, if it was on the ground, and they will check out all of the damage there. But from my view, it does look like a tornado did hit the northwest side of town, specifically around the rim area, right around 7:55 this morning. Briefly touched down, did cause some damage. We've been seeing some of the damage thanks to David there in road cam, guys. By the way, do want to mention that the tornado warning for Northwest Bear has expired. The National Weather Service allowed that to expire early. It was supposed to expire at 8:30 because the risk for that tornadic activity has decreased, they have taken away the tornado warning. However, want to mention that they're going to keep the tornado warning as a precaution for southeastern Kendall County, southwest Comal County. So that includes areas from Bulverde to just to the east of Boerne and northwest of Fair Oaks Ranch. So actually it looks from west of Bulverde, east of Boerne. There goes that tornado warning. Let me draw it out for you. So that is the tornado warning that continues. That'll likely expire within the next 5 minutes. Meanwhile, that is a flash flood warning for Northwest Bear that continues until 12:45. Heaviest rain is lifting farther to the north. However, I do anticipate few more heavy showers and storms over the next several hours, likely until midday. So that flash flood warning continues there. If you're just joining us, we are covering the Today Show because of the rain that's causing the potential for flooding, and now likely a tornado hit the rim area right around 7:55 this morning. The National Weather Service chat giving us reports of that earlier. I'm not noticing any bright green near this bright red color on the wind velocity map, so that's showing that any rotation has stopped. There goes the flash flood warning. It's more so moderate rain that we're seeing anywhere from Leon Valley to the northwest side and over towards Timberwood Park, so on the other side of 281. It's now the northeast part of town, northeastern Bear over towards Guadalupe County, Comal County, where I'm noticing the more intense rain. In the red, that's indicating rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour. We're also seeing the red there over eastern Bandera County and into southwestern Kendall County, approaching the Boerne area. It is going to be pretty active here over the next several hours. We'll continue to watch that potential for severe storms that could produce damaging winds, maybe even a tornado. If these tornadoes do develop, they are looking like they're just touching down briefly. However, of course, it's going to do some damage. Closer look at live power Doppler radar. These are all flash flood warnings. We're now looking at a flash flood warning for Kendall County, eastern Kerr County, all of Bandera under a flash flood warning, even down across Uvalde County and Medina County. Heaviest rain now lifting a little farther to the north of Highway 90. Here is, again, that flash flood warning until 12:45 for northwestern Bear. Are we able to talk to David so he can let us know what he is seeing where he's at right now, Jamie? No, yeah, okay. And you're seeing here, tornado likely touchdown near the rim. If you're just joining us, yeah, I mentioned that earlier. It looks like right around 7:55 to 7:59. Folks at the National Weather Service are saying that a tornado likely touchdown. David, Marisa?
Jeanette, I have several questions here, and just as a viewer watching all of this.
Hey, David,
yep.
Real quick, we can remove that tornado watch is not a tornado watch, by the way. Tornado watch means tornadoes are possible. We're under a flood watch, by the way, through tomorrow evening. It's a tornado warning that continues for areas between east of Boerne and west of Bulverde. Sorry, I wanted to mention that.
Perfect. And I love the explanation, because a lot of times we'll see things or throw things around, and we want to make sure that everyone, when you say the word tornado, I think everybody freaks a little bit. So we want to make sure that everything is spelled out very plainly and clearly and calmly. The difference between a watch and a warning is what?
So a watch means that there is a possibility of a tornado, severe thunderstorm, flood watch. We are under a flood watch. That means flooding is possible, and that runs through tomorrow evening. Once a flash flood warning has been issued, that means that flash flooding is happening or about to happen. Yep. The tornado warning was issued immediately because we saw possible rotation from a severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado. I do not issue the watches and warnings. Let me point that out. Yeah. The National Weather Service is in charge of issuing these watches and warnings. And the reason being is because, you know, not all meteorologists think alike. And so I could issue one, but then another meteorologist somewhere else might not issue one. So to avoid confusion, the National Weather Service is the agency who issues all of these watches and warnings.
They're not like predicting rain. These things pop up quickly, like we saw today there by the rim. Is that correct?
Yeah, the tornado risk wasn't very high today. Now, we saw a tornado warning that was issued last evening, right around, and it lasted, I think, until 7:15 for San Antonio and Bexar County. That, I believe, was as a precaution. But this time around, with that tornado warning, a tornado likely touched down. And I say likely because we have to wait for official confirmation for the National Weather Service to officially confirm that. But given the damage that David is showing there in road cam, and as I mentioned, reports coming from viewers and also reports of folks in the National Weather Service chat, a tornado likely did touch down on the city's northwest side near the rim.
And this is really what I want to dig into in the next couple of minutes with you. So as David, and you're seeing here, this is David Mendoza in road cam out. If you're just tuning in, a likely tornado touchdown out in the northwest part of Bexar County, far northwest Bexar County, there by the rim, the La Cantera, UTSA, all of that area. We are working to figure out all of those things and what has happened. What I want to talk to you about right this second is what could happen. You have thrown, or you have used the term, I believe, are the conditions set up for a tornado possibly in our area over the next several hours?
I'm going to say just don't let your guard down.
Okay.
Definitely flooding. Also some gusty winds with the heaviest storms. But I'm going to go ahead and say that there is the potential, just because we saw tornado warnings yesterday, overnight, and now early this morning. So I'm going to go ahead and say the potential is there for severe thunderstorms that will be capable of producing tornadoes. I would say today into tonight and perhaps even into tomorrow morning. And the reason being, I'm going to advance pretty quickly through these maps because I want to show you what well, I don't have it on this map, but there is a mid-level disturbance, a storm system in the mid-levels of the atmosphere that is parked just to the west of San Antonio. Around low pressure, winds flow counterclockwise. So conditions are conducive for severe storms that could produce tornadoes, because I've been noticing some wind shear near that area of low pressure, David. So while flooding is the biggest concern, we cannot rule out severe storms that could produce damaging winds and maybe even a tornado, David.
And for us who don't experience a lot of tornadoes, obviously, in the Bexar County area, certainly South Texas, you're an expert. You've studied all of this. What should we do and not do when it comes to tornadoes that possibly touch down in our neighborhood?
So it begins with a severe thunderstorm, right? And sometimes the severe thunderstorm could produce some rotation that then leads to a tornado. If there is a tornado warning, if you get the alert on your phone, or if you're watching us, if you get that alert, that means that either a tornado could come from that severe thunderstorm, or there are reports of a tornado touching down. When you get those alerts and you are at home, the best thing to do is get to the center of your home, stay away from windows, and just stay there until that tornado warning expires. I want to mention that tornado warning has expired, so it looks like the risk for any additional tornadic activity, at least for the moment being, has gone away. But the flash flooding risk does continue, guys.
Interesting, Jeanette, because we've been getting texts from friends who live out in that area saying that they are sheltering in their bathrooms because of the tornado warning. So,
and if you're watching and you were hunkered down, you can kind of make your way out of that area. The risk for a tornado has gone away. That severe thunderstorm weekend, we're not seeing any circulation. It's just now the heavy rain, also some gusty winds and some occasional lightning. But in terms of the tornado potential, that has gone away. But we'll continue to watch and see if any severe thunderstorm develops.
Jeanette, thank you so much for all of that perspective. Let's go to David Mendoza, who is in road cam. David, where are you, and tell us what you're seeing right now.
Hey, good morning. So yeah, it's been a little chaotic here the past 10 minutes figuring out what's going on out here. So still at the rim, still seeing that damage that I was reporting on earlier. A lot of trees down, a lot of scaffolding on one of these buildings over here has collapsed that police are blocking off. I do believe the fire department has now been dispatched to this location. It is, I believe, the Talbot Apartments is what it's called. It's right behind Bass Pro Shop. Now we're seeing a lot more police come into this area right now. SAPD right in front of me, talking to someone who is maintenance on the grounds of the rim. What I've seen so far, a lot of trees, a lot of toppled signage, a lot of minor structures such as fences and wooden structures destroyed within the vicinity of the rim. Right here, the very walkable part of the rim with all the restaurants in between Palladium and Bass Pro Shop, as I mentioned earlier. So we definitely did have a strong wind presence here that had some destructive force behind it, knocking down a lot of the fences. As I mentioned earlier, we still have a lot of residents walking around. You see that I just passed up a bent metal sign. We're seeing a lot of the signage bent in the area, and even a little earlier, it's going to be a little hard to tell from this perspective, but we have a large cement sign that has been toppled as well. But the scaffolding you see in front of me is what I was talking about just moments ago. A lot of the scaffolding from this building under construction, apartment building under construction, has been ripped away. A lot of it has been destroyed. We're seeing some possible structural problems here that could develop into a bigger issue. But if you look at the road in front of me as well, we do have leaves, other debris scattered across the road. Police are setting up in this area. I'm actually going to get a fixed shot of this area so I can show you. There's actually a tree partially blocking the roadway. More and more social media videos are coming in of a possible tornado touchdown. I've seen some actual incredible ones here in the past 5 minutes or so. But I'm going to pull over here and I'll set up a fixed shot for you guys, and I'll talk to this police officer right here at this intersection and see if he has any words for me. I'll let you know and keep you updated what I can get from him. Back to you.
All right, David Mendoza and Road Cam. In fact, we'll just sort of do this on the fly. Guys, if we can listen in to David's interview with the police officer, if he does that in a few moments. And I believe, I'm talking to our producer, Jamie. Jamie, if we have that, since David alluded to it, if we have that video from Rhino Roofing for folks who are just waking up and tuning in. And if you are doing that and looking for the Today Show, you are watching extended coverage of News 4 and the weather event that happened this morning and continues. That rain that just pounded Uvalde and all of the little areas and towns and counties west of here moved in, blew into Bexar County shortly after 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And then by about 6:30, it was incredibly heavy. And then there were unconfirmed reports. And this is what you're looking at right now. That touchdown, remind me of the time.
I don't know, after 7:30 maybe?
Something
like that.
Between 7 and 8 a.m. And this is what you're looking at. This is a video from Rhino Roofers. The driver there captured this. And this is off of Lock Hill Selma, I believe, in I-10. Well,
1604 and I-10.
1604 and I-10.
No, 1604 and Lock Hill Selma.
Anyway, that was over, everybody knows where this is, over by Topgolf.
Right.
So out 1604, I-10, the UTSA rim area, that's where David Mendoza has been now for about an hour. He heard the scanners, the police scanners, one officer talking about seeing it. And then we actually saw that video later on, and you start to put two and two together. We don't have official confirmation yet from the National Weather Service. Jeanette says we could get that several hours from now. But the bottom line is whether or not a classified tornado touchdown here in Bexar County and San Antonio, there is some serious damage that has happened there.
Something definitely happened, yeah.
Something blew down a bunch of trees and created all kinds of issues. And we don't mean to make light of that because we're still waiting to find out. We don't know for sure whether or not anybody was hurt out in the rim. We just know there was some property damage.
Well, and a lot is in that area. Apartment complexes, La Cantera, there's Lifetime. So there's a lot going on there. Are we going to go to a commercial break, Jamie?
Oh, we're going to go back to Jeanette. All right.
We're going to go back.
So Jeanette, we are under for folks, again, just tuning in, flash flood warning continues here for Bexar County. Remind me, that is until 12:45 today?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Hey, kudos. We were listening.
You remembered.
Yes. Let's take Jeanette. Nobody wants to look at me. Let's take Jeanette full there with a shot of David Mendoza.
So flash flood warning for Northwest Bexar until 12:45. Yes. Flood watch continues through tomorrow evening because there's still the potential for some additional flooding through tomorrow evening. But guys, I'm just getting this in. Officially at 8:22, the chat on the National Weather Service confirming that a tornado did touch down. It looked like it started at 750 in Chavano Park, so west of I-10. It likely crossed I-10, then moved towards the rim area closer to 755. So reported at 750 initially near Chavano Park, crossed I-10 towards the rim. So it was probably on the ground for about a good 5 to 6 minutes or so. Chavano Park towards the rim area. So again, a tornado confirmed, which hit between 750 and 755 just before 8 a.m. on the city's northwest side. David Mendoza is showing us some of the damage there, some of the trees and branches on the ground. That was the apartment complex that I talked about earlier. It looks like at least part of it under construction, and we're seeing some damage there. Can we talk to David? No, not yet. Okay. So again, if you're just joining us, a tornado was confirmed. I just checked out the chat there from the National Weather Service, and they are confirming a brief tornado touchdown on the city's northwest side. We're not seeing any additional tornado warnings, but again, the threat for flooding is still there because of the very heavy rainfall. It's more so moderate rain that we're now seeing on the far northwest and north side of San Antonio, with some heavier pockets of rain now over northeastern Bexar County and even up across the western hill country. The storms across the west are now drifting farther to the north, so the heavy rain is now lifting towards Kerr County, Kendall County, even towards Comal County and Guadalupe County. And notice the storms that are also pretty intense near the coast. Those are drifting northward, so they're not coming into the eastern zone, but we're seeing some pockets of heavy rainfall there between Goliad County and DeWitt County. But this is where it is most active. These storms are producing the torrential rain and flash flood warnings there from northwestern Bexar to the western hill country and the western zone, generally along and north of Highway 90. Those are lighter showers. Looks like now fire crews, even probably police officers there on the scene on the northwest side. It looks like they're probably looking at some of the damage there. I'm curious if some of the cars that were in the parking lot there are seeing any damage. Maybe even some trees or tree branches fell on some of those vehicles. So I'm watching this just as you're watching. David Mendoza in road cam looks like he has parked his vehicle so he can show us what's going on there. It looks like some maybe construction crews are gathering there so they can look at some of the damage. If you're watching us, the tornado warning has expired. It's now just the heavy rain that could cause flooding. Flash flood warning means that flooding is either happening or about to happen. And I do expect more of the heavy rain closer to the northwest side of town within the next hour or two. In terms of any additional severe thunderstorms, I mean, the possibility is there. We have a mid-level disturbance that's just to our west, and it looks like that is creating enough instability to produce these severe thunderstorms, which then are capable of producing a tornado. So very, very active morning. You can see all of those flash flood warnings that are in effect, but no tornado warning. The wind velocity map not indicating any rotation. It's just the heavier downpours. David, Chancellor, Marisa, anything that you guys want to add? I know you guys have been keeping an eye on social media, emails, and reports.
Yeah, I want to go back to something you said earlier. So there are now confirmed, it is a confirmed tornado that touched down, and you said you're thinking, or it's been confirmed that it was down on the ground for about 5 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, so radar indicating that it was near Chavano Park at 7:50. 7:50 this morning, and I suspect that it then crossed I-10 there. Given the damage that we're now seeing at the rim, it then moved towards the rim area and that Dick's Shopping Center closer to about 7:55.
So I was curious when you were talking about that, and then you were kind of walking us through all of the weather things that have happened. I just Googled, and that can get you in a lot of problems. So I want you to confirm this. Does the length of the time on the ground, what does that do to the impact of the tornado? And obviously it can go from a couple of seconds to apparently several hours, a few hours. But 5 minutes is about the average time that a tornado, according to the internet, stays on the ground. I thought that was interesting.
Especially a weaker tornado.
Right, considering the fact that that's about the time that we think this one was. And now we're hearing reports that there is more than just a little tree damage. There is some extensive damage that was done in the rim. And so that kind of speaks to the impact and the force that storm had.
As far as the category of the tornado, we don't know that yet. Given the damage that I'm seeing, I would say it was a weaker tornado. Nonetheless, it was on the ground for, yes, about 5 minutes. Of course, the longer it is on the ground, the more damage it would do. And as you mentioned earlier, this is a very populated area. So at least from what I've seen, I haven't seen any major damage, but it looks like a weaker tornado on the ground there.
So let's Jeanette, stand by because we've been talking about damage. We have some new pictures, I believe, in video. Jamie, if we can go to that, I believe it's from Tim Morrow, who is the CEO of the San Antonio Zoo.
Oh my!
This is some.
This is from Dick's. From the rim area.
This is the Palladium, I believe.
Okay.
So this is the giant movie theater out there with the IMAX and all of that, and you can see some of the damage done there.
Wow.
And I don't know, was that the?
And mind you, just to give you perspective, this is so if you're at Dick's, this is to the left of it. So it's on the same side of the street, and that's crazy. This video is crazy that he sent us, and the damage that it can cause in a matter of minutes. Could you imagine if we're during the day and people are going to the movies?
Oh, that we're very lucky.
So lucky it happened early in the morning. No workers were there
Jeanette,
yet.
your mic is still on. I mean, as we bring Jeanette back in to kind of give her thoughts and input. I mean, this is giant stone. If you've ever been out to the Palladium, it's set up to look like some sort of Roman Colosseum essentially. Yes. And so you have these giant columns and this just very massive structure. And while the damage could be more, it is certainly extensive enough. And it's such a great point by you, Marisa, that all of these businesses, certainly on a summer afternoon, this place could have been very busy, certainly a movie theater. With all the summer movies that are out, kids and families going out there. The fact that this happened somewhere in the 7:55 to 8:15 range, we are probably, hopefully, consider ourselves, don't know the full extent of the damage yet, but hopefully we consider ourselves very lucky. Although you do see vehicles here in the parking lot, so somebody's there. Somebody is in that building.
I don't know if your family's like mine, but when we hear about rain coming or, it's going to be a heavy rain day, we always go to the movies.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can't go
point.
outside. So I feel, we're very lucky that damage that was caused over in that shopping center by Dick's, uprooted trees, some building damage as well. Not a lot of workers were there yet because it was so early in the morning.
Still waiting to find out. David Mendoza, who's in RoadCam, and he's been out there. He earlier said something that kind of piqued our interest, and that was there were, I believe, unconfirmed reports of one of the structure's roofs being ripped off. And so when you hear that, you certainly wonder, well, what's the building and what's the beyond the property damage, certainly, what kind of structure it is, and are there people living there or working there? What's the condition? Most importantly, what's the condition of those folks in that area? Jeanette, as you see this, is this about what you'd expect from a weak tornado? Yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of the classification, an EF0 tornado has estimated wind speeds between about 65 and 85 miles an hour, closer to an EF1 that has wind speeds closer to 100 miles an hour. Given the damage that I'm noticing there, with an EF0 tornado, typically we see the broken large tree branches, some uprooted, shallow-rooted trees, damage to gutters, siding, chimneys, even obviously shingle damage. So I would guess this is an EF0 tornado. Again, that's wind speeds of about 65 to 85 miles per hour.
That alone. I mean, if this wasn't a tornado and you were just doing something, when you talk about hurricanes, perspective here, Jeanette, what would that be as far as a small hurricane?
Well, it's kind of hard to.
Oh.
Yeah, hurricane.
Those are one of those
different.
questions where, like, David, why do you ask me these
the
things?
hurricane totally different from a tornado. Of course, with a tornado, you have that circulation. That's obviously the biggest thing, right? It's the circulation of the winds that produce the damage. I guess you could say, of course, with a hurricane, you do have damaging winds, but you don't have the circulation. With a tornado, obviously, it's a column of rotating winds.
So, Jeanette, we're taking a look at some damage of a hotel near the rim right now. This is video sent in to us from, I want to say they were staying at the hotel, so they were taking a video of just how much rain was pouring out. I do want to mention, right, when we were coming into work, it was raining when I was leaving my house, and I live up north 281. As I got closer into the city where the station is off 410 and Babcock, there wasn't a lot of rain, and it was, steady rain here and there. But as we moved through the morning, 6:30, it started getting heavier and heavier, and I would have never expected a tornado. And I've been through Hurricane Ike. I reported through Hurricane Ike, and Jeanette's 100% right. A hurricane, tornado, completely different. A lot of rain in a hurricane as well as a tornado, but I don't, there's a lot of damage to a hurricane too, but a lot of uprooted trees, blown out transformers, those kinds of things. The tornado, I want to say, is much more damaging to buildings and homes and that kind of thing. We are very lucky that it didn't hit any of the apartment complexes that situate themselves all around La Cantera and the rim. Yeah,
well, for sure. And I mean, there's a lot of vehicles here. Not as many as there could be, but certainly vehicles. And so a stronger storm certainly could have uprooted a lot of these vehicles, not only just here in this parking lot of the hotel, but certainly the video and pictures that we've seen over at the rim.
Can we go back, Jamie, our producer, to the video that was shot off of 1604 in Lock Hill, Selma, for people who are just joining us?
You want the Rhino Roofer video?
Yes. If we could just take a look at that, no question that this was a tornado. So not surprising that they said, yes, a tornado touched down, as if the damage that we all saw isn't enough to prove it. But you saw the formation of it. You see it on, right, in other cities and states.
You know what? Let's do this. Can we reset, guys, and bring Jeanette back in here and sort of figure out exactly where we're going over the next hour or 2 hours as far as a weather. I'm just curious as to kind of what folks who are now up and about and they're getting on their day, and I've been going back and forth from texting. There we go. Many people are off to work or summer school or school activities that are continuing in the summertime. So there is some weather that is happening. David Mendoza this is a picture from Road Cam, I believe. So he's left the rim and is out and about. I'm just curious as to now, over the next several hours, how the weather plays out and how are we through the worst of it, or are we waiting for the second and third rounds? Do we have Jeanette?
Yes,
There
I'm
we
here.
go. So what are we looking at now? Just say between now and lunchtime for folks who are going to get out and go about their day on a Wednesday.
So we're getting a little bit of a break from the more intense rain here in San Antonio, at least on the north and northwest sides of town. Northeast part of Bexar County, still seeing some very heavy rain. But I do expect more showers and storms on and off through at least the middle of the afternoon. And while flash flooding is the biggest weather risk with these intense storms, of course, we have to watch for those severe thunderstorms that could produce damaging winds, along with maybe even a tornado, as we saw yesterday with tornado warnings. And of course, with that tornado confirmed on the northwest side, we cannot let our guard down. And I can't stand here and say that, oh, we're done with the risk for tornadoes. No, there is a storm system nearby, and it has been creating or producing these severe thunderstorms that are capable of producing a tornado. So yeah, it looks very wet and pretty dangerous, David, throughout today, and even possibly a third and final round of these storms tonight into the day tomorrow. Live Power Doppler radar showing you this line of very heavy rain that extends across the southern and central Kendall County. So Bernie, you're picking up some very heavy rain. Cross Mountain, Helotes, seeing a break from the rain with more moderate rain farther to the east between Stone Oak and Timberwood Park. As I mentioned, northeastern Bexar County, there it is, into Guadalupe County and Comal County. We're seeing these slow-moving storms with torrential rain. All of Kendall, Comal, Guadalupe, and far northern and northeastern Bexar County covered in the rain. Farther to the south and west, a break from the rain there. And as I take you farther west, north of Highway 90, we're still seeing rainfall there. This is where we saw over a foot of rain yesterday, and we're still seeing the rain there this morning. So dangerous to life-threatening, maybe even catastrophic flooding for the western part of our viewing area, specifically between Uvalde County, Medina County, including northeastern Kinney, southern Edwards, Riel, and Bandera counties. Near the coast, I'm also noticing some pretty intense thunderstorms there. Flash flood warnings at least until midday from the northwest side of San Antonio up across the western hill country and the western zone. So this is where flash flooding is likely to continue over the next several hours. Anytime you see the red on a radar picture, that is very intense rain, and that is rainfall rates at or over 2 inches per hour. And these storms have been sitting here for several hours now. There goes the culprit. This is the weather maker. It's a mid-level disturbance that has been creating wind shear that has led to the severe storms that have produced those tornado warnings, and now an official tornado over northwestern Bexar. As that continues to head farther to the east, we'll see more showers and storms and possibly even more severe thunderstorms. So pretty wet here at least through the middle of the afternoon. Then later this afternoon, we should see the activity decrease before picking up again later on tonight into the day tomorrow. So weather alert through Thursday, and then check out Friday into the weekend. We dry out just in time. So much needed rain. I wish I could say that we are done with the flooding and severe weather risk, but that's not the case. So just stay weather aware. Of course, we'll keep you guys updated through the rest of the day.
I've never wanted Saturday and Sunday to come more than right. than right now. I think a lot of folks are probably like that. David Mendoza is this still David? Guys? All right, well, we'll figure out if that's David or not.
Here's the thing. So when this tornado touched down, Jeanette mentioned that it's 7:55 to 8 o'clock this morning, right? A lot of folks were on their way to work.
Yeah.
And we're now just getting a lot of videos that they're on 1604, they're on I-10, and they're capturing these videos and sending it to us, and we're trying to get it to you as quickly as possible, right, because no doubt something was formed, a tornado was formed, touchdown, did this damage to the Palladium, did some damage, hopped over to Dick's, which is just a few yards away, or however you want to call it. And it's crazy because, right, you have a major Interstate 10 right there. You've got apartment complexes surrounding that area. You've got La Cantera right next door. So I want to say we're lucky. But again, we have no reports of injuries just yet.
Yeah.
We don't know. But it's 9 o'clock, and I've reached out to a number of our commissioners, our city folks. I'm sure our desk has reached out to the police department, things of that nature. So far,
all's good.
I want to say,
Knock on wood,
and
that
then
sounds good.
like this is the video that we're getting.
So, couple of things here. We'll go to David in just a second because I want to get his perspective on if he was able to talk to a police officer or not. Do we have this other video, Jamie, that you've been talking about of some potential damage or sites of the tornado there at the rim?
And while she's getting that, I've been checking on San Antonio International Airport, and so far so good. Everything's been leaving on time. Crazy, right? So that's good. If you're traveling today, it looks like your flights are not bothered by all of this going on.
Just imagining leaving San Antonio International and flying in that direction. Obviously, hopefully the pilot would find a different way, but what a morning to fly out of San Antonio. That seems like something that would not settle the stomach, so to speak.
Well, there is one delay coming in from Atlanta. So there's been one delay. That's a Delta flight that's coming in from Atlanta. That's supposed to come in about 9:43. That's being delayed. So if you have loved ones, friends, family, whatever, coming into San Antonio or leaving, so far so good for departures. But just keep checking San Antonio International Airport to make sure that things haven't changed.
So it's 9 a.m. on a Wednesday morning. If you are waking up or just turning on the television and saying, where is my beloved Today Show? We are here in place because of what we are seeing now, a potential tornado, in fact, a confirmed tornado touching down in the rim area. We'll have more on that. We do want to go live right now to Destiny Fuller because before all of this, there were all the issues happening, and when I say issues, we're talking about flooding just west of Bexar County, out in Uvalde, Bandera County, Medina County, all of that yesterday and into overnight in the early morning hours. Destiny Fuller is out there. She was in Uvalde earlier. Do we have Destiny? Let's go live to her if we can. We're waiting on Destiny. There was a break in the weather when Destiny was there this morning. That was a couple of hours ago.
She was in Uvalde.
We'll have to see if things have gotten worse. Destiny Fuller.
Hey guys, this is just what we're looking at right now, which is a high water rescue. Right now, we are on Highway 83, just at the cross street of 2690. Now, this is almost smack dab in between Uvalde and Concan. Concan is where we were trying to get to when we were turned around by some of the state troopers who said that there was water spilling over the roadway, that there was some flooding happening, which is not hard to believe because these streets have been completely covered by water in some areas. We have seen a helicopter. We've also seen several emergency crews rushing through this area with some of the rescue boats. Now, it's unclear exactly how many people they are trying to get to at this point, but we have heard that it is a construction site that they are working at, trying to get all of these people rescued. Now, the upside that I can say is it has stopped raining. At one point, there was some torrential rain coming through this area, making it very hard to see. It's unclear whether or not that's had any impact on their work so far. Now, state troopers are directing traffic, turning people around who are in the wrong area. But as I said, we have seen some of those emergency rescue crews out here. They were actually racing to get to this area. We were going the opposite direction to get away from the flooding, and they were speeding, trying to get to it. We are trying to get updates now about exactly where they're at and what's looking to be the case over at that construction site, and we'll have some updates for you guys a little bit later.
Destiny, tell us again exactly where you're at. I want to say you said you're on 83?
Correct. Yeah, we are on 83. This is the northbound side, and the cross street of this is 2690. We're about right in the middle between Uvalde and Concan, but we are still in Uvalde County.
What kind of construction site do you know?
I do not know. We have not even been able to get anywhere close to see. The most that our camera's been able to catch is that helicopter, but other than that, we haven't been able to get a ground view.
All right.
What's interesting, we're where Destiny is at, there's a lot of farmland in that area.
Yeah, we can see it right there.
So that area is, I want to say, is pretty flat, Destiny. So that's probably what makes it difficult and what causes the flooding. There's nowhere where the water to go.
All right, so Destiny and her photographer, who I believe is Mike Guerrero, are efforting some information there. But again, a live picture of a high water rescue out in the Uvalde area. This is the northbound lane of Highway 83. According to Destiny, from what the limited information that they can get right now, they are blocked off, but there appears to be some sort of high water rescue happening. An emergency vehicle there in that chopper, and I thought she appropriately described this. And this is what is always humbling. She and her photographer, Mike, were leaving and told to leave that area, so they're driving away from the danger, and all of the rescue crews and emergency vehicles are going toward the danger, and that's obviously, no cliche, obviously the very definition of what a hero is. Probably a lot of heroes dealing with that. That is the tornadic, it's a hard word to say, tornadic activity, and that just looks ominous. Is that lightning inside a tornado? Is that what I'm seeing?
It looks like it. This is off of 1604. Thank you, Rick Upton, for sending us this video to give us another view of the tornado that touched down in far northwest Bexar County about 7:55 to 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
And you can see a lot of people headed that way. And
that is lightning.
It's definitely lightning.
Seeing that, being in that traffic jam, unable to go anywhere, right, left, up, back, and seeing that in the distance and thinking, what is going to happen if that moves in our direction?
Right. That's all I would be thinking about is, say that way.
Right. I think I heard Rick Upton, who took that video, say, "Oh my God," and "Oh my gosh, indeed," for sure, Rick. We want to go back live to David Mendoza. I'm sorry, forgive me, Jamie, you said the Upton Apartments?
Oasis.
The Oasis Apartments, thank you very much. David, where is that in relation to the rim, and why are you there?
Hey, David. So yeah, this is UTSA Boulevard at the Oasis Apartments. Now, getting onto the scene, it looks like multiple apartment building structures have partially missing their roof. So we have a lot of damage in the area on the roof. So keep in mind, the rim is on the other side of 1604. We're over here on the south side of 1604 and I-10. A lot of people still on this scene. We've seen damage even over here. So this might have been in the path of the actual tornado itself. Again, the roof of this structure is not there at the moment, or at least partially not there. The fire department, I'm being told, is about to make a full briefing on this situation though. But as I zoom in, we can see a lot of damage, partially missing roof. Again, we're about to speak to the fire department and get some updated information about this. At this point, I'm not hearing of any injuries related to this. I'm possibly hearing an injury at this location from injuries of debris, being hit with debris. But as I showed earlier, we do have very large trees in the parking lot that are collapsed right now, along with all this structural damage on the roof of this apartment complex as well. David and Marisa?
It kind of feels like this tornado kind of did a zigzag, because Jeanette says it may have started at Chavano, hopped over to the rim, and then hopped across the freeway over to UTSA Boulevard. And those apartments are clearly, they're not being built, they've been there. Very scary situation.
Those are those associated with UTSA? Do we know that? That's in the UTSA area, but you know, this is regardless. This is out in an area where a lot of kids are living, obviously, going to college, or medical professionals. The medical area is nearby as well, or just working because it's a heavy populated area. A lot of businesses out there. That is a very booming part of Bexar County. So certainly. Not the area where you want a now confirmed tornado to touch down in Bexar County. Still waiting, by the way, if you're just tuning in, still waiting on an official classification from the National Weather Service. But it is confirmed that a tornado did touch down around 7:55 in our area out in the northwest part, and then moved, whether it zigzagged or went straight northeast.
Right.
It tore through and did some damage. We've shown you many times now the video from
different
the
videos,
Palladium.
yeah, from our viewers. You know, David Mendoza's at the Oasis Apartments off of UTSA Boulevard. He is awaiting a press conference that's going to happen there. I want to say it's going to be with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, but he's trying to wait on that press conference that's supposed to start in hopefully soon, so that we can get more information on how much damage was done to this apartment complex, if there are any injuries reported, where possibly the displaced people who are affected, where they're going to go. I'm sure Red Cross is on scene to kind of help those folks out. But yeah, damage done to the Palladium, damage done over to shopping centers over at the Rim. And I think as emergency crews head out there, they're finding more damage.
We hope it. Okay, we hope that is, and our apologies, but our producer Jamie sort of communicating where we're going. This is some video from Juan Trejo of Rhino Roofers. This is a different video, so we're just seeing this, I believe, for the first time, and you can see that is intense, and I hate to hesitate to say it, but you don't need the National Weather Service to tell us that is something bad right there.
Well, and the thing is, Rhino Roofers, their office is out in this direction, so their folks are headed to work, and this is what they're seeing, right? We tell everyone to be careful and things of that nature. People got to go to work. People and folks like the Rhino Roofers, they work outside, so absolutely crazy.
I keep finding when we see this shot, and I don't know if Jeanette can run over here and tell me, but is that, I mean, I'm assuming that's lightning. Is the lightning just off in the distance, or is it lightning within the funnel? But it is the most ominous shot that we've seen, and we've seen it time and time again. Now, this is video, I believe, from Tim Morrow, sent in to us by Tim Morrow from the San Antonio Zoo. He's the CEO out there. This is the Palladium. And there's some massive damage, structural damage done. I say structural, I need to rephrase that. There is some property damage done to the building of the Palladium. Whether or not it affects the structure, we have no idea. It is certainly ripped parts of the side off. It looks like the columns are intact, thank goodness.
Well, and they will have to check out the building itself, because a lot of that looks kind of thrown around at the structure itself.
Yeah.
So, and we're over by Dick's, over at the Rim, at a shopping center there, a lot of uprooted trees. I think David Mendoza even said...
That's him right here. This is him, right? This is not live. This is just video from David?
Right, from earlier in the morning.
But that's what you're talking about?
Right. He was saying that building, that sushi restaurant over in that shopping center had some property damage, structural damage. Stone was ripped from, I guess, the road, something like that. Their sign, that's how powerful.
Yeah.
And I want to say that's from Lifetime. That's Lifetime right there.
Well, they have a bunch of umbrellas.
Yes.
You assume those are umbrellas. You think they're umbrellas out by a pool, or you think they're umbrellas 100%. For a restaurant that it's everybody just hanging out?
No, 100% that's by their pool.
All right.
So
they picked those things up and threw them around like a rag doll.
Right, like a little umbrella.
So, all right, so we've gone from what appear to be uprooted trees to some signs being overturned, and then you go all the way across I-10 to some apartments, the Oasis Apartments, I believe.
Oasis Apartments, off of UTSA Boulevard.
Where it looks to be there's some roof damage, and we're awaiting a press conference. We don't know with whom, but when that happens, we'll bring you the very latest information. I want to bring Jeanette back in, who has been all over this all morning long. Jeanette, sort of reset this for everyone who might just be tuning in for the first time. Tornado touchdown, 7:55 approximately, and what else?
So the bright flashes of light that you saw from that video showing the tornado, that is the winds from the tornado hitting power lines and electrical transformers. So the bright flashes of light, the dramatic flashes of light are the the wind from the tornado hitting those transformers. And again, yes, that was on the northwest side of town, the Rim, the Dominion near Chavano Park, between about 7:50 and 7:55 this morning. A tornado was on the ground, likely an EF0, which causes some at least minor damage. I'm not seeing any major damage, so my guess is that was an EF0 tornado. The National Weather Service crew has to go out on the ground, assess the damage. Not only do they give us the official classification, but they will also give us information as to how long the twister was on the ground and which areas it impacted. All right, in terms of any additional severe storms that could cause tornadoes, we are under a level 1 severe storm risk. So in the green, that is a level 1 out of 5 severe storm risk. So this means that there is the potential for storms that could produce, while the primary hazards are strong winds and large hail, we cannot rule out a tornado. Now, for tomorrow, there's no risk for severe storms. However, the flooding potential does continue tomorrow. Here's a look at the clouds and radar picture. We're not seeing any risk at the moment for severe storms or tornadoes. It's all of the flash flooding. Lots of high water on the roads, not only across the west and the hill country, but now in San Antonio, northwest side, northeast side, far north side, generally along and outside of 1604 is where I'm noticing heavy rain that is creating lots of high water. We still have these flash flood warnings in effect, and they have been extended until about 1 to 2 p.m. So it's going to be one of those days where you, if you can, want to stay home. But if you have to venture out, stay away from those areas where you see high water. Can we go to TransGuide so I can show 1604 and Bulverde Road? I noticed that that is a construction spot. There's lots of high water there. 90 at I-35, that's looking good. Farther to the south and west, there's a little break, but this is an area of concern. 1604 at Bulverde Road. Again, that is a construction spot. This is an example of high water. This is also showing you, it looks like the camera is moving there because some more intense storms are moving in, not only with heavy rain, but also some brief gusty winds. This is an example of the high water that we tell you to stay away from. It looks like crews on the scene there with flashing lights, alerting people to stay away, or at least to stay to the side of where the high water is building up. Flash flood warning for San Antonio. Northwest side of San Antonio, flash flood warning until 12:45. However, there is a flash flood warning, if we can go to the maps now so I can show this, until 2 p.m. for the eastern part and northeastern part of San Antonio and Bexar County. As I mentioned earlier, that's where I noticed these slow-moving storms with torrential rain earlier, and they're still pretty much in the same area. Garden Ridge, Schertz, Cibolo, Universal City, even down towards St. Hedwig. New Braunfels, you're seeing some moderate to pockets of heavy rainfall. So that flash flood warning until 12:45, the one farther east until 2 p.m. Downtown, farther south, you're seeing a break from the rain. However, there is more rain on the way. You see the stuff that's a little farther to the west. I do expect that to shift farther to the east. We also have these flash flood warnings. This is generally north now of Highway 90 up across Bandera County, Kerr County, Kendall County. Here's the back edge of the heaviest rainfall. This is southern Edwards County, far northern Kinney County. It's been pretty quiet down towards Del Rio, but this has been the focus of the heaviest rainfall. I have that 4Zone weather app. If you have that, that is a great tool for your mobile phone, tablet. That will give you an alert. If there is a flood watch or any weather alert, whether it's a warning, advisory, or a watch, you will get an alert on your phone. It'll let you know where the storms are based from where you are. So again, that's a good tool to have, and you can carry us in your back pocket. Closer to the coast, there's another area of storms developing there, and those storms are nearly stationary. That's the weather maker, guys. That's why most of the rain has been concentrating anywhere from the north side of San Antonio to the hill country and points west. This is helping to produce the stormy weather. What was that, Jamie? I'm sorry. Okay, David, Marisa?
To Christina De Leon. She is live there at the Oasis Apartments, I believe. Let's listen in. She's got a live interview with, assuming some witnesses here.
This morning, I was getting up to go to treatment like my normal day for football, you know, and I noticed the power, like it was raining and the power was up. I went to go look at the window, and I was up a little earlier, around like 6:30 or 6:45-ish, and I took a video. The tree went flying across the poolway, and then next door to us, right there was a broken window. And like me, I never really done experienced anything like this, honestly. So like, I didn't know what to do in the situation. And in my room, I had a leak upstairs before.
Jamie,
and in my room, my bed, like there was water coming through my room. So I was just like, what do we do? Let's just get out. Like, and then our maintenance came around and started, you know, like getting everybody out. And I was just like, man, like I got them too. And I was like, let's just go downstairs, and we got out as fast as we can.
Wow, I'm so glad to hear it.
Ma'am.
You guys are okay. That's the most important thing. You played football for I was trying to get permission to make sure. Otherwise, I want to call your moms and dads.
Christina De Leon, she was at the Oasis Apartments off of UTSA Boulevard, where the roof on some of the buildings there were ripped off due to we want to say the tornado that touched down.
Yeah, I think we can say it.
In the rim area at about 7:55 this morning. It was down minutes. And she's actually there with David Mendoza. We're waiting for a press conference that is probably either going to be with the fire department, maybe the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, just kind of letting us know the damage done to that apartment complex as well as maybe surrounding areas.
So we are being told by San Antonio Fire that there are no reported injuries. I'm assuming, and that's all the information that I have from our folks who are in touch with the San Antonio Fire Department, but no reported injuries from the storm this morning. So that would be fantastic news considering some of the damage that we've seen, whether it's the flooding, the rain, the accidents that have happened or possibly happened because of that, or obviously the biggest news of the day, and that is a tornado that touched down in Bexar County shortly before 8 a.m. this morning in the northwestern part. If you're just waking up, yeah, it's been a morning to say the least. A tornado that we do have confirmation of from the National Weather Service. We don't know the severity of that tornado, but did touch down. That's what they're calling it, a tornado, touched down somewhere near the rim area out in the northwestern part of the city. Where exactly initially we don't know. Where it moved we have an idea, but we can't confirm. But what we are believing is it touched down in the Chavano Park area, moved across 1604 I-10 into the rim, and then from there
jumped across I-10 onto the Oasis Apartments.
Yeah.
Or maybe it stayed on that side and then jumped over to the rim. Who knows?
Hopefully all of that information, the biggest takeaway would be, and fingers crossed, that everyone is safe.
Right. You know, Jeanette brought up a really good point about 1604 in Bulverde. She brought up TransGuide cameras. I don't know if we are able to do that again, but 1604, everyone knows, is under construction all the way up from past Blanco. You go east, all the way west. 1604 in Bulverde, a lot of ponding, flooding in that area. So if you are traveling through there, please be careful. I think maybe TxDOT is out there helping slow drivers down, because you really can't pass through there easily because of all of the water on 1604. So you may want to take an alternate route, something of that nature.
So is this is the second
Oasis
floor of the
apartment,
roof of the roofs there, or the second floor of the apartment buildings there at the Oasis? Is this new construction, or is this something that has been destroyed from the storm? Can you tell?
That's the thing. I think it was already there, and it just ripped off the roof of some of the buildings there. I want to say
a window blown out,
that
it looks like.
Christina De Leon was interviewing somebody who lives there, and was describing what they're experiencing. And we've shown several videos of people who were on their morning commute to either work, school, what have you, and they're taking video of the tornado. The actual tornado, and you were saying, is that lightning?
Yeah.
And Jeanette brought up a good point. That's actually the tornado hitting the
transformers.
There you go.
And they're blowing. Yeah, one of our loyal viewers, Cindy Sadler, emailed me and said, I think it's transformers blowing, David. And then obviously 5 minutes later, Jeanette was like, yeah, it's not lightning. But you see it, and it certainly gives the effect. And now you see it and you realize what it is, and you're like, yeah, of course. It's transformers blowing. They'll blow in a wind, a small windstorm or a small rainstorm. So obviously something as powerful as this. And powerful is the word. It is. You go back over the last 2 hours when we went on the air, came back on the air and started talking about this. David Mendoza said, I'm hearing reports on a scanner, police scanner, from an officer who said he has eyes on what could be a tornado. And then you see that video. And that's not from the officer's perspective, but that is, he was seeing what everyone who taken that video was seeing. Heck yeah, it was a tornado.
Right. Well, and our friends at Rhino Roofers, they were headed to work, so they were headed in that direction. It's interesting though, right? You see everyone is stopped. Are they stopped because they're thinking,
good question.
I'm not going into
good
that?
Question.
Or we're stopped because, I don't know.
Right.
I'd be stopped too. Listen, I'm not gonna go anywhere either.
Right. Well,
I don't even know if I'd be smart enough to put out my phone.
Well, yeah. And I think that's the, I mean, this is the real scary part of this whole morning, is the unknown, or the what could have been. What could have been if this was a few hours later in the day. Certainly when you see the damage that was done to the Palladium, and although the Palladium, the movie theater out there at the Rim, is still standing, and they can clean things up and presumably get back to business at some point in the near future. If it had been at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or noon or whenever, when there is kids out there going to see a summer movie, and these rocks, these giant pieces of the building are falling off, that obviously would be doing some serious damage. Most folks weren't at the Rim, and this is from a hotel across I-10, I believe, looking at the Rim. And you can see just sort of the storm there in the background, right there to the left-hand side. The what could have been is frightening, but again, we're hoping the initial reports from San Antonio Fire telling News 4 that there are no reported injuries from all of this, so that would be fantastic news.
The interesting thing about that area, right, because of all the construction that's going on 1604, up and down 1604, and then as it merges into I-10, all of that construction, it's already hard to maneuver through there simply because of all of the construction. You add rain, it's not that great, it's still morning time, and so you can't really see. And then you're gonna add a tornado.
Yeah.
Not a good day.
Jeanette said earlier, and this is a different view from...
This is from 1604 and Lock Hill, Selma.
All right.
Yeah.
Maurice's so much better at remembering where these roads are.
Well, I'm very good at landmarks, right? So you can see Top Golf.
Top Golf's the only one I knew.
Right, and then once you put that there, you're thinking, that's right. And you see it touch down, that's exactly where Dick's is.
Yeah, there's just so many different angles that we're seeing now on social media. And the old guy in me is like, this is AI, this isn't real. And then you see all of them. I mean, that right there,
right?
That is a good formation. Jeanette said earlier, probably about 5 minutes. Touchdown to about, initially, or I guess, I'm gonna say guess. I don't know, Jeanette, you correct me. 7:55 or so is is that an official time or just a guess right now of when it hit? But it stayed down for about 5 minutes and moving through that area.
Well, and friends in that area have texted and said bring down. So hopefully they're not there anymore. But I think it's much better. Jeanette has said they're safe to go about.
All right, so yeah, Jeanette's gonna walk us through everything that's gonna happen over the next several hours. In just a few moments, want to go live to David Mendoza. He is there at the Oasis Apartments. David, give us some perspective of where you are, and then tell us the latest information you have.
Hey, David. So if you forgive me, let me get back to my camera. I had to go survey another part of this complex right now. So it's the damage is a lot more substantial than it actually looks. So perspectives of it is that we have the roof missing, like a significant portion of this roof missing across these two apartment blocks. Firefighters just leaving the scene, telling me that they're going to have more crews come in. Texas DPS also getting on scene as well. Now, we've briefly spoken to an SAPD sergeant. He tells me that they're going to bring in a VIA bus and bus out the people who have been displaced. Who knows how many that is right now? We don't have exact numbers, but like I was saying, pretty substantial damage to this apartment complex right now. At this point, I'm not even sure if it's been deemed structurally safe. Most likely not. We got a lot of people out here, a lot of first responders, both police and Texas DPS and the fire department as well. Just a lot of people still getting onto scene after the fire department just left. So this might be a really big deal. We're still working on getting more information, but until then, I'm going to be on the scene with Christina De Leon. We're going to figure it out, and we're going to get some more confirmed information with the fire department, with police, possibly with state troopers, and we're going to figure out what is going on with this roof that has been ripped off. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hey, David, before we let you go,
Yes.
You have been driving around getting this amazing video to give us perspective of what actually happened out there with this tornado touching down. You were navigating on the Dick side with the Palladium side, and now you're on the other side where this apartment complex is. Is there traffic? Is there people out on the roads, or is it pretty clear by now?
I just recently drove on the frontage road of 10, and that was pretty easy to get over here. It was mostly from this morning when I was seeing a lot of traffic due to the heavy rains that we were seeing. Can't really say there was a lot of traffic on my way over here. So I think the roads are fairly good, and I think because the rain has really stopped, a lot of that road flooding that we were seeing in the 1604 I-10 area within that construction zone has died down a little bit. But again, working on getting more information on this scene. I will let you know what I can find out. Back to you, Marisa.
Hey, David, really quickly. So, a couple of things. Number one, everybody okay there? And number two, what I'm gathering from just looking at the Oasis Apartments, I believe that is a student apartment complex for UTSA. Is that correct? Are those basically just students who are living there?
You know, I can't confirm that, but I will say that I have seen nothing but students during my time out here. A lot of young people outside of their apartment. We actually just did an interview with these guys right here, these younger gentlemen over here. Mostly it's been young people I've seen kind of walking around the area, looking up, looking at the cameras, asking what's going on. Like those gentlemen earlier said, they heard a rumbling, and it kind of took them by surprise. And it just seems, at this point, it seems to be isolated to these two blocks right here. So I did have a chance to have a different perspective of this. I'm under an awning right now to protect my camera gear. I made my way outside of this awning and had a dead-on look at this apartment. And like I was saying, it's a lot more substantial than it looks from this angle. You can actually see into this window and look inside this room and see a bedroom without a roof. So that roof in that area is completely gone. Really heavy damage. You can imagine the amount of force it takes to rip a roof off of an apartment building. Yeah. Definitely something to see. And again, just waiting on the fire department to make their way over here and really confirm that there are no injuries at the moment. I mentioned earlier that I did hear of a possible injury related to debris. No injuries at this point that I've heard related to the actual apartment itself having its roof ripped off. So again, we're going to have to confirm that information with you. Still a very busy, very active scene out here with more officials arriving as well as Texas DPS. But I'll keep you guys updated. I'll let you know what I can learn. Back to you.
Hey, David, before I let you go, I'm sorry, one more question. Any idea of power outages out there? Because we saw the tornado take out some transformers.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about power outages. The most I could tell you about that situation is that we had a police officer. The
This is.
He did mention seeing a number of power outages in the path of this supposed twister that he saw. We also have the fire chief. We also have the fire chief arriving on scene too. Hopefully she will give us a statement here shortly. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. We appreciate your work. You can hear the alarms. That's the alarms from the apartment complex.
I believe that is a student run, or not student run, but a student
UTSA.
essentially just student housing, off-campus student housing there at UTSA, which any person that's in the path of that obviously is certainly a scary situation. But as parents,
right,
thinking of our children, whether they're 8, 9, 10 years old or college students, they're on your own. That is certainly a frightening experience. Help me here, and in turn help the viewers. I know we see part of the roof there on the far left part of the building. Was the entire roof torn off?
I don't know. It's hard to get a bird's eye view, but I think at least the front part.
Yeah.
It looks like the front part on that whole building, on sections of it.
And then there's video that, you know, by now there's video all over social media, and from different perspectives and angles, you see things floating around in the air, and I'm wondering if that is indeed, you know, part of this, because over at the rim everything looks like it got knocked down. Here it looks like things were ripped off, and once they're ripped off, they're probably going to be floating around in the air and then tossed. And where they go, I'm certainly interested to see as well. This is what Marisa was talking about when it comes to the transformers blowing. I foolishly said earlier, oh, is that lightning inside the funnel? No, it is the tornado and the tornadic activity doing damage to the transformers that are then causing obviously some power outages there.
And it's all in that same area. You know, it's it looks like that is, where is that? Right on 1604, and I want to say they're going west.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going, okay.
No, it's
they're
going eastbound.
East. Okay, so that's headed towards, help me, the rim.
1604 going eastbound, yes, head towards the rim. Depends on where this is, obviously, but that could be coming in from Bernie, certainly, and then you're headed and can we go back to the scan converter on the CPS
it just
energy
dawned on me
outage
where
map?
that is.
Oh,
so
perfect.
it is.
It's fantastic.
It's right where you know how you go on 1604 and where you used to be able to go on I-10 from you. It's like that turn or
sure,
that
the loop.
The loop, but they've closed it.
Right.
Right, and so you have to go straight on 1604, and anyway, and then you go on the big ramp. But that's where that is, and it's crazy how this tornado jumped around from. So I guess Jeanette has been saying that it's started in Chavano, and then I don't know if it went to those Oasis apartments across the way, and then it went over to Dick's, or it went to Dick's over by the rim, and then went across the way to the Oasis apartments off of UTSA Boulevard.
So this is the CPS energy map that you see here. This is, I believe, the most outages we've had, even going back to 4:30 this morning when we went on the air, when we were just dealing with some rain and some flooding. Jamie, if you can, click on that 7 where that's just west, or just to the one south of that. The one south, the next one down, the next one down. The one closest to 1604, and yeah, that one right there. I believe that's where the apartments are. That's my whole point in having to do that. That one right there to the left of 1604. I believe that's where the apartments, the Oasis that we've been talking about. But again, 40 some odd outages and more than 5,000 people dealing with without power right now, and that's all because of the tornado that has now been confirmed to have hit northwestern Bexar County. Let's bring in Jeanette Kaye if we can. I know she has been tracking the very latest, the models and what we are dealing with. Jeanette, for folks who may have not heard an hour and a half ago, are we done with the tornadoes?
Not completely.
Okay.
We're still under a level 1 out of 5 severe weather risk, which means that the potential for severe storms that will be capable of producing a tornado, that's still in place, and that will be all day today. I can say tomorrow I don't see the risk for any severe storms. It's mostly the flooding risk that continues into tomorrow. Let's take a look at some of these impressive rainfall amounts. This is radar estimated, and you can see that bright yellow indicating up to a foot or more of rain. This is over the last 24 hours. Quite a bit on the northwest side of San Antonio. Most of that was this morning. About 3 inches or more south and east of Kerrville, but this is where I'm seeing 7, 8, 10 plus inches northeastern Kinney County, northern and central Uvalde, up towards southern Edwards, southern Real, and southwest Bandera. There are multiple flash flood warnings that remain in effect, most of which expire between 1 and 2 o'clock this afternoon. This is where the flooding risk is highest in those red areas. Flash flood warning means flooding is happening or it is about to occur. In the green, that is a flood watch, and that remains in effect through tomorrow evening. So the potential is still there for more flash flooding through tomorrow. These are flood advisories that are closer to the coast. That's where minor flooding is possible. So here's the severe weather risk for the rest of the day today. A marginal level 1 severe weather risk. Could see strong winds, and also the potential is there for a brief tornado or 2. No risk for severe storms tomorrow. Clouds and radar picture the showers and storms. You can see they are slowly drifting a little farther to the north and east. The rain not quite as intense as it was earlier across central and northern Uvalde, including portions of Real County. There's a batch of heavy rain that extends from northeastern Medina through central Bandera, and also these storms with very heavy rain from Kendall County, Comal County, over northern Bear and northeastern Bear. That is generally along and outside of 1604. Those are light showers from Catarina over towards Tilden, and there's another area of heavy storms closer to the coast. Those are moving off towards the north. Lots of high water, folks, over northern and northeastern Bear County. In the red, that is rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour. We're also seeing brief gusty winds, some occasional lightning as well. That flash flood warning for northwest Bear goes to 12:45. The one for eastern Bear, that expires at 2 o'clock this afternoon. However, if we see more storms with heavy rain, these warnings will either be extended, or we could see additional flash flood warnings. But this is where the more intense rain is, closer to San Antonio. That is 1604, so Schertz, Garden Ridge, down towards China Grove. Now across Timberwood Park and south of Scenic Oaks, there's another batch of heavy rain right along I-10 on the northwest side of San Antonio. Around the Schertz area and over towards northeast Bear County, you can also see the occasional lightning strikes. Definitely stay away from areas of high water. According to bearflood.org, there are currently 27 low water crossings that are closed. If you see any area where there is high water, do not attempt to cross. Your vehicle could easily get stuck with these conditions. Here's live power Doppler radar taking you a little farther to the west. Again, still some pockets of heavy rain, most of which has lifted north of Highway 90. That is the area of low pressure that's helping to produce the rain, and also what has helped to produce the severe storms. The forecast for the rest of the day, 90% rain chance will continue over the next few hours across the north and west. And here in San Antonio and the central zone, I'm going to keep at least an 80% rain chance through midday. Later this afternoon, that rain chance drops to 40%. Weather alert through tomorrow. Stay weather aware. Make sure you have that 4Zone weather app. Here comes the drier weather just in time for the weekend. Next week, guys, hotter with the drier and sunnier pattern. Highs back to the upper 90s.
Jeanette, thank you. I would take hotter and drier in a heartbeat right now.
Right now, yeah.
Bring on Saturday and Sunday for sure. You saw Christina De Leon there. We will effort her and get her in just a few moments. There's a press conference that has happened out there at the Oasis Apartments. It is a apartment complex that is set up for students from UTSA. I believe they call it a luxury apartment complex.
Student housing.
Student housing. There you go.
For UTSA.
This is the video that we have been running over and over again because it is just simply breathtaking. A view from 1604. A tornado touching down around 7:55 this morning out in northwestern Bexar County, out by UTSA, the Rim, that whole area there, a very heavily populated area. 1604, just a lifeline that gets folks around that time to and from work, and sometimes certainly during the school year, school as well. A thank you to all of our viewers who have sent us these pictures and videos, which at the time, we were still waiting to find out if it was indeed a tornado that touched down. It has now since been confirmed by the National Weather Service. That light that you see is transformer, or one, if not several, blowing because of the storm, and that in turn has caused power outages. I don't know if it's more or less than you would think, but we're talking about 40 some odd power outages. I believe 43 was the number we saw earlier. More than 5,000 customers without power right now. That is a significant jump in numbers that we saw when we went on the air when we were just dealing with flooding.
Right, so this is 1604, looking at that tornado that was literally touching down at the time about 7:55 this morning. This is also taken, I want to say this is over at the Rim, the shopping center over there from David Mendoza. This is the damage that the tornado caused. This is over by Dick's.
Yeah, this is these are pictures sent to us by one of our viewers, Astrid Ramos. Astrid sent us this, and she's really captured some of the damage that was done that we initially saw. You can see the trees uprooted. There's let's go to there's one of the Palladium where you can see that one right there. Yeah,
wow.
Rats. Okay, we're gonna talk to Christina? No, we're going to go back to this. Okay, this is the video that was sent to us by Tim Morrow from the San Antonio Zoo. Just the wind destruction just tore through this. The Palladium is a giant building.
It is. Mother Nature is no joke.
Yeah, yes.
Because, I mean, to rip off, so this is a stone, this is stone from the building? Yes.
Yeah.
So 100% crazy. And this is, again, video of that tornado touching down. This is video of 1604 East, just before I-10. La Cantera is over to the left so that you have perspective of what you're looking at. These are obviously folks headed to work or school. Our friends from Rhino Roofers sent us this video, and scary stuff. Scary stuff if you're commuting into work right now or then.
We were talking earlier for folks who maybe didn't hear, you know, the things that you kind of lock in on when you see video like this. You're wondering, why are you stopped? Are you stopped because you're like somebody at the front said, I'm not going any further? Are you stopped because of some sort of accident? Certainly some good video there from our folks there at Rhino Roofers. Christina De Leon is live at the Oasis apartment. Christina, that is a student housing for UTSA. Yes, first and foremost, injuries. Do we know anything? Everybody's safe?
As far as we know, there are no injuries to report, and it does appear that it is student housing, although we have not confirmed that. Everybody we've seen around here seems like they're young and go to UTSA. This is luxury apartments here for UTSA. I want to show you the damage. David Mendoza doing an excellent job all morning long, showing you damage throughout the city and beyond here, and this is the latest spot to show you Oasis Apartments. We were talking about how much damage. Well, we are limited to where we can stand because there's police everywhere and they are limiting our view, but I think this is the brunt of it here. This building with most of the roof gone, and to the side of it here, those little crescent shaped parts of the roof, and then that side, that's building A. That little side took kind of the brunt of it too, but mainly the building that we're standing in front of has most of the roof gone. And we talked to 3 UTSA students that live in that building that said that they woke to lots of wind and they could hear the roars of what was happening, and they saw debris flying. We actually got some video airdropped to us of the damage at the pool area that they could see that we can't see from here, and there was a lot of lawn chair damage and that kind of thing, as you can imagine. Now you can see some of these first responders with the helmets on because they have to be careful when they go inside to make sure everything is structurally sound. We also saw firefighters escorting people into their apartments individually so that they could get some of the stuff that they needed to make sure that they were going to get safely in and out of where they needed to go. And that was the most important thing. We also saw just a short time ago the fire chief, Valerie Frausto, kind of assessing what was happening here to make sure that she got a full picture of what was going on and to make sure that she could give us a better picture. Hopefully she will come and talk to us a little bit later about what is happening here at the Oasis. As you can imagine, a very scary situation for the students that live here because a lot of them are not from San Antonio and they're living here. The three students we talked to were UTSA football players. They live from out of town and you know, they're coming here and you know, they think they're in a safe environment and then a tornado comes ripping through their apartment. So we were told that via buses, we're going to come and pick them up and find them another place to live. You can see one grabbing their things, putting them in the trunk there, and going somewhere else because they're going to have to find another place to stay, at least for now, until all these damages get repaired. But that's the damages we're seeing here. We've seen DPS troopers out here, firefighters, police guarding this area, protecting it, and then we've seen downed trees, a lot of damages to the roof, a lot of damages to some of the environment out here, and it will take a long time before all of this can get fixed. There's a tree that's down. Now, again, this is just one part of the apartment. We don't know of any other area that is damaged here too. That's what these people with the white hats are going to do to see what is structurally sound, what is safe, and how many students are going to be displaced. Hopefully we will get a recap on that and figure that out as the day moves on, and we'll continue to stay on top of it and let you know more details on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. But for now, that is the latest reporting live from the Oasis Apartments off UTSA Boulevard. I'm Christina Vellone. We will send it back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you. That area located there along UTSA Boulevard, you know, it's what's scary to me, just in kind of walking through this over the last several hours, is you see that shot of the roof being torn off there on the second floor of that building.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're told when a tornado moves to the area to go to the bottom floor of your, of your home,
right?
And to, get. I mean, if you had a basement, that would be even more fantastic. But certainly, get in an enclosed area, no windows, bathroom, closet, those certainly work. But first floor. Well, if you live on the second floor of an apartment building,
Where are you gonna go?
There's no place to go. And, college students, this is happening early in the morning. College students, not exactly many times up and out and about. So
100%.
as the one young man apparently told Christina, we woke up to all of this happening.
Right.
Just an absolute scary scene. And thank goodness, at least knock on wood for now, we are being told that there are no injuries.
The interesting thing is, you wake up to this. Were you hearing the tornado, or were you hearing?
Yeah, it does make that noise, yeah.
Or were you hearing your roof getting
Yeah.
ripped off? I don't know. I'm just getting new pictures from a friend sending us other damaged photos of other apartment complexes. So this is far beyond what we're showing you. We just got an email to our newsroom from the city of San Antonio confirming no injuries so far reported, just like the fire department has said to our newsroom. No injuries reported. They are looking at multiple properties out in this area of damage done by the tornado. So this is just one of the apartment complexes that may have been damaged out over by the rim.
So this is on one side of 1604, and then obviously it's on the opposite side of the rim where we saw the storm sort of dance its way over to. Marisa eloquently put earlier, it zigzagged around, and ultimately we'll find out the path and see
Mm-hmm.
what the strength of it, how long it was actually on the ground. Initially, I believe Jeanette is estimating in the neighborhood of 5 minutes, which, by the way, is apparently the average time that a tornado stays on the ground.
A weak tornado, she said.
A weak tornado. Well, tell the folks who live at the Oasis apartment that that storm was weak, as they now, we're still waiting on numbers, as Christina said, of how many kids, they're kids to you and me, kids that have been displaced,
Mm-hmm.
and certainly need a place to stay. We're less than a month from probably school starting for UTSA students. So
and they could have been there for summer school, staying there for summer school. So we have been efforting multiple phoners. Our first phoner is going to be with San Antonio Airport Director Jesus Saenz, who can give us an update on if any damage was sustained by the airport and how flights are looking there. Jesus, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to you all.
Good morning, Jesus. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you so much for taking the time to talk to us this morning. Can you tell us and give us an update on if there was any damage to the airport or flight delays, anything of that nature due to the weather this morning?
Yeah, we have not had any whatsoever here at the airport. We continue operations. I will tell you, from our perspective, the most important element always here at National Airport is be safe. So we are a lot of communication out to investors are fully aware of what the airport. We are still in full operation here at our airport. If I just share with you some of, obviously, compounding weather standpoint of what occurred between yesterday and today, we've had reasonable amount of rain as well. We've had some pretty high winds in certain areas, but nothing that's disrupted. We did 400 operations yesterday. We only had one cancellation. We did have a number of delays, but we ask them to pack their patience as this morning as well. Operations as normal, and we have not seized any. Everybody to pack. Go to our website. We've got a number of different information available to everyone there.
Jesus, this is David Chancellor. What is your standard mode of operation when it comes to reports of tornadoes? How does it affect flights leaving or coming into San Antonio? Can you walk our viewers through sort of what you guys go into, what mode you go into when you hear this?
Yeah, it's a great question, David. Get an emergency alert again. From our perspective, as we get these alerts that come into the system, that is our normal mode of operations. We are a 24/7, 365 operation. Every now and then we find time to sleep, but other than that, we communication with federal agencies, obviously with our air traffic control tower, as we monitor what's called flow rate patterns of aircraft coming in and out of San Antonio. We create that separation as we work closely with, the number of aircraft that are on the ground and the number of aircraft that are arriving or departing out of San Antonio. So it is a constant workflow for us. It never stops. And that is our normal mode of operation. So as these weather situations develop and come into San Antonio region, as we, depart and arrive aircraft here, it is a constant communication for us and for federal.
Jesus, we appreciate you so much. You're breaking up a little bit. We appreciate the update. We are glad that operations weren't affected that much or at all due to the weather that we had yesterday and this morning. We appreciate all of your hard work and all of your staff over at the airport. Thank you for checking in with us, and stay safe, and we will check in again with you again at a later time.
Sounds good. Take care.
400 operations, as he calls them. It's the terminology, I guess, is what they're using. That was an accident there, 281 at Hildebrand. That's going into downtown, the 281 South. As we cycle through some of the different camera angles, hopefully we'll swing back by if I can chit-chat long enough to get through some of the cameras. 90 at 36 looks okay. That accident, and before I get any information on it, I am assuming it underscores the need to be incredibly safe. The roads have been wet and slick all morning long because of the storms. I-10 at La Cantera, that is an area that we have been obviously focused on all morning long for a different reason other than rain. Ditto when it comes to 10 at UTSA Boulevard. There's the accident. It's hard to tell exactly what happened. It looked like there was 3 vehicles off to the side of the road on the shoulder there, 281 South, just after you pass Hildebrand, not really slowing down traffic, but not causing it to go to a standstill. That is an area that we looked at earlier, Tenant Bulverde, that was
1604 in Bulverde.
1604 Bulverde, thank you. That was at a standstill. Doesn't appear to be really causing an issue now. Stalled out vehicle at 4 Tenant Broadway. We could do this all day. The bottom line here is that, and that's the accident that we focused on initially. The bottom line is that for now and the foreseeable future, if you are headed out, just be safe on your morning commute. But the storms are not stopping people from going about their day.
We're actually getting new pictures. I got some new pictures of the Oasis apartments and some of the damage there.
See 'em.
We're going to effort getting that on the air soon. I'm trying to get that to the newsroom. But we are also efforting a phoner with Precinct 3 Bexar County Commissioner Grant Moody. That area where all that damage was from the tornado over by the rim, the apartments.
This area right here you're seeing on the screen.
That's all his area, Precinct 3. Well, these are TransGuide cameras. So not that area necessarily, but that's also a problem area when it rains, right? Because it's that curve over on 281 in Hildebrand, and if people are not careful or are speeding.
Oh, it's a slip and slide.
It is.
Yeah, it becomes
100%.
a slip and slide. Let's bring in Jeanette. Okay, we're going to go to Uvalde. Courtney, tell me who's out there. All right, DPS officials are giving a press conference. Let's check in with them. Find out what exactly is happening there. Let's go live.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julie Alvarado, and I am the Public Information Officer for the Uvalde Police Department. Behind me is our mayor, Uvalde Mayor Hector Luevano, our County Commissioner, Roy Kothman, and State Representative Don McLaughlin. They each will be addressing you at this time with concerns to the flooding happening in Uvalde County. We will not be taking any questions at this time, as this is an informative press conference and we are currently in operations. Thank you.
Good morning. The city of Uvalde continues to be monitored by local law enforcement. Our low water areas in our city that are prone for flooding are being barricaded at this time. With rapidly changing weather conditions, we are asking the public to avoid these low water crossings if at all possible. The Uvalde Police Department officials are actively working alongside county, state, and federal officials in the Unified Incident Command System in protecting our citizens. Public works staff in our city continue to assist in monitoring streets and addressing public safety concerns as they arise. Our city manager and I are constantly being updated and are working with our community to ensure the safety of our citizens as we work through this situation. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, and thank you for being here to get the message out to our residents. As our PIO said, I'm Commissioner Roy Kothman. I represent Precinct 3 of Uvalde County. As of 9 a.m. this morning, we had a total of 25 rescues countywide. As we speak, the river levels are rising due to rains last night, and first responders are actively rescuing in the northern part of Uvalde County. Uvalde County Sheriff's Department is playing a pivotal role in addressing road conditions and rescues at this time. The Uvalde County Emergency Management Center was activated around 7 a.m. yesterday morning. Local, state, and federal law enforcement and other agencies are coordinating in an efficient manner at the Emergency Operation Center to satisfy all the needs, the rescues, and we set up a shelter at the Uvalde Fairplex. We ask the residents who feel they are in danger of becoming victims of flood to call 911 immediately. We want to serve every need. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here.
As a state rep, I'd like to say, we've had a great partnership. We've got TDM here, we've got DPS here, we've got Texas Parks and Wildlife here. The governor's been on the phone with different people, talked to NIMKID and so forth. So we've had a great response. But the best thing I can say about with the EOC setup, all of these men working together in partnership to do what needs to be done. They had rescues yesterday. They have some ongoing today. We're going to see a little lull today in the rain, but the rain's going to come back tonight, it looks like, with a vengeance again. So I would urge caution. Right now, we had that storm setting north of us this morning, so the rivers and the rivers and the creeks are going to be coming up, and they're going to be coming up again with a vengeance. So we would everybody to use caution. And like Commissioner Coachman said, call 911 if you have a problem with that. But it's been a great partnership with all these men working together, and we're here to keep our citizens safe in our county. So God bless you and thank you.
Just to clarify on the rescues, that was a number as of 9 o'clock this morning. As we're standing here, we are actively rescuing in the northern part of the county. We've had some inquiries from different media outlets. If you'll give us a moment as we reply to those. Again, we are actively in operations, so this press conference will be short. We will update as needed on the Uvalde Police Department Facebook page and on the Uvalde County Emergency Management page. We are done for now, and we will update. I will notify you as conditions change and follow-up interview. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing I forgot?
One more thing.
All right.
I think that's on.
And I forgot to mention the other partner that we've had is the United States Border Patrol. They've been a tremendous help also. So, like I said, this is a local, state, and federal venture, and it's worked well for everyone.
Sort of an all-hands-on-deck approach, obviously, there in Uvalde County. Several state officials, including State Representative Don McLaughlin. I believe he said it. I believe it was him who said it best. You know, we've, and I'm paraphrasing here. We've gotten a lot of rain, and it's caused a lot of issues, and we're going to get a lot more, and that is going to cause some issues.
And
also,
to kind of recap, they did 25 water rescues.
Right.
This morning, and they activated their emergency management center at 7 a.m. yesterday. So they're expecting more rain today, which is why they're all hands on deck, making sure that all eyes and making sure everyone is safe.
You know, Destiny Fuller, who was out there earlier along Highway 90, said they were being told to leave an area there in Uvalde County. So she and her photographer were turning around and going the opposite direction. And as they were doing so, all of the first responders and law enforcement were in vehicles that were going to the danger. Mm-hmm. And so that just sort of highlights what they said at the end. You know, a big thank you to all of those certain officials, those men and women who put on a uniform and are part of those 25 water rescues that you're talking about. That is
risking their lives.
Correct. And, you know, as cliche as we always say, it's why when you see those barriers, turn around, don't drown, because if you do go through those barriers, a lot of times that means that those folks, those men and women, have to put their lives on the line. Let's bring in Jeanette Kaye. She is now watching all of this with an eye on what will happen not only right now, but in the coming hours. Jeanette, what's the latest?
So just kind of want to reiterate, we've been talking about that tornado. So yes, it was officially confirmed. Now the National Weather Service actually has to go out and assess the damage, and they will give us the classification, also let us know how long the tornado was on the ground, and they'll give us more details on the damage. My guess is that it was an EF0 tornado, and I get that guess based on the damage that I've been seeing and the reports that I have been reading. This was confirmed near the rim or at the rim between 7:50 and 7:55. Most of the damage that I have seen, tree damage, branches, also some roof damage. I haven't seen anything major. With an EF0 tornado that has winds of 65 to 85 miles per hour, and most likely even away from the actual tornado, there were gusty winds that probably created some damage as well. So maybe the damage that we're seeing a little farther to the south from the rim was related to wind damage. Here's a look at radar right now. Still very active, and this is mainly across southern Edwards County, Real County, Bandera County, far northern Uvalde, northern Medina, northern Bexar, and up across the hill country. We still have multiple flash flood warnings that are in effect. We have one across northwestern Bexar, also along and east of Highway 281. We're still seeing these storms that are training over eastern Bexar into Comal County, Guadalupe County. That means that these storms are not moving. In fact, we're seeing more storms developing over the same spots. These storms are producing intense rain, rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour. Flash flood warnings at least until about 2 p.m. from Bexar County to the north and west. Now for Uvalde, I want to mention that rivers in Uvalde County, Sabinal, Nueces, Frio, will likely reach major flood stage if they haven't already. So creeks, rivers will continue to flood throughout the day today. Kind of seeing a break down towards Uvalde, downtown Uvalde, but you can see more pockets of moderate to heavy rain across northern Uvalde, even up towards Real County and southeastern Edwards County. So north of Highway 90 up across the hill country, some pretty intense rain. Flash flood warnings where flash flooding is happening or about to happen, those run until at least 2 o'clock this afternoon. Flood watch for areas along and west of I-35 through tomorrow. So there is still the potential for more flooding throughout the day today, tonight, and into your Thursday. Severe storm outlook, level 1. There's a level 1 out of 5 severe storm risk. So along with the flooding, there is a potential for severe storms that could produce damaging winds, maybe even a brief tornado. So we're not completely out of the woods when it comes to the risk for additional tornadic activity. And that's for today. Tomorrow, I don't see the risk for severe storms. Right now in San Antonio, downtown live look. This is our Raul Beat Rodriguez weather camera. By the way, if you're just joining us on the other side of the screen, the other box there, we are showing the damage from that tornado that was confirmed on the northwest side. 73 and cloudy in town. Observation site at the airport picking up on the storms that are farther to the north and east from downtown San Antonio. It is breezy, east-southeast wind at 17 miles an hour. Flood risk outlook. So you can see that the flood risk is highest to our west in that pink area, but there is a level 3 out of 4 flood risk that includes San Antonio, northern Atascosa, Frio County. That is in the red, level 2 risk farther to the east. For tomorrow into early Friday, there is a moderate level 3 out of 4 risk for those western areas. That's closer to the border. And then level 2, level 1 farther to the east. So 90% rain chance, at least for the next few hours across the hill country and the western zone. Here in San Antonio, I do expect the showers and storms with pockets of heavy rain at least until midday. Then we should see less activity this afternoon. Weather alert through tomorrow because of the potential for flash flooding. Make sure you are weather aware. Have that 4Zone weather app, because if there are any storms in your area, you will get a notification. You'll be able to track also the heavy rain. It is going to be a lot drier Friday going into the weekend, hotter next week. Marisa, David?
Jeanette, thank you. We're getting a lot of pictures, new pictures of the Oasis apartments, and getting another look at the damage there, and we're efforting to try and show you that as quickly as we can. Our crew has been escorted off the property because it's private property, and hopefully we will be able to get more information on what exactly happened
Oh, here's some new video. This is of the pool area, which is in the middle of that apartment complex, the Oasis apartment, which bills itself as luxury apartments for students from UTSA, and that is, although has not been confirmed. Our crews there, Christina De Leon, David Mendoza, both saying that all of the people that they have encountered there at the apartment complex look to be students from UTSA.
Let's check in with Precinct 3 Bexar County Commissioner Grant Moody. He is on the phone with us to give us an update. This is his area, very familiar with the area. Commissioner Moody, thank you so much for joining us this morning. What can you tell us about some of the property damage out there in Precinct 3 due to this tornado and the terrible weather that we got this morning?
Well, Marisa, thanks for covering this. It's still early. We're still assessing reports and getting information as it comes in, both from news agencies and from the county and just anecdotal reports. But there's clearly a significant amount of damage across, Precinct 3 and where this likely tornado touched down and kind of worked its way across northern Bexar County. But again, it's early. I just hope that the people will stay safe out there. Obviously, we've had a apocalyptic amount of rain in the last 24 hours in certain parts of central Texas. And just, you don't know how that's going to affect downstream, some of these rivers, some of these creeks. A lot of flood crossings, low water crossings are covered right now. So everyone just needs to be cautious. You don't need to be on the roads. Don't be on the roads. Let's keep everybody safe. Hopefully we don't have, any flooding deaths, but if we can stay off the roads, please stay off the roads.
Commissioner Moody, does your office, or how can your office help if those are students that are all displaced there at that apartment complex that we have been showing? How can you help them, or is that more the work of the Salvation Army? Kind of walk us through and our viewers through what will happen to those essentially kids for the next several days at least.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's just so early. We're trying to figure out what some options might be on that front, whether that's connecting folks immediately with nonprofits, whether they're, folks who have other options with friends and family versus actual kind of emergency response from a government perspective. So I think, we'll keep options on the table. I think we still got to continue to understand and assess, how large the problem is, how many individuals are we talking about, and then try to, solve that problem here as quickly as we can.
Do you know of any roads or neighborhoods affected by the tornado or the heavy rains that we haven't mentioned? We've been getting different pictures and videos from our viewers. Are you aware of anything that we haven't mentioned on our air to our viewers?
Not specifically, no. I mean, we're trying to collect information from a lot of different sources, and I think most of those sources are all kind of pointing in the same direction at the same neighborhoods. But, it takes time to kind of synthesize all that data and really put a good, operational picture together for the county and emergency services. And, appreciate what you and your team are doing to again, collect some of that information and get it out to us in the community to keep everyone safe.
Were you out in the area when the tornado touched down?
Well, I actually live, with my family in the Leon Springs area, so we were monitoring that very closely. I have staff members who live in the UTSA area that were safe and untouched, as well as some other folks that live along Fair Oaks Ranch area. So definitely a concerning event, both for my team and for Precinct 3 and my community. So we were watching it very closely, but it's still early and just trying to get as much information as we can so we can help those people who are affected.
Commissioner Moody, you said you lived in you live in that area. Did you hear it coming? Did you all take action and go to the bathrooms or things of that nature? And for folks who aren't really familiar with that area of what you said, Fair Oaks Ranch, far northwest Bexar County, the typography out there. It's interesting that it hit that area where it is, right, a lot of restaurants, shopping centers, and then now, right, this apartment complex.
Yeah, and you mentioned the topography. I think that maybe that helped ultimately break up the tornado. I'm not a meteorologist, but you get north of the rim, you get into Camp Bullis and some of the hill country, and that could have slowed that storm down and broke it up a little bit. But I did have a and she did take cover because she was on the eastern side of I-10. That's where that storm track proceeded after it left the rim. We just had a terrible thunderstorm. I live over on the west side of I-10, and obviously the intensity had really picked up, but we didn't hear anything as far as the actual tornado.
You've built a life of service. We've talked about that with you many times on this air. I'm just curious, not really off topic, but we're seeing everything happening out in far, not only here in Bexar County, but certainly west of here. All of these first responders rushing towards 25 water rescues in Uvalde County. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on all these men and women who put their lives on the line to make sure that we're safe and safe as can be in storms like this.
Well, may God bless them and their families and keep them safe out there. I'm a big proponent for, our first responders, for law enforcement, emergency services. These are those days that they show up, right, in the middle of a tornado, in the middle of, 20-inch rain, and they are out there actively trying to save lives and protect the community. And we just, can't thank them enough. Just praying for them to stay safe as well, and that they'll be able to get to everybody who needs help.
Before we let you go, in times like this, and by all accounts, and I say this hopefully, by all accounts, this could have been much worse. Certainly the time of day hopefully helped minimize the damage. Regardless, when you encounter something like this, a severe storm, certainly property damage, loss of home, people look to leadership to point them in a right direction, to help them, to offer them an encouraging word, or really more than that, a course of action. So my question to you, sir, is this. If folks are watching this and they're really at a loss to what to do, what would your recommendation be over the next hour, 3 hours, 24 hours, if they are indeed suffered, a lot of property damage or certainly a loss of residence?
Yeah, it's obviously a challenging time for those folks who've been impacted by the storm. The first thing is, if you need help, is go ahead and reach out, call 911, get the immediate help that you need. I think through emergency services, the county, the city, and the state will be able to connect with those individuals and then be able to help them going forward. Connect them with the right services, connect them with where they can go. If you are impacted in an immediate way by the storm, you need to go ahead and reach out to first responders, and that, I think, will start connecting you to the help that you need as we go forward here and assess all the damages and impacts on our community.
Commissioner Moody, thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us some information on what residents should do if they were impacted by the storms this morning and the tornado. And again, if they live in your precinct 3 in Bexar County, they can reach out to your office and your staff can help direct them to all of the necessary places and organizations that can help get them help right away. We appreciate you. Stay safe, and thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Happy to. Thank you all.
We will switch gears here. If we could bring this TransGuide camera full and get a better picture. There's an accident along 281 at the quarry. You can see a vehicle, looks to be some sort of maroon SUV that has spun out, and that is not going in the right direction. And I believe that is 21 southbound coming at us, because that is the Almas Golf Course there on the left-hand side of your screen. And then that would mean that the Quarry shopping complex is there on the right-hand side. So some slow going there, and you can imagine that is a big-time backup. I would have, without seeing this, and we're just seeing this now for the first time, you take that direction and the backup there behind it, that is at least a 410, if not even further under that highway. Sure, you'll go way past the highway as well. And that underlies and underscores the message of the day for folks who aren't dealing with tornadic activity, and that is, if you're just dealing with rain and storms, do not let your guard down, because the roads have been just drenched ever since we went on the air. Certainly, actually, I shouldn't say that. The rain actually started heavy in San Antonio about 6 a.m.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, people tend to be overconfident, right? They say the rain has stopped, it's fine.
Yeah.
The roads are very saturated at this point. Rain was yesterday, we got rain last night, we got more rain this morning. In this particular area of 281 at the Quarry, if you go too fast, even on a dry road, right, and you overestimate, you are going to spin out just like this car. So please be careful when traveling in this area. Again, accident going 281 south over by the Quarry. We've got a reporter. Phil Sterling is over at the rim, over by La Cantera. Let's check in with him and see what he can tell us and what's an update over there. Phil, can you hear me?
Here, you guys, I mean, plenty of damage here in front of this restaurant next to the Palladium, Potbelly. I mean, just take a look. Trees downed, lights shattered. We even have some stop signs on the other side that have been knocked down. There's drywall all over the ground, and it looks like just some major devastation to the exterior of the building right here. There's also, on the other side, there's a sushi restaurant that had its shading torn up, and some of the tables and everything that they have outside just shattered. Yeah, it's really not a great thing for this store right now. It's besides that one entrance, this patio area as well looks to be, until things get cleaned up. Next to the Palladium, there's a lot more cleanup going on right now. Crews are cutting down trees. They're cleaning up the drywall. They're putting those tree parts into trucks, and they're taking them away. I'm not sure when they'll come over here, but eventually I imagine they will, and they'll clean up a lot of this damage that you can see.
Phil, have you seen, are any of the businesses open, up and running? What kind of paint the picture of, obviously the cleanup is beginning. I'm just wondering if this area is back to business as normal, or if they're just sort of going to shut this area down for the next several hours.
No, I have not seen any businesses open at this point. Definitely not Potbelly. There are workers inside talking, but besides that, the Palladium's closed, Potbelly is closed, the sushi restaurant is closed. Everyone looks like they're just gathering themselves, finding out what they're going to do next after this. I mean, I can only imagine how long it will take for them to clean this up. Yeah.
Phil Sterling live there at the rim where the tornado touched down sometime around 8 a.m. Phil, thank you so much. You're now turning your attention to this is
the Oasis Apartments over at UTSA Boulevard.
That's correct. This is a wonderful shot from above. David Mendoza is manning this. David, this is extensive. This is a better view of what exactly happened. I guess if there is good news, it wasn't the entire roof, but it is a substantial section of that one apartment building that lost its roofing. We don't have David, but you can see some of the damage. That looks to be the carport there in the parking lot. I don't know why.
You guys can talk to me.
Yeah, David, can you hear us? Okay, well, so we're trying to work on that and get the connection with David. I'm curious as to where all of that roofing went. Is it in the
trees?
The trees and around, and if that is indeed the case, that is another blessing. That is another one of those dodged bullets, or that's probably not a great phrase, but one of those what could have beens that we came out on top, because that could have flown into an area where there was folks walking around.
And you wonder if those apartments affected, if tenants were actually in there and living there. So
well, it looks to be.
We
They're on the
hope,
top.
maybe not all of them were occupied, but we don't know at this point. However, you can see how big that apartment complex is.
Yeah, it's massive.
And for it to just affect that one section, it's crazy. And then it hopped over and then affected those carports.
So you bring up a good point of the idea that maybe maybe somebody was inside those apartments that lost the roof. Maybe there weren't. This is obviously the middle of the summer. Why is that important? That is important because the Oasis Apartments, which is there along UTSA Boulevard, I believe, it's out in the UTSA area. That is, according to their website, essentially luxury homes or luxury housing, I think is the phrase they use, for students. So, middle of the summer, I would not expect them to be completely full. You could have kids going to summer school. You could have kids that stayed in town to work and certainly resume their semester sometime next month. So maybe that is, but it looks like the entire roofs of some of those units were completely ripped off. It looks like you can see inside those actual rooms. Are we able to talk to David now? All right, so we still don't have David. At least as from an audio standpoint. From a visual standpoint, we're getting some fantastic pictures from above, and it's as if the television gods have said, let's talk to David. So David Mendoza is now able to join us. David, it looks like the roof got ripped off the joint, so to speak.
Hey, David. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about when I was down on the ground. Now, we had a different look on the ground, and I said, you know what? I think the damage is a lot more substantial than what the camera is able to show from this angle. Now that we have Sky 4 up, you can definitely see the substantial damage that this tornado has caused. This entire section of roof ripped off across multiple apartments, across 2 different units. So I count about, let's say 6 or 7 apartment units completely destroyed. It looks like it got destroyed on the other end as well. A whole lot of damage that this tornado caused. And as I zoom back a little bit, we can kind of look at the other end of the parking lot. You can see that these apartments right here were not damaged, but if we look at the other end, we can see that this awning over here is completely bent up and twisted. So it's almost like this tornado skipped across the landscape, picking and choosing what it wanted to destroy. If we go a little further south, I know we showed it on the ground, but here it is from the air. You can really see it from the air. That tree that was ripped from its roots in the middle of the complex. So just uprooting a tree, that is crazy powerful right now. We do have crews on it already multiple crews, first responders, tree guys out here getting this apartment cleaned up. We did get pushed off of property. I'm not sure if that's because there's been some structural damage that's really threatening to the area. We have seen people going in and out of these apartments though, so not sure about that. That's very unconfirmed. Still a lot of first responders on this scene. Texas DPS as well, but wow, just take a look at that. I'm not even sure what we're looking at in the middle here, if that's foam, if that's insulation. Might be roof insulation, I'm not sure. But just the power of that tornado completely ripped the roof off. I'll be above this area. I'll let you know what else I see, David. Back to you.
David, I think what is mind-blowing in the idea of what could have been that I keep coming back to is this idea. You look at the damage that was done, the roofing that is ripped off there, that giant, massive tree that was ripped, as you said, from its roots, and yet there are units there that are untouched. I haven't seen an overturned car. Right. So the damage that was done is extensive, but my goodness, what could have happened? It's as if the tornado picked and chose the areas that it wanted to touch.
Yeah, no, it's mind-boggling to see. Now, I don't have much experience with tornadoes, but just, this is coming from what I heard over the scanners, just that brief few minutes where an officer saw this tornado and then said it dissipated, the amount of damage it could have caused. Imagine if it made like full contact in this area and just destroyed everything in its path. That would have been absolutely astonishing. We're very fortunate that it only ripped the roof off here. Just the roof is what I'm seeing. You know, I'm not really seeing too much damage to the walls of this structure. It's mostly the roof that has been ripped off. I think we're incredibly fortunate and we dodged a bullet with the damage that we are seeing here, like you were saying, compared to what could have been with the sheer force, the minimal time spent making contact, the amount of damage that it was able to do. Very fortunate situation. Back to you, David.
All right, David Mendoza there, the DJC Law Skycam. I think there were some windows that may have been blown out. Marisa, you and I have been talking all morning long about we don't know. We should point that out. We don't know if those units were occupied. If they were, and you can see a great shot. That is a great shot from David right there. You can see inside the units. That is someone's, if there are people living there, that is someone's den, that is someone's bedroom, that is someone's bathroom. And we did talk to some students earlier, Christina De Leon did, who said, you know, we awoke and heard all of this. So we don't know if they were on the top floor or not, if they were experiencing that. But that is, and is that a person walking around there now? You can see it looks like a neon yellow coat of some sort walking through that doorway there, right in the middle of your screen. Okay, do we have that? We have this interview from some residents here at the Oasis Apartments. We believe we believe it could be a UTSA student, since that is what we are told is student housing. This is Christina De Leon talking to a couple of gentlemen who were sleeping at the time. Before we get to that, guys, this is San Antonio Fire, who are having to walk through this structure and make sure or figure out the damage done, the second floor that has been ripped up.
And probably to make sure that no one is there.
For sure.
You know,
pets, maybe pets as well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to, let's listen to the soundbite, this interview with Christina and presumably some students here from UTSA.
Then I noticed the power was out, and then it just like really loud, and so I sleep next to my window, and like the building started shaking, so I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm, and then the tree just blew over, and I saw stuff like flying into the pool, and I was like, what is going on? And so
a lot of damage, partially missing roof. Again,
that's a crazy account from that student.
Yeah, so he had that vantage point of
looking over the pool.
Of the pool area. So it sounds like, and this is a guess on my part, but it sounds like he was not living where the roof was ripped off. He instead just opened up his window to see essentially all heck break loose. This is now video, I believe, from the Rim. So we're kind of jumping back and forth between locations.
All within the same area, relatively. So you're looking at the Oasis Apartments, which is across, I guess, I-10, right? And so you come across the way,
right,
and you're over by La Cantera, the Rim, and this area was damaged as well.
It's there at that cloverleaf, essentially, where I-10 and 1604 meet. Right. They essentially, you know, and here's another what could have been, is they had construction out there for seemingly years, right? Yeah. Working on all those ramps.
Right.
A lot of equipment out there.
Still there. Don't know when it's going to end.
Yeah, but seemingly that's another location. Phil Sterling is here at the Palladium. That sustained what we've seen, Phil, was some damage. Tell us what exactly, how much damage, what do we know here?
Yeah, guys, it looks like right now they're cleaning up the damage that was done to the Palladium. I just want to show you, I mean, take a look. Those crews are cleaning, and look at the parking lot. I mean, trees being cleaned up. I mentioned that a little bit earlier. We're gonna walk here closer so you can get a closer look. People are driving through this area. I think most of them are just looking at what happened here. There's even a car right over there. I don't think that's, I think that may have been here when the storm came through. Even its bumper is ripped. We're here to get a closer look at the Palladium. Yeah, crews just cutting up trees, getting rid of the debris where they can. It looks like right stacked some of the dry. just different types of things strewn about through the area. Really, the cleanup effort is on right now. And then, I mean, take a look over here. It looks like there's some workers with the Palladium actually helping with the cleanup crews right now, but they've caution taped this area off. They have they have men in reflector vests in some areas. Let's get a little bit closer to take a look. And yeah, I mean, as you guys have seen at the Palladium earlier in the day, a lot of that drywall damage, a lot of it just laid out right in front of us here. Right in front of us here. It really, I'm not sure how long it'll take for them to clean this up, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen within the hour.
Hey Phil, it's Marisa. So you are next to the Palladium, a huge movie theater out in that area. David and I have been wondering, can you tell us what that blue thing is that has been damaged, that's on the floor or on the ground?
Yeah, that looks like an awning. It looks like, here, hold on, let me show you here. One second. The awning, right? So it looks like it attaches to the top right there above this, the poster board. It looks like it just flipped over onto the ground right there. Something like that. I mean, probably easily comes off with high winds when it's made out of fabric like that.
Phil, have you been able to talk to some of the workers? I see that there are some workers there trying to clean up as much as they can with what they can.
No, not yet, but let's see if they have anything to say. Excuse me? Would one of you be willing to talk about what might happen? Nope.
Thank you, though.
No problem. All right, yeah, it looks like they're busy, not making any comments right now, but yeah, just gathering what they can and getting it cleaned up.
All right, so Phil Sterling is there. Phil, thank you so much. That is damage done to the rim and certainly the Palladium there. Still trying to figure out if not only the Palladium, but all those restaurants and businesses, Dick's Sporting Goods, whether or not they will open. You start to see more activity around in that area. We'll keep on top of that and see if we can get you an answer here shortly. Want to go now to a different area that is dealing with a far different storm, and that is Uvalde. Destiny Fuller there. Well, Destiny, where are you? And I can see there is some massive flooding behind you. Where exactly in Uvalde are you?
Yeah, so we are at Leona Park, and I'll have Mike show you a little bit behind. If you've not been to this park, this is not normally what it looks like. There's a little bit of higher water than normal. We've also seen some damage. This is a frisbee golf type of arena or area, and some of those frisbee golf nets have been ripped out of the ground. High water, and right outside of Leona Park, or right next to it, should I say, is the Civic Center here in Uvalde. It's where we just finished listening to an informational press conference. Now, the reason why I'm putting emphasis on the fact that it was an informational press conference is because we weren't able to ask any questions. We just listened to a bunch of officials within Uvalde County tell us what's been going on as it pertains to at least up until 9 o'clock this morning. So here's what we know. 25 rescues have been made over the past couple of days as of 9 o'clock this morning, but we are expecting that number to change. Earlier today, we were at a high water rescue, and officials confirmed with us that that is an active rescue that they are still working on. We don't know how many people are there, how many people have been rescued, but they're working on it. Now, that number comes between 8 o'clock last night and 9 o'clock this morning. There were about 20-ish last night, and then a couple of more by 9 o'clock this morning. Now, one of the officials says that they are very grateful that there have been no fatalities, but they are trying to work as much as they can, especially while it is not raining. So it's going to be a little bit of a process. They're working very hard. They rushed out of here as soon as that press conference was over. Now, one of the things that we heard, or one of the people that we heard from, is Don McLaughlin. He's a state rep here, and he says that the rain will be back, and it'll be back with a vengeance. This is just one example of one of those areas that we've seen a lot of flooding in. They're trying to work as fast as they can to get to some of the other areas, but they're doing what they can, and they're going to give us an update as soon as they finish working and they know that everybody is safe.
Destiny, when you attended that informational press conference, were they able to give you any idea of how or who the people they were rescuing? Were they rescuing them from their homes, vehicles? I know that you mentioned earlier in our newscast, it was a construction site that some of the folks were being rescued from?
Yes, so what we learned today was that a lot of these rescues have been happening at homes. These are families, and they've been rescued by either rescue boat or a helicopter. Again, it's unclear exactly the circumstances surrounding that active rescue that they're working on now, but the PIO has assured me that as soon as everyone is out, we'll have the information and we'll be able to give it to our viewers.
Destiny, before you go, and as this race against the clock, for lack of better terms, happens there in Uvalde, officials trying to kind of clear everybody out. Can you guys, you and Mike, we should name Mike Guerrero is one of our longtime photographers here at News 4. Give us a perspective, kind of, can you walk and talk and kind of show us the area there? Obviously, we see the flooding right behind you, but the grander perspective of the park where you are, what does it look like?
Yeah, Mike, could you kind of pan around just a little bit and show what we've got going on here? I'm going to move out of the way so you can see a little bit more than what I'm able to show you standing here. We are seeing a rushing water. They call it the dam, and it's really overflowed, and it's just further back there. It's where you see a lot of that water coming from, and it's coming this way. There's a staircase here that much normally would lead into the grass and much lower down where the bank is. Right now, the water is all the way up to what would be the first step. Now, it hasn't come any higher than that. I don't know if the water has receded because we weren't able to get around very well this morning because of how hard it was raining. This is just a little bit. It's very muddy in this grassy area down here by where some of the trees are. I don't know, Mike, if you're able to show them this tree that kind of looks like a V in the middle of the water. That just goes to show where the grass would normally be, and the water is just a little bit further than that. It's a mess here. Like I said, there are some of the Frisbee golf hoops. I don't know what you call those. I'm not a Frisbee golfer, but either way, I do know that they're supposed to be in the ground, and right now they are not. So that's just a little bit of a scene setter for those of you who can't be out here. You shouldn't come out here because it's not safe to, but this is what it looks like.
And we should point out that Mike and Destiny actually woke up today in Del Rio and then made their way to Uvalde. And so they are kind of doing this all on the fly. And that rain, that flooding, Destiny, that's from yesterday, correct?
Yes, and it's only gotten worse this morning. For those of you who were with us early this morning when we got here, it was raining so hard. I know that this is kind of added to the amount of water that we've originally seen, but it was already in bad shape. There's actually a man coming through here. He was quite upset about the Frisbee golf situation, and he says, "You missed all of it. It was even worse yesterday." And then, it continued to rain. So that's just some of the things that we've been hearing from people who are out here and what they think about everything that we've seen so far.
Destiny, before we let you go, Uvalde leaders gave an informational press conference. What's the bottom line? Are they encouraging folks who live there to evacuate if they live in low-lying areas, or are they saying hunker down? What should viewers know if they have friends, family living out in that area?
There was never a definitive bottom line of should you stay or should you go. Actually, they gave us a bottom line of if we were going to make our way back to San Antonio, that we should get out now before Highway 90 floods out. But as it pertains to residents, they essentially told people to make the best decision to stay safe wherever they are, wherever they live. Now, obviously, we've seen some of those high water rescues in some areas, but it was never definitively stated of what people should do. But they did say that people should keep up to date with what the latest is happening through the Uvalde Police Department Facebook page and the Uvalde County Emergency Management. They're supposed to be posting updates regularly there, which we've seen so far.
By the way, Destiny, I loved your phrase earlier about you and Mike were told to leave the area and driving down the road, and at the same time, the rescue crews were racing to the danger. It's just a great perspective of what exactly the average person is dealing with, and certainly the men and women who wear a uniform and help us. Destiny Fuller live in Uvalde, a park there that is flooding, and unfortunately, more than likely will take on more flooding as rain hits that area later today. We'll have more from Destiny throughout the day right here on News 4. Let's get Jeanette's perspective. It's been a while since we've checked in with her. And as you see, I believe that's David Mendoza's camera angle there to the right on your screen. What are we looking at over the next few hours as far as rainfall? I guess here, where do you want to start? Do you want to start here in San Antonio, or do you want to go in the outer lying areas?
So let's take a look first off, David, at some of the rainfall amounts from the last 24 hours. We've been talking about all of the flooding. Of course, we have Destiny there in Uvalde. And I would say it's Uvalde County that is dealing with the worst of the flooding. I mean, you can see that pretty large yellow area, which indicates upwards of a foot of rainfall. Also upwards of 10 plus inches of rain from northeastern Kinney County, southern Edwards County into far southern Real County. But really Uvalde County has been seeing the worst of this. The storm started yesterday, continued throughout the day, and we saw more storms late last night through early this morning. Concan is the city there north of Uvalde that has gotten hit hard. Major flooding ongoing across Uvalde County. My recommendation is if you live near a creek or a river, definitely stay weather aware. And if you can, I would say evacuate, because I do expect the flooding to get even worse. Any water that's farther north is just going to flow downstream and cause more flooding. Plus, I do expect even more showers and thunderstorms over the next at least 24 to 36 hours. But these are radar estimated rainfall amounts. Again, 7, 8, 10 plus inches of rainfall there. Closer to San Antonio and Bexar County, upwards of 3, 4 plus inches of rain. Most of that was from this morning, earlier this morning, over northwestern Bexar, including eastern Bexar. This is where we're seeing the rain right now. Still multiple flash flood warnings, that from Bexar County to Guadalupe, Comal, Kendall, and points farther west. This flash flood warning is until 12:45. The one farther east, which extends from eastern Bexar County to Guadalupe County, runs until 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're still seeing some pockets of heavy rain. In fact, across downtown San Antonio, there's a little bit of a break. Earlier, that thunderstorm hit. That's now moving towards the north side. Over towards the southeastern side of town, that is inside of Loop 410, there is a heavier pocket of rainfall. Roads are very wet, and yes, the flooding potential is on the high side. Heaviest rain generally along and north of Highway 90. These are the areas that are currently seeing the heaviest rain. Far northern Uvalde County up towards the Camp Wood area. Also anywhere from Castle Hills to Bandera and over towards Bernie. A third area of concern, northeastern Bexar over towards Guadalupe County, and now I'm noticing far northeastern Atascosa into far southeastern Bexar County. Rainfall rates here 1 to 2.5 inches per hour. Flood alerts, well, the flash flood warnings highlighted in red, most of those expiring at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Meanwhile, flood watch, which means more flooding is possible, through tomorrow in the evening. Those are flood advisories closer to the coast. That's where minor flooding is possible. A tornado confirmed just after 7:50 this morning. Most likely an EF0 tornado. To get official classification, we have to wait from the National Weather Service. We saw storm reports on the northwest side of San Antonio starting as early as 7:50 this morning. There was flying debris. You saw the twister as well. This was reported closer to the rim at about 7:52. So tornado confirmed right around 7:52, certainly before 8 o'clock in the morning. That was 1604 I-10 area. By about 7:56, that collapsed. So it was a brief tornado over the city's far northwest side of town. Could we see more tornadoes? Well, we are looking at a level 1 severe storm risk, and this means that severe storms are possible, which will be capable of producing strong, damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado or two. And this is for areas along and west of I-31. That is a level 1 out of 5 severe storm risk. While flash flooding is the biggest concern, we can't rule out some severe storms. Flood risk is highest in The hot pink there, level 4 out of 4 for Medina, Uvalde, Northern Maverick, Northern Zavala, and points farther to the north and west. Level 3 out of 4, including Bexar County, level 2 farther east. Tomorrow into early Friday, this is when I do expect the last batch of storms. Level 3 out of 4 flood risk for those areas in red. That is from north of Uvalde to Rock Springs, Bracketville, and over towards Del Rio. Showers and storms likely at least through the middle of the afternoon. We should then see the coverage of the rain become less throughout the afternoon. Hill country in the western zone, of course, that's the part of our viewing area that will see the more widespread, heavier rainfall. Weather alerts through tomorrow. Make sure you are weather aware. Have that 4Zone weather app. We are going to keep you guys updated around the clock through tomorrow, Friday into the weekend. It does look a lot drier with temperatures into the 90s. Well, that is a look at your forecast. Of course, we are going to come right back. We're going to take just a short break and we'll be right back.
Well, good morning, or almost noontime.
Right.
It's brunch. I believe good brunch time. I'm David Chancellor. That is Marisa Mendoza. We are continuing our coverage of, simply put, a tornado that touched down in northwestern Bexar County earlier this morning. I believe the official time, you guys correct me in the booth, I believe we have been running a graphic that says 7:52. Stayed on the ground for about 5 minutes, sometime around 8 a.m. And this is some viewer video. This is from Juan Trejo from Rhino Roofers. And that is as good of a shot as we have seen of what at the time was described as maybe a formation. And then the National Weather Service came on and said, nope, that is an actual tornado. We don't have an official level size. We also wondered about that light, that flashing light that you see. That was not lightning. That was my early guess. That was just simply a transformer blowing. And I say simply, easy for me to say, I didn't lose power, but many people did. About 5,000 people in our area lost power. We're assuming most of it because of this. Just great pictures.
And just to give you where that perspective of where that is, that's 1604 East, just before I-10. La Cantera is over to the left. So the tornado kind of hopscotched around, right? It started over at Chavano Park. It went over towards UTSA Boulevard, maybe. Well, it did, and it went to the Oasis Apartments over there, and then it hopped across the highway and hit the rim and hit the Palladium and Dick's Sporting Goods over in that shopping center. So this is the Oasis Apartments.
This is the pool area, I believe, that's in sort of the middle of that complex. We heard one of the residents there say that he woke up, heard a bunch of commotion, opened up his window, saw the storm, and simply saw things being thrown into the pool.
Like a tree.
Because of the, yes, like a tree, like patio furniture. Now, this is a new video, or a picture.
These are pictures that was sent in by my friend Chris. He took pictures of this, and that's the roof of the Oasis apartment like another perspective. But just the damage there is crazy. A carport was mangled up as if, crumpled paper.
Okay, so some recap information here, and we'll just kind of jump around visually, but audio-wise, just to sort of keep up with everything. I want to put a bow on the Oasis apartments. If you go to their website, they bill themselves as luxury apartments for students. I've had someone message me on social media saying it's not official student housing with UTSA. Semantics here. We don't need to, whether or not it is or it isn't. A lot of students live in that area. It's an apartment complex that had part of its roof ripped off, and now there'll be tons of people. We don't have a number yet, but we'll be looking for new housing, certainly now and in the near future. That, I believe, is at the Oasis. That is a tree that got ripped from its roots. David Mendoza describing that on scene, just ripped up. And then there's a lot of what could have been, because you see that, you see the roof, you see that, which is the tornado itself. And that's a great picture right there.
Yeah. Well, and the good thing is, so far, no injuries have been reported.
There you go.
San Antonio Fire Department has confirmed that, as well as the city of San Antonio.
Look at that floating around. What is that?
Probably the roof that you're saying, hey, where did it go? That probably is part of it. That's the Palladium, which is across the freeway.
I've never been in the middle of a tornado.
Huge movie theater out in that area. And you can see just the stone falling off of that area. That's the awning, the blue awning that Phil showed us.
I've seen this video now about 25 times this morning. I'd never picked up on the audio, and the gentleman that was filming it said, I've never been in the middle of a tornado. Neither have most people. A police officer that David Mendoza heard on the scanners saying in panic initially when there was just a sighting of what they thought could be the formation of a twister. This is a different apartment complex out in the area. Do we know what this is?
I don't know where those pictures are from.
All right, but again, this is the Palladium part. We, the news cliche is always more questions than answers. One of those questions is the businesses out in the rim, including the movie theater, are they open? We don't know that. They are in cleanup mode right now, and one of the gentlemen there at the Palladium telling Phil Sterling live on our air about 10 minutes ago, he wasn't going to answer the question of what's happening, because they honestly don't know. They're just trying to clean things up right now.
Well, and also to just add perspective, right? It happened at 7:52 this morning. Not a lot of people out and about. A lot of people commuting to work or school. Thank goodness, a lot of the Palladium area, shopping centers over at the Rim were not bustling with activity, because we all know that area is very busy. It's got a lot of restaurants, got a lot of shops. Movies, usually, right? The first movie's at 11. So clearly no movies at the Palladium today, not right now, until all of this cleanup and the structure is deemed safe again. So we're lucky. I think so far no injuries reported, which is good news.
Let's bring in Jeanette Kaye. Jeanette, just the real 30,000-foot view here. We went on the air this morning at 4:30. There was some rain, obviously, in San Antonio. In the metro area. But most of our attention was to the west, where you're looking at right now. Uvalde, Utopia, Kerrville, all of that. And then subsequently, around 8 a.m., we started dealing with all of the news with the tornado. That has since dissipated, but our attention now goes back to west of here, because those areas right there, those are going to get hammered now, and they are going to get hammered later down the road, specifically later tonight and into the early hours tomorrow morning. Is that correct?
Oh, right. So, for example, Uvalde County, especially northern Uvalde County, has picked up about a foot of rain since yesterday. And you can see, although the rain is not very intense right now, it is still raining. And I do expect even more showers and storms in some of those same areas later today, tonight, including tomorrow morning. So the flooding risk, that flooding danger will be highest just to our west. There are flash flood warnings that are currently in effect, those running until 2 o'clock this afternoon. However, they will be extended if the flash flooding risk continues. It's mostly light to pockets of moderate rain that we're seeing right now from eastern Edwards County, northeastern Kinney County to northern Uvalde County. Also pretty large area of light rain farther to the east from Kerr County to Bandera County. Heaviest storms, where storms are training and are dumping torrential rain over some of the same spots. That is in eastern Bandera and up towards Kendall County. Heads up, Bernie, you are likely seeing lots of flooding there. Closer to San Antonio, it's eastern parts of Bexar County where I'm noticing these storms that are producing some pockets of heavy rain. That flash flood warning until 12:45, the one farther east, that until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Lots of water on the roads, and definitely stay away from those flood-prone areas, those low water crossings. Still over 20 low water crossings closed because of a high water. Farther to the west, Uvalde seeing a break from the rain with more of the steadier rain farther to the north around Camp Wood. Now there is a heavier downpour in Sabinal, and you can see from far eastern Uvalde County to west central Medina County, there are some more storms that are developing with heavy rainfall. So those are the areas where the heaviest rain is right now. And keep in mind that yes, while we may catch a break later today, there are more storms in the forecast for tonight into the day tomorrow. That's why a flood watch is in effect. That's for areas in green through tomorrow evening. But where flash flooding is happening as we speak, that's where we're seeing those flash flood warnings, and most of those running until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Right now in town, live look outside Raul Beat Rodriguez Law weather camera. It is 72 and cloudy, wet with the showers and storms. East-southeast wind at 9 miles an hour. Temperatures in the 60s and 70s with the rain around. Of course, it's a lot cooler. To the south where it is drier, temperatures warming up into the low 80s. So it's going to be wettest across the hill country and out west, but still a pretty good rain chance here in San Antonio, at least until about maybe 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Rain chance on the high side tomorrow, then it is drier Friday into the weekend. I do have weather alerts through Thursday with the chance for more showers and storms that will likely lead to flooding. Make sure you have that 4Zone weather app so you can track all of this on radar right at the palm of your hand. Guys?
Jeanette, thank you. We want to mention that there is something out of Kendall County, the emergency management services out there. The residents living along Cibolo Creek in the heart of Bernie, Evergreen, Yolana, and West San Antonio Avenue areas should voluntarily evacuate now or prepare to shelter in place as the water levels continue to rise. Again, this is coming from the Kendall County Emergency Management Services. Just wanted to put that out there right now. We'll have more on that because David Mendoza is headed out there.
I believe we're going to talk to David. So people living in Bernie are being told to either stay in your home or leave now, essentially because of the water levels rising. David, where are you? You're on your way there? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, David. Right now I'm just getting onto 10 West, just south of 1604, actually making my way from that apartment complex. Yeah, we're hearing of reports of flooding in that area. You look at a traffic map in that area, looking very slow throughout Bernie. Actually, just getting back onto the ground because we're starting to see some rain in the area. As I look to my northwest, it looks very dark and gray in that part of the city up towards Bernie. So we're going to check it out right now. Road conditions have improved within San Antonio since earlier this morning, but I'll be able to give you more information of what I'm seeing in Bernie when I get there here in about the next 30 minutes or so. I will keep you updated. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, it goes without saying, David, please be safe as you head into what appears to be a flooding situation out in Kendall County.
We should also mention that there is an emergency alert for River Road. It's been completely shut down. Emergency crews out in Kendall County are actively conducting water rescues. So again, let's just mention the residents living along Cibolo Creek in the heart of Bernie, Evergreen, Yolana, and West San Antonio Avenue areas all should voluntarily evacuate now or prepare to shelter in place as the water levels continue to rise. Again, this is coming from the Kendall County Emergency Management Services.
All right, so this is the dance that we're doing. You know, we started out this morning worried and focused on, and as we're watching this. Again, this is David going I-10 eastbound in road cam, and I see flashing lights, and I can't tell if they're, I'm sorry, westbound, that's correct. So westbound, headed towards Bernie, flashing lights in front of him. I don't know if they're coming at him or in the same direction. But we started off focused on all this area west of us because of the flooding and the rain and 10 inches falling in Uvalde. And then the tornado took our attention away, obviously, because it tore through part of northwestern San Antonio. That has since gone, and now we are now focused again on what many have described as, I believe Commissioner Grant Moody said, catastrophic flooding.
Right.
And that is in some of the areas, Kendall County, Medina County, Bandera County, Uvalde County.
And it's interesting, when we spoke to Commissioner Moody on the air maybe 30 minutes ago, he said, I want to say the topography of our area probably helped not cause more damage because
with the tornado,
right, because it's a little bit hilly as opposed to being completely flat. And I want to lean on him saying, yeah, you're probably right, don't you think? So again, you are looking at David Mendoza. He's in road cam headed towards Bernie. Again, River Road out there completely shut down. We also got an email from New Braunfels saying that the Comal River is closed, so no recreational activity is going on today over there. Be aware of that.
Let's go live to Uvalde, the city of Uvalde. Destiny Fuller is out there. She's been out there. You're at are you still at the park? So she's at a park, or was, that was starting to flood even more than it already was. Where are you? The conditions? By the way, real quickly, Destiny, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, so we're just passing this along to you. Jeanette said a few minutes ago, there's a flash flood warning for Uvalde County until 2 p.m., but that is likely going to be extended because of the forecast. And the only reason I bring that up is an area that has been dealing with a whole lot of rain over the last 24 hours is about to likely get a whole lot more, and that's not great news.
Yeah, you know what? I am no meteorologist. I trust Jeanette fully, but let me tell you, being out here, this ground is absolutely soaked. There's no more water going into this, and that's why we're starting to see it everywhere else. I know you guys wanted a closer look. We weren't able to do that at the first time you came to us, but let me show you. This is Nopal Street. It's one of the streets that runs right by the Civic Center, and it is completely covered by water here. This is supposed to be a crossing, and you know, nobody's getting across this now, and it just goes to show, if you didn't know what was already here, if you didn't see the railing, you probably wouldn't know that cars are able to drive right across this every day. There's even a walkway that is supposed to connect where I'm standing to the other side where that group of people, if you look a little bit to your left, is standing. It's just a little bit of the damage that we've seen, or it pertains to water. We've seen branches and things like that get tangled up here in the grate. And then if you look a little bit further over, straight ahead of me, that's where you see some of that water line and where the water was. Now, for those of you who didn't hear me talk the last time, there was a man who walked by us right when we were about to go live saying, you missed it. All the worst was yesterday. Now, that is what he is talking about. This area was very, very well flooded, for lack of a better way of putting it. Sidewalks completely covered. We're going to walk a little bit this way where it's not so muddy. There's concrete and I can't slip. But this sidewalk completely covered by water. You can't really get through anywhere else besides this one little area. And take a look at this. It's supposed to be an amphitheater. It's supposed to say Rotary Amphitheater. Those steps that I was describing a little bit earlier, that's where those are supposed to be. Now, granted, for those people who haven't been here or haven't seen it before, you maybe wouldn't know, but ideally there's supposed to be several steps that you're able to get on before you get to the very top level. Moving forward just a little bit more, and I'm gonna stay here and let the camera do the moving. It's just a river running through here. I mean, there are some of those frisbee golf hoops that I was telling you about, they're scattered. We've seen things floating through this area. This water is moving very fast, and for lack of a better way of putting it, it's not supposed to look like this. Now, it's like, as I said, it started to rain. They were saying that there was going to be a lull, and they, being county officials, they were going to work as hard as they could to get people out during the active water rescues, but they were telling people to stay aware and to listen to warnings from the Uvalde Police Department as well as the Uvalde County County Emergency Management. This is a mess. I'm not going to dress it up, but this is what we're dealing with, and it's what could only get worse with some of the rain that we see coming here in Uvalde County, and more specifically in the city of Uvalde.
Did you say it's raining again? Is that what you said?
Yes, it just started to sprinkle as I was talking.
So that's not the delay that I mean, how long? Because you've been there all morning long. So how long has it been since it rained? What was the reprieve, so to speak?
I'll give it we're in the 11 o'clock hour now. The last time that we saw the really, really hard downpour was probably an hour before that. So roughly 9-ish or so. We were putting updates on social media, and it was torrential rain for a few minutes. Before that, the last time we had seen rain was around 6 a.m. So there's been long gaps. I just don't know if they're long enough to give a little bit of a break to some of the grass and some of these areas that have already seen so much high flooding.
Hey, Destiny, before we let you go, just to give people perspective of Uvalde and where you are, for those who are not familiar, how far are you from, I guess, the actual city of Uvalde, where you did your live shot earlier this morning? It looked like you were, I guess, in the main part of Uvalde, and now...
The square?
Right.
Yeah, the square.
How far are you from the square?
I would give it maybe 5 to 7 minutes. We're not very far at all. Now, the difference is that area is almost all concrete. There wasn't much flooding at all. We were just seeing water that was on the streets, as opposed to this area, very residential, lot of grass, and not a lot of room for water to go.
All right, not great information there, as Destiny Fuller points out, more rain falling, and as Jeanette has said all morning long, a lot more rain could be on its way. Destiny Fuller with her photographer Mike Guerrero there in Uvalde, the city of Uvalde in Uvalde County. Destiny, stand by. We'll check back in throughout the day with you. Thank you so much. Want to go to Phil Sterling. He is live at the Palladium, where a tornado touched down here in San Antonio in far northwestern Bexar County. It's hard to even imagine that we're making that sentence, but it did, and it happened. Phil, what's the latest on the damage and the businesses, and sort of kind of set the scene of what people out at the rim are dealing with right now?
Yeah, they're really dealing with cleanup, and honestly, so far it's going not bad. I mean, take a look behind me. This area had a lot of debris. We're going to walk over here, and by this area, I mean the Palladium. It looks like a lot of that debris has been piled up at this point. Workers were really shoveling it from the top and just dropping it down at the bottom into these piles. There's all sorts of things in these piles, and they've been breaking them down too with hammers, sledgehammers, all sorts of different tools. As I've tried earlier to ask what exactly they were doing, they're really busy with cleanup. They told me that they can't comment at this time, but like you said, this is a popular theater, and people have been driving by to take a look at what's going on. I'm here with Rose right now. She's somebody that lives about 10 minutes away. Rose, what did you see? I mean, what was it like last night or this morning? Sorry.
It was scary. You know, we were freaking out, lights turning off. We seen the movies, you know, our favorite movie theater. We love to come with the family about 4 or 5 years. And when we seen it, I have 3 kids, so they were all crying and panicking. What is that noise, mommy? And it was crazy. We never expected it in Texas, in San Antonio, you know, and I was just like, oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen after this. Like the whole movie's going to be gone, it's going to stand up. I was scared. I was like, oh my God.
And you know, how do you think they're doing so far with the cleanup effort? I mean, it does look like there's some damage here on the exterior, but what I heard from some people that were working this morning, they usually clean up, they just clean inside. They're not doing, it has nothing to do with the storm damage. They said that interior wise, it's looking pretty good. Is that a good sign to you?
Oh, yes. I am excited. I'm excited because they're really moving fast. You know, they've been moving fast for a while, but hopefully it'll be done and we'll be back here again, you know.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, Phil Sterling there at a somewhat damaged Palladium because of a tornado, although they are cleaning it up.
They cleaned it up fast.
Yeah, they did. Phil, thank you so much. And this is a video from earlier. This is the amount of damage that we saw. I got to say, of all the folks that we've listened to, Rose, who Phil just talked to with the soundbite of the morning and possibly the month. She and her kids it's their favorite movie theater, and they cried because of the damage. And it's the human part of all of this, right? We get caught up in the damage and what happened and numbers and strength of tornadoes, when in fact, people don't really care about the classification. They just want to know, are they going to be able to go to the movies? Are they going to be able to eat at their favorite place? And in the case of the Oasis Apartments, does somebody actually have a place to stay?
Right.
And those are a lot of questions that are still answered. This is David
Mendoza in Road Cam. He's headed to Bernie because of the evacuation orders there by the Kendall County Emergency Management Office.
He's in the thick of it right now. This is the most rain we've seen from any of our staff this morning.
Right, the rain is moving in that direction. So David needs to stay safe, and hopefully we will be able to talk to him sooner rather than later. We want to remind folks that the Comal River is closed. No recreational access is available there today because of what's going on, as well as, cleanup continues over in the area in northwest Bexar County, where the tornado hit about 7:52 this morning.
So this is CPS Energy's outage map. We're showing that because of the tornado, and certainly, what does that say, about 49 outages, a little over 4,000. Okay, let's go back to David. And just for folks who are just tuning in, David is headed in the direction of Bernie's, I-10 West. David, before I get to you, I want to make sure that our viewers understand the latest information, and that is from Kendall County Emergency. They put out this statement, and it reads, quote, residents living along Cibolo Creek in the heart of Bernie, Evergreen, Yolanda, and West San Antonio Avenue areas should voluntarily evacuate now or prepare to shelter in place as water levels continue to rise. River Road, which is one of those pipelines through the Bernie area, that is closed in all directions. This is the worst that you've been through this morning, yes?
Yeah, this is looking really bad out here. I'm not actually sure how much further I'm going to be able to go. That voluntary evacuation order, if it's looking this bad on I-10, I can only imagine how it looks in Bernie right now, because we're seeing heavy ponding on I-10 West right now. I'm about 9 minutes outside of Bernie, just right here off of 87, the business route. So looking pretty terrible, incredibly dangerous, even out here on the highways. Makes me nervous just seeing the amount of ponding that is going on right here on the highway, and the frontage roads as well. Not looking great either. I just passed over Balcones Creek, I believe is its name. And yeah, see right here, heavy ponding in the area. I just passed over it. That creekway is looking extremely full right now. So yeah, as I make my way into Bernie, driving as cautiously as I can. There's a whole lot of water on the road right now. I'll be able to update you as soon as I get a little closer. We'll definitely have to see how the town of Bernie is doing. I would not be surprised at all if there's active water rescues happening right now due to the amount of rain that I'm currently seeing. I would say it's an incredibly dangerous situation, and you should heed the warning and probably voluntarily evacuate, because it's looking rough over here. But I'm gonna go check it out. I'll keep you updated with what I find out here in Bernie. Back to you in the studio.
All right, David, we need to point out just sort of the obvious here from a human standpoint. David is in a vehicle that is outfitted with cameras and a microphone. He is not holding anything. He is not driving while shooting the video with his phone. He's not holding a microphone. He is 10 and 2, so to speak. And I say that because I want people to know safety is first and foremost for our station when it comes to our crews who are out there. And I say that because David is driving into the heart of some real nastiness right now. So our thoughts are with everyone out in Kendall County. Again, Kendall County Emergency is telling people who live out in the Bernie area and that surrounding area, either shelter in place or evacuate immediately. I don't know the time frame here. Are we past the time where they need to evacuate, and maybe at this point they should just shelter in place? That's just me asking questions out loud. Bottom line, David will give us better pictures as he's exiting right now, but he's going I-10 westbound do not go out I-10 West right now. That is someplace where if you're here in San Antonio, you want to avoid, and you want to avoid for a while.
And let's just remind folks before we go to break, we want to remind people that this is coming from the Kendall County Emergency Management Services. Residents living along Cibolo Creek in the heart of Boerne, Evergreen, Yolana, and West San Antonio Avenue areas should voluntarily evacuate now or prepare to shelter in place as water levels continue to rise. Crews are closing River Road in all directions. Conditions can change rapidly. Do not wait until roads become impassable. Again, River Road is shut down. So we want to make sure that everyone is safe. If you need help, you are encouraged to call 911 so that you can get help from the county, the city, whatever you need so that you can get out of your home and get to safety and shelter in place someplace other than if you feel unsafe in your home. And we also want to remind folks that the Comal River is closed today for any type of recreational activity. And with that said, we will be right back. We'll have more news and weather after the break.
All right, welcome back. Continuing coverage of, I don't even know what to call it anymore. I mean, it was rain, it was flooding, it's a tornado. Now it's an evacuation, essentially, of the city of Boerne, which, by the way, we're going to get, I think this is new. I want to make sure came across our email about 10 minutes ago from the city of Boerne. Mm-hmm. Flood conditions continue to change across Boerne. We're live with the very latest. This is a serious, life-threatening situation. We're sharing the latest on road closures, rising conditions. If you live near a creek or low water crossing, this is an update you don't want to miss. All of that to say this: you do not want to be in Boerne. Mm-hmm. If you are outside of Boerne, do not go there, period. If you are in Boerne, this is a situation where you either need to get out now or you need to find a very safe place because of the water. This is David still, yes?
Yeah, he's, I think, still traveling west along I-10 heading towards the Boerne area. And this is where the most intense rain is in our viewing area, between far eastern Bandera County up into southwest Kendall County. And I do believe we are going to pick up more of this intense rain closer to the northwest side of San Antonio.
Wow. I mean, so it's going to sit there for a while through the afternoon?
So what's going on is these storms are training, meaning we're seeing storms that are developing over the same spots, and these are storms that are producing torrential rain, and that's what's causing the flooding. Here's a look at the radar picture. So again, the more intense storms they're extending from far northeastern Medina, eastern Bandera, up into southern Kendall County, right over Bernie, and this storms here have not moved very much. If not, we're actually getting more storms that are producing very intense rain. So it's very obvious where the heaviest rainfall is, and that includes the Bernie area. The topography, as we always know, or as I always talk about, and most of us know, especially in the hill country, it's almost like solid rock. So it doesn't take much water for flooding to happen. So it's west along I-10 up towards Kendall County where we're seeing very intense rain. Let's talk about here in San Antonio and Bexar County. We're seeing more storms over eastern Bexar County. Those are drifting off towards the north. There's a flash flood warning for eastern Bexar over towards Guadalupe until 2 p.m. until 12:45 for northwestern Bexar. So you can see here that band of more training storms with very heavy rain extending from northeastern Medina, eastern Bandera. This does include Lake Hills up across Bernie. To our west of Highway 90, right now, it is dry. However, some heavier rain a little farther to the north. Northern Uvalde, southern Real, southeastern Edwards, northeastern Kinney. That's an area of generally light to moderate rainfall. But these are the two areas I'm really concerned about, but especially from Lake Hills to Bernie, along I-10 over southern Kendall County, some very intense rainfall. Those storms have been there for the last couple of hours. They don't look like they're moving very fast. And this is going to be a big concern, as we said earlier, a dangerous, life-threatening situation evolving there in the Bernie area. Want to mention that that'll likely last at least for another hour or so, maybe a break later this afternoon, but then there are more storms in the forecast for tonight into the day tomorrow. Flood watch until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening for those counties in green. That's where flooding is possible. Meanwhile, where flooding is happening, that's where we're seeing all of these red boxes, and those are the flash flood warnings, most of them going until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So, of course, the flood risk is very high, especially from San Antonio to the north and west. But these same spots, we're concerned about severe storms that will be capable of producing strong winds, maybe even a brief tornado or two. So we can't forget about the tornado potential. Level 1 out of 5 severe storm risk. But flooding is the biggest issue. For today, it's going to be mainly from Medina County to Uvalde County, Kinney County, Uvalde County up towards Edwards and Real counties. Now, the Bernie area, Kendall County, Bexar County, that is a level 3 out of 4 flood risk, and that's going to be throughout the day today, tonight, including early tomorrow. So the showers and storms will likely continue here over the next couple of hours. Should see lower rain chances later this afternoon. Want to point out that the National Weather Service has mentioned that they are busy tracking these storms that we're still seeing in our area. Once we see a break from the thunderstorm activity later this afternoon, they will be sending a crew to northwest San Antonio to assess the damage there, where a tornado was confirmed right around 7:52 this morning near the rim. Marisa, David?
All right, Jeanette, thank you. I want to go to David Mendoza, who is in road cam, and he's out there in Kendall County, I believe. I don't know if he's in Bernie yet or not. It looks like he is. David, where are you? I see cars pulled off on the side of the road. It looks like a blockade is what you're coming up to as well. Is that right?
Yeah, this is South Main actually entering into downtown Bernie. Looks like we have some vehicles blocking this this main bridge that leads into downtown. This is Cibolo Creek that they're blocking the bridge over. Looks like it's very high water, and that water is moving fast. So we have crews out here. Telling me to turn around right now. But this water is quickly rising. We've seen some significant road flooding in the area. If you look down here at the bottom of your screen, we can see that water pouring down the road as well as getting flicked up by my tires. I've also had the chance to drive along this road over on it's Cibolo Creek into Frederick Creek. Multiple roads have been closed because the water is overtaking those roads right now. Again, like I was saying, the water's moving quick. It's rising. Some yards out here are flooding. A lot of water on our roadways right now. You got to be careful if you're out in Boerne. Shelter in place, like they're saying. Don't leave your house because we're seeing a lot of water on the roads, and the rain is consistent as well. Potentially life-threatening situation if you are to get caught up in some of these waters. Just like you see this water right in front of me. I don't think it's that deep, but at the same time, I'm not going to drive through it because it's not worth it. It's quickly moving fast, and it's really building along our city streets. But I'm going to be in Boerne. I'm going to continue to try to find my way into downtown. It looks like it's significantly blocked off right now, but I'll keep you updated and let you know what I'm seeing up here. Back to you in the studio.
David, bad news. A smidge of some. Just pass it along. Jeanette just came out and said that rain that you're driving through right now will continue at least for another hour. So those conditions likely will only get worse, and they don't look great right now. So the message from Kendall County Emergency and essentially the city of Boerne is either stay in your home or get out, and I don't know, maybe we're past the point of trying to get out, and maybe the safest thing to do is just stay where you are. What are you seeing people out on the road other than first responders?
Look, I'm seeing a lot of people walk along the roadway right now. Their purpose for being on the road, I'm not sure, especially in the low-lying neighborhoods. So it's sort of hilly in Boerne right now, or Boerne is hilly in general. So in the lower-lying areas near the creek beds, I've seen a lot of people walking. I haven't seen anybody's house really been overtaken by any kind of floodwaters just yet. Right over here to the right of me, we see tons. Looks like Boerne is actually. Let me turn around and get a shot of this. Looks like they're mobilizing their police force and EMS units right now. They're just making their turn out of a neighborhood. So if you look directly in front of me, you see EMS and first responders making their way towards downtown on South Main right now. I count about five paramedic trucks and then one EMS. Looks like a chief headed that way into downtown. They're just turning on their lights right now as they make their way. So I'm gonna continue on. You know, like you just saw, downtown is blocked off right now, but I'm gonna try to get as close as I can without putting myself into danger and really see what's happening down here. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if there is some ongoing water rescues right now due to that creek down there being as full as it is. But I will keep you updated and I'll let you know. Back to you in the studio.
All right. David Mendoza in Boerne, and just west of there in Uvalde. He said water rescue, and it made me think 25 water rescues, I believe, in the last 24 hours in Uvalde County. We are hoping that number is 0 there in Kendall County, but that might be naive, obviously, in wishing that. The conditions, and man, he is right on, he is spot on as far as a brigade, essentially, of first responders, 5, I believe, EMS units, the fire truck that just passed here on his left-hand side. I don't think that has to do with anything other than just an 18-wheeler that's pulled over. The conditions have gone from bad to worse, and as Jeanette said, excuse me, rain will continue in that area at least for the next hour or so. So the low water areas and the rivers that are flooding now will continue to flood because they are getting no relief in sight.
Now, I just wanted to mention, I just got a text message from Commissioner Grant Moody's office, and Aaron is telling me that he just got off the call with Bexar County Emergency Management, and they are staging teams at the Freeman Coliseum. So some of their first responders from Bexar County have gone to Boerne. They're going to try and be there if they're needed. These responders, I take that back, these responders are from the state. So they're using the Freeman Coliseum for staging, and they've been there since 6 a.m. So the state is mobilizing everything they can to make sure that people have a place to be, dry, safe, as this weather moves forward. So again, we are getting a message from the city of Boerne saying that if you live there, please evacuate. Flood conditions continue to change across the city. This is a serious, life-threatening situation, and they are sharing this on the City of Boerne Facebook page. sharing the latest on road closures, rising creek conditions, power outage information, and they're encouraging people to evacuate. And they're saying it maybe not so gently.
Nor should they.
Really encouraging evacuation.
Nor should they.
Or shelter in place. Now, if you live near a creek or low water crossing, it's important that you make sure that you and your family are safe.
The only vehicles that we're seeing on the road so far from David Mendoza's vantage point of road cam have been, unless I'm not seeing correctly, has been first responders. So hopefully people are heeding that call, and we'll check back in with David for a few months. Let's do this. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back. We'll get the very latest information, just kind of how this is all going, because there are numerous weather events essentially happening at different spots throughout our viewing areas. So Kendall County, Uvalde County, Bandera, Medina County, more so yesterday, and then obviously the tornado that blew through Bexar County early this morning. Hopefully that is fine, but Jeanette alluded to the fact that this could, I believe, make its way to northwestern Bexar County. What we're seeing here in Boerne could end up impacting folks living in northern San Antonio. We're going to take a break. We'll work on kind of collecting all of this, and we'll have the very latest for you. Stay with us right here on News 4, continuing coverage of what looks to be a very nasty storm here in South Texas on this Wednesday. Welcome back. We are about 20 minutes or so from lunchtime, normal, our noon show, but we are in extended coverage right now because of several weather events that have sort of popped up in our viewing area. Uvalde County, Bexar County, Kendall County, lots going on.
All happening within the past 2 or 3 hours.
Feels like, and we're going to bring in Jeanette County. We're going to start off with Jeanette here, and we've got a trove of reporters spread out throughout the area as well, so we'll get to all of them, including David Mendoza, who is in Kendall County. And I bring up David, Jeanette, because you're the expert. You're looking at the radar. It looks like Kendall County, city of Boerne especially, is that where the heart of all of this is happening right now?
Right now, that's where most of the intense rain is, David. In fact, these are storms that are training, meaning they're not moving very fast, or storms are developing within the same areas. And we're talking intense rainfall rates upwards of almost 2.5 inches per hour. And those storms currently extend between northeastern Medina, eastern Bandera, up towards southern Kendall County. I mean, the rain started in Boerne, in southern Kendall, at 7:30 6:30 this morning, and it's just been becoming more intense since then. It's now 11:41, so that's 4 hours of moderate to heavy rain, and that's why the Boerne area dealing with a very critical situation because of the flooding. There is a flash flood warning that is until 1:45 this afternoon. That is for pretty much all of Kendall County into eastern Bandera County. And you can see the brighter red there, which is just to the west of downtown on the other side of I-10, southwest Kendall County to eastern Bandera County, where rainfall rates here are approaching 2.5 inches per hour. There's also some occasional cloud to ground lightning and some brief gusty winds. But notice to the west and also just to the east of downtown Boerne, that is where the heaviest rainfall is. Rainfall rates 2.5 inches per hour. Downtown Boerne, rainfall rates closer to 1 inch to 1.25 inches per hour. That just means that if these storms sit in the same spot, we're talking an easy, a quick 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. So keep in mind a dangerous to life-threatening situation unfolding there in Boerne, southern Kendall County because of this intense rainfall. I would say stay away from traveling west along I-10, anywhere from Northwest Bear up towards Kendall County, because that is some serious rainfall. Closer to San Antonio, there are 2 areas of concern in terms of where the heaviest rain is right now. That is outside of 1604, far northern Bear up towards Timberwood Park. Another area over towards Schertz, Universal City, Cibolo, including St. Hedwig, and down towards Pina Grove. That flash flood warning until 12:45. This one until 2 o'clock this afternoon. That means that flash flooding is likely until that time. However, if we see more rain that'll cause additional flash flooding, then those warnings will be extended. Multiple flash flood warnings, which will expire between 1 and 2 p.m. farther to the west. You can see the rain is not as intense across Edwards, Real, Kinney, Uvalde, and western Medina counties. That's where the torrential rain is. Lake Hills over towards Boerne, including northeastern Medina County. Eastern Bexar County, St. Hedwig to Cibolo, approaching New Braunfels. Those storms are slowly moving off towards the north with very heavy rain. And now a third area of concern, that one in Gonzales County. That's between Nixon and Gonzales. Those storms are pushing off towards the north. Flash flood warnings in red. That means that flash flooding is happening. Flood watch in green. That means that flooding is possible. And that runs until tomorrow evening. So we could still see more flooding into the day tomorrow. In terms of any severe storms that could cause damaging winds, maybe even another tornado or 2, well, the risk is there. A low risk, nonetheless a risk. This is a level 1 out of 2 risk. Storms capable of producing strong winds, maybe a brief tornado or 2, and that will continue throughout the day today. Flood risk is highest to our west, closer to that area of low pressure, which is parked west of San Antonio. That is a level 4 out of 4 flood risk. Closer to San Antonio, Boerne, Pleasanton, Kerrville, that is a level 3 out of 4 flood risk. So the showers and storms will likely continue until about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Then notice how the chance of rain does decrease later this afternoon. But then even more rain as we go into your Thursday. So weather alert today, including tomorrow. Then here comes the drier weather Friday into the weekend. Definitely be weather aware, and we'll keep you guys updated through the day. David, Marisa?
Thank you. I want to go to David Mendoza, who is out in the Kendall County area. He was driving through the city of Boerne. It looks like you're back on the highway. Where are you?
Hey, back on the Highway 10 West going to 87 North, trying to loop around the city. Hey, I gotta just say, I just passed an area, it looked like a mobile home park, possibly flooded out here in Boerne, off to the right side of me. So I'm being forced to get back onto I-10 and try to go from top down into Boerne because all my roads northbound in Boerne are closed due to flooding. I'm going to try to make my way back to that trailer park. It was a fairly low-lying area. It looked like a lot of water was on the ground there, but that was Fredericks Creek. It was pretty near Fredericks Creek that we've also seen flooding in town. But right now I'm making my exit. I'm about to make it over to 87 and then head south on 87. See if I have any luck to see where those paramedic units we saw earlier were mobilizing. Perhaps there's a situation, or perhaps they're just staging. The rain has been, I want to say, kind of coming in waves. It's been a lot stronger, been a little slower. It looks like I'm coming to a crossing right here of some fast-moving water, actually, right at Ranger Creek Road. Now, I probably will not be crossing this because, yeah, that looks a little too deep for me. I'm definitely going to have to pass on that one. But we're seeing this bridge almost being overtaken by water right now. I'm going to have to reverse and try to get back on I-10, go a little further north, because that is a no-go for me. Again, turn around, don't drown. If you absolutely have to cross that, I mean, if it's worth losing your vehicle, I would say go for it, or worth losing your life. But I'm definitely going to keep my hands out of that one and try to make my way back onto I-10. Go ahead, David. What did you have to say?
That is such great. I mean, this is fantastic. What you are doing right now is this is a PSA for every viewer that we say every time it rains here in San Antonio. Could you get through it? Probably. Is it worth it? Absolutely not. And then you look on either side of the guardrail. I don't know what the level, the height of that river is, but that is certainly not worth it. While you do all of this, I want to pass on some information not only to our viewer, but to you. Since you are going to be out in the Boerne area, the city, the director of communications, a gentleman named Chris Shadrock, released some information to us. And this is important, David. There are active water rescues happening right now in the city. They say the worst flooding is Herf Road and River Road. They do worry, the city does, that water will continue to rise. You heard Jeanette earlier say this rain that is falling will continue for the better part of the next hour. So all of the issues like the one that you just saw, that low water crossing, that's only going to get worse. They're urging anyone living along creeks, which would certainly qualify what we just saw there from you. Anyone living along a creek needs to be ready to evacuate. We would argue you should probably evacuate now.
Now.
And that's not an expert opinion. That's just simply our humble opinion. And this might be the most eyebrow-raising. Areas that are not prone to flood will likely see flooding today. And that speaks to the amount of rain that they have gotten and the amount of rain that you could be getting there in the city of Boerne and the surrounding area of Kendall County over the next several hours.
And David had mentioned it earlier that Boerne is a lot of hills, right? It's not flat, it's got a lot of hills, so the topography, if you are in a low-lying area in Boerne, you're going to get a lot of water. And if they're saying maybe the higher level areas are probably going to flood, yeah, it's not a good situation for folks out there. So please try to be safe, make smart decisions for you and your family. You just witnessed David Mendoza backing up literally on the feeder road and saying, I'm going to try and go up further on I-10 because of water going across the frontage road.
Yeah. David, where are you, David, right now? What's happening?
This is Cibolo Creek. Still trying to find my way outside of this feeder road. Looks like it's that's pretty much the only way you can go. I drove through a construction site. Now I am slowly backing up down the on-ramp to choose not to go down there and see if I can get back onto I-10. But yeah, like you were saying, water rescues, not surprising whatsoever. The situation's not looking good here. If I'm able to get into Boerne, I will let you know. For now, backing up down an on-ramp. I'll keep you updated. Back to you in the studio.
And we were talking about this earlier. David, stay safe. We were talking about this earlier about having a high-profile vehicle. Both you and I have a high-profile vehicle, meaning a truck or SUV.
Right.
David Mendoza's in an SUV. So if he feels uncomfortable, and I would too, many people should not drive through water that is rushing across a roadway. And if you imagine if you have a low-profile vehicle, a sedan, a compact car, my goodness, you don't want to risk it at all. And Jeanette says this rain is going to continue. The weather's training, so it's going to continue through the next hour or so. Too much water.
Too much water. We see that all the time, right? The system blows in and then it sits over a part of South Texas, and then it creates all kinds of issues. Certainly it did so last night in Uvalde County, Medina County, Bandera County, and then it seems to have moved back here, and now it's over Kendall County. The question, at least for a lot of folks in our viewing area, what does it mean for Bexar County? Jeanette is tracking all of that, and we'll have the very latest on that at the top of the hour here. We're going to continue our coverage over the next several minutes. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and sort of we'll regroup and then begin our daily noon show, but it'll essentially be just more weather coverage. What you're seeing now is damage done by a tornado that blew through, or tore through, I think is the more appropriate word. This was in the
Oasis Apartments
Thank you.
Off of UTSA Boulevard in far northwest Bexar County. So that's what happened at about 7:52 this morning. Let's go back to Boerne. Our reporter Ethan Trejo is set up now to talk to us. Good morning, Ethan. What are you seeing and what are you experiencing out there in Boerne?
Yeah, Marisa, David, like we've seen all morning, the storm is coming down extremely hard. It's continuing to rain here, flooding multiple streets throughout the city of Boerne. I actually talked to a city member from the city of Boerne that says essentially the whole city has been shut down. You can see exactly why right here behind me. The flooding the raging waters here have created just a powerful current that's flowing through Frederick Creek. This is just one of the creeks here in the Boerne area. We also have the Cibolo Creek, which is going to be on the other side of this road, but both are creating these giant rapids that are flowing through the area. They've had several water rescues throughout the day. This isn't even the worst of it from what we're hearing. River Road is going to be the worst of it. They've had several road blockades like the one that you're seeing right here in front of me because of exactly what we're seeing here. So they're urging all the Boerne residents to stay safe. They've encouraged a lot of the Boerne residents to simply evacuate because of how dangerous it's becoming. We're here. This is actually a residential neighborhood, and so they're urging all the people that are living near these creeks to evacuate and take shelter if they can. We're going to be providing you all the latest updates here on News 4 San Antonio and on news4sanantonio.com. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Ethan, real quickly, we got about a minute here. The conditions, how dangerous? Obviously, the one right behind you looks awful, but around Boerne where you've been, what would you deem them as?
Extremely dangerous. Yeah, even driving on some of the freeway, driving just to get here up I-10 on some of the frontage roads, you could see waters like this, not as bad, but definitely extremely flooded. We've seen drivers try and go through it already. We've also seen several boats just pass us a few minutes ago as Boerne FD was attempting to get those boats, rescue boats, to their location. Like we said, there's several water rescues that have already taken place. They're working on evacuating more residents in some of the apartment buildings around the Boerne area. But yeah, like we said, the conditions are extremely dangerous right now.
All right, Ethan Trejo there, live in the city of Boerne, just outside, I believe, I think that was Frederick River.
Frederick Creek.
Frederick Creek. It's certainly a river now. I don't know the distinction, but it is it is raging. Ethan, thank you. Stay safe. Stay there. We will check back in with him during our noon hour. We're going to take a quick break here in a moment. You have some information to pass along,
Right.
Lisa?
I just wanted to remind folks, we got a text message from Commissioner Grant Moody's office saying that there's a staging team at the Freeman Coliseum, saying that probably the folks who evacuate from Boerne will be able to stay there and be able to have a safe, dry place to stay as this weather clears out. A lot of the responders are from the States, so Freeman's been open since about 6 a.m. this morning. So just wanted to pass that information along. Also, if I can pull it up really fast, please avoid driving down Highway 46, the stretch between Highway 16 and I-10. That is between Pipe Creek and Boerne. That is impassable. We will be right back, and our noon show will begin in just a few moments.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
11:58 on this Wednesday morning. Tornado confirmed at 7:52 this morning around the rim, that 1604 I-10. We saw flying debris, and the National Weather Service has confirmed a tornado over the city's far northwest side of town. Again, that was at 7:52 this morning. Now, the National Weather crew will be going out later this afternoon to assess the damage there. They will give us the classification and give us more information as to where exactly the tornado was, the path it took, and we will provide you that information once we get it. I'm not seeing any risk for tornadoes as we speak. However, the flooding risk is very high. That continues. This time it looks like the more intense rain and where life-threatening flooding is ongoing is in the Boerne area. Southern Kendall County, including far eastern Bandera County, northeastern Medina County, approaching far northwestern Bexar. This area under a flash flood warning until 1:45. We will likely see the heavy rain continuing from these training storms from Boerne to Lake Hills, at least for the next hour. As I mentioned, very dangerous situation around the Boerne area, specifically around Cibolo Creek. This is showing some pretty intense rain, at least the upper Cibolo Creek area. We'll check out your forecast for the rest of the day, talk more rain, more flooding. That is coming up.
A tornado caught on camera here in San Antonio. Details on its path and the new video coming in from witnesses.
New video from Sky 4 as well of the damage left behind. Look at this. Businesses and an apartment complex. The roof ripped off where a bunch of students live that go to UTSA.
The tornado isn't the only danger. We also have an update from Uvalde County, where more than 24 people have been rescued from severe flooding, and more rescues are still underway.
News 4 San Antonio at noon. We're here for you.
It has been a day, so to speak. You are watching continuing coverage now of extreme weather in our area. We've had just about everything. We have had flooding, we have had rain, and for the first time in a long time that I can remember, we had a tornado touch down in San Antonio as well. So with that, we'll walk you through everything. We've got reporters scattered all over South Texas. We'll get to every one of them. Good morning, good afternoon, I should say. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. We are also tracking severe flooding in Uvalde County right now. Jeanette, you've been looking at this all day, and clearly they're not out of the woods yet.
No, we're actually looking at the flooding risk in our viewing area through tomorrow evening. While some areas in Uvalde are seeing a little break from the rain, the flooding risk continues there. As I mentioned earlier, the more dangerous flooding is going on in Boerne, in southern Kendall County, even back across far eastern Bandera County. Between Lake Hills and Boerne is where the heaviest rain is right now. These training of storms have dumped several inches of rain, and that's why we are seeing the flooding. Let's not forget that here in San Antonio and Bexar County, there's also that flooding risk. We do have a flash flood warning for northwestern Bexar until 12:45, and the one that includes much of eastern Bexar and all of Guadalupe County, that runs until 2 o'clock this afternoon. These storms are picking up speed. They're moving off towards the north. They're dumping moderate to heavy rain between Schertz, Cibolo, over towards Marion, Santa Clara, including New Braunfels. Timberwood Park, north of Scenic Oaks, up towards Boerne and back towards the Lake Hills. That is another area where I'm seeing very torrential rainfall. There is a little break from the heavy rain right now over northern Uvalde County. However, the flooding potential continues there. There is a flash flood warning until 2 o'clock this afternoon. 3 areas of concern at this noon hour. This is where the heaviest rainfall is. Again, between Lake Hills and Boerne, between St. Hedwig and New Braunfels, and between Gonzales and Luling. That is across the east. Showers and storms will continue on and off through today, tonight, including tomorrow. Flash flood warnings in the red. That's where flash flooding is happening right now.
Jeanette, thank you. Continuing coverage now on the severe weather across the area. News 4 San Antonio's Christina De Leon is live at the Oasis Apartments, where police briefly spotted a tornado. This was at UTSA Boulevard on the northwest side of town. Christina, what does everything look like right now?
Yeah, well, let me show you what it looks like from the outside of the Oasis, and then we'll get inside that apartment complex from the video that we got earlier. But look outside. Look at the damage from the outside. You can see the rooftop there just gone from part of that building, and then the side of building A. Now that it has been confirmed, you can see that major damage to the roof here at the Oasis Apartments. The wind just ripping the shingles off one of the buildings here and the side of another. Now we want to show you, take you inside the Oasis building apartments at UTSA Boulevard. When the tornado kind of came through the area, a battalion chief telling us that between 52 to 56 units were damaged by that tornado and the high winds that came through the area right before 8 a.m. The high-end apartments, the luxury apartments, occupied by UTSA students. Now, we also want to show you the back end of the apartments here, the twisted metal and debris that went flying out by the pool area. You can even see more damage to the apartments from the back. We spoke to students who live here and heard everything as it came through. They said they were sleeping, and here's what they told us.
Now I noticed the power was out, and then it just like really loud, and so I sleep next to my window, and like the building started shaking, so I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm, and then the tree just blew over, and I saw stuff like flying into the pool, and I was like, what is going on? And so
I see light a little bit, just a little bit of lightning, and all of a sudden it goes dark, like something flew over. So something flew over, and I'm like, whoa, and the building started shaking everything, and then once I go check outside, the whole pool side, everything, the roofing was just all there, the trees were there, just broke it all down.
There. Now we're told firefighters now working with the Red Cross and UTSA, the campus, to find everyone who doesn't have a place to stay, a new home or a temporary shelter as the cleanup process gets underway here at the Oasis Apartments. But obviously you can see the destruction that was caused by the tornado that swept through this area early this morning. Reporting live outside the Oasis Apartments off UTSA Boulevard, I'm Christina De Leon. We will send it back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you. So the aftermath of what happened with the tornado this morning, this is the ongoing issue right now in the city of Boerne. David Mendoza is live there driving the streets. He's made its way from I-10 back into the city of Boerne, where the city is simply telling residents either shelter in place or evacuate. Is it lightening up, David, or is it getting worse? I can't tell.
You know, we've had some waves of rain go through. I mean, for the most part, it's still just as bad as it was last time we talked. Actually, something very interesting. For about a solid 30 seconds, I heard the town of Boerne activate their flood sirens. So we had those sirens going off out here, right where I was directly on a flooded over road. That was Blanco Road, north of downtown Boerne. I also did find the spot where all these paramedics and first responders are staging. We have a lot of different agencies here from all over Texas, Travis County, Gainesville, a lot of swift water teams on standby, ready to act. At the moment, though, I haven't actually seen any water rescues. Plenty of closed roads, plenty of heavy rain, and plenty of flooded over roadways right now. But as I continue through Boerne, I'm going to keep my eyes out. Here are all the first responders out here to my right, staging, again, ready to act. It even looks like we have some possible Army vehicles over there as well on the opposite end of that parking lot. But I'm in downtown Boerne right now. I will let you know how the situation progresses and keep you up to date with what I can learn. Back to you, David.
Looks quiet in downtown Boerne.
It does. I think hopefully everybody's staying there. I think the truly, and I hesitate to use this word, but I'm going to anyway, the truly terrifying part about what's happening in Boerne right now is this message that the Director of Communications from the city of Boerne sent us, and that is detailing sort of water rescues, Herf Road, River Road, Main Street, all of those very difficult to pass. But it's the note at the bottom that got our attention, and that is simply this. Areas not prone to flooding will likely see flooding today. And that, if you have experienced and sat through so many thunderstorms, obviously in South Texas and Boerne over the years, you're thinking, well, we're pretty good. You know, we're up on a hill, or we're up, you know, our house is fine. We're going to be good. And yeah, let's roll some video here and take some pictures of what exactly is happening in that area. According to city officials, you're not. If you are living near a creek, that is an area that you do not want to be near. If you are an area that does not flood, you likely will flood today because of the rain that is persistent and ongoing.
And the rain has been from yesterday too. So it's accumulating, and the problem is it has nowhere to go. It's not receding. It doesn't have enough time to recede. So with that said, let's head over to Uvalde County, where we find our Destiny Fuller, where she can give us an update on what's going on there. And they too have encouraged folks to shelter in place or evacuate. Good afternoon.
Hey. Hi, David and Marisa. I wish I had a better update to give you from when I talked to you a little bit this morning. We've been walking and moving around here at Leona Park in Uvalde. There will be no walking at this point. I'm going to show you why. A little bit earlier, when we finished after that press conference, just after 10 o'clock, this step was a step. It was fully visible. In the time that I have had time to talk to you guys, move around the park, this water has actually started rising. It's coming from the north and it's moving up quickly. We've had to move up a couple different times to get out of the way and make sure that we're not going to get swept up in this. Where I'm standing right now is supposed to be the Rotary Amphitheater. There's a green sign behind this tree just to our left that says that, and it shows how deep this water is. And you know what? This is an example of all of the water that we've seen just rushing further from the north. And we heard from the state representative Don McLaughlin earlier today in that informational press conference. He says that this is not going to be the end of what we see.
Right now, we had that storm setting north of us this morning, so the rivers and lakes are, the rivers and the creeks are going to be coming up, and they're going to be coming up again with a vengeance.
And a vengeance is a good way of putting that, I think. And it's just been an hour maybe that we've seen the water rise and rise again. I took a video just before we came on air. It was right around, 10:54-ish or so. And now here it is. And it's continuing. I'm watching it rise and fill up this grass as we stand here. As we all know, more rain is expected. I'm not sure what it's going to do to these water levels, but we do know that they were extremely high earlier today. So we'll have to keep an eye out. And people in the area, please pay attention to closures and every emergency alert that you get from the Uvalde Police Department and the Uvalde County Emergency Management Coordinators.
Destiny, before we let you go, I can't help but notice there's people around. There's either a woman or a girl off to your side. Are people sort of moving around out and about, or are these just other media members that are also doing what you're doing?
It's a combination of both. There are people out here who are just sitting by the water and watching what's happening. There's people that we've seen out here with drones taking pictures and videos for themselves. There are also people who are just in awe. They can't believe it. One man that we spoke to just before we came on air says he's lived in Uvalde for about 2 years, and in the time that he's lived here, he's never seen it look like this. He just had to come see it for himself. Now, Mike, would you show that little black box that's over there in the middle of the water? David, Marisa, and everyone at home, I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
That is supposed to be a fountain here at the park. it looks like a piece of debris just floating around. But to give you a scale of what's supposed to be there, and that's almost completely covered by water, but that's supposed to be the park fountain. A lot of people are really just here to see for themselves.
So when you say park fountain, it's a fountain where water comes out, or it's a fountain that you drink out of?
A fountain that water comes out, a fixture.
Yeah, we're talking about obviously some massive flooding there. It's great perspective. Are you at the amphitheater?
We're at the amphitheater that is in Leona Park. So it's all one big area. This is an area for the Rotary Club, and it's right here by the Civic Center. And this is just kind of everything that we've been seeing in this area.
We do want to underscore this before we let Destiny go. We are asking questions, trying to get a little perspective of what's happening. You see behind her, it's not raining currently, but as Destiny has said, and Jeanette has been talking about all morning long from a meteorological standpoint, more rain could be in the forecast. Don McLaughlin talked about conditions bad yesterday, could get worse tonight. So our thoughts are certainly with all those folks living in Uvalde, and certainly our crew there in Uvalde as well. Destiny, you and Mike be safe. We will go to you in just a few moments. Thank you. A wild ride for a trucker trapped by a fast-moving floodwater. 51-year-old Gabriel Pablo says that he was driving from Fresno, California to pick up a load when his big rig was swept away.
That was video he took after crawling onto the roof of his cab, and it's going viral. News 4 San Antonio's Darian Trotter talked to him, but first let's go to a press conference that the city of San Antonio is having right now.
City manager.
You got the right one? No.
So this is a press conference that the city of San Antonio is hosting. You can see it's going to be with the fire department. Let's take a listen.
All right, you guys ready? 30 seconds, okay. Everybody just wave when you're ready. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming this morning for an update on this morning's weather event. My name is Eric Walsh. I'm the city manager. Very grateful for the quick response of both the San Antonio Fire Department, the San Antonio Police Department, and Public Works and Solid Waste in terms of cleanup, and we'll give you all an update on all the activity this morning in terms of the operations and the response that is underway right now. We're going to start off with Chief Frosto to give you an update on what happened this morning and when it happened. We'll transition to Frank Almendarez from CPS Energy to give you an update from their perspective. Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez is here to talk about update the public on if there are additional needs, where you go to get assistance. And then we'll wrap up with Chief Schoenborn from UTSA to give you an update on UTSA and what they're doing with impacted students. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Frosto to provide the first update.
Good morning, everybody. Chief Frosto, San Antonio Fire Department. I wanted to give you an update after this morning's weather event. Early this morning, we did experience some severe weather, including a confirmed tornado that touched down or did some damage on the northwest side of town. At approximately just before 8 o'clock a.m., the San Antonio Fire Department responded to 6023 UTSA Boulevard at the Oasis Building A for a non-vehicle entrapment. That was due to reports that a roof had been torn off of a building. At this time, we have confirmed damage is limited to that one building. It's a large portion of the roof was torn off, and in total it affected 3 units on the 4th floor. We are grateful to report there are no injuries associated with that structure. Responders also investigated reports of possible entrapment at an apartment complex that is located at 5810 Worth Parkway. And that apartment building was actually under renovation. It had some scaffolding set up. So in either case, we conducted a thorough search, which was all clear, no injuries. There is damaged scaffolding and structural concerns which need to be evaluated to ensure everyone's safety. Additional damage has been reported throughout the affected area, including commercial properties at the rim and other nearby locations. Much of the damage consists of storefronts, roof damage, signage, a lot of debris, and downed trees. So public work crews and utility providers were working together, removing debris and addressing hazards throughout the affected area. Residents, we are encouraging you to use caution around fallen trees, down power lines, and as we continue our efforts to clean up. Although the immediate threat has passed, our crews will continue to monitor conditions. We are watching the weather very closely, and we encourage, again, you to stay away from damaged areas, use caution around any downed power lines and unstable structures or objects, and report any emergencies to 911. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Frank Almaraz, Interim President and CEO for CPS Energy. We, as of a little while ago, had about 50 active outages with a total of 3,100 customers out, and that was about 11:40 a.m. So we're actively restoring power to those customers. And in the process of making those restorations, I want to note that safety remains our top priority for the entire community, including our crews. High water in some places is reducing mobility, and in other places where there are circuits that need to be turned off for a period of time in order to work safely on those lines to restore customers, that is being done, and that is having the effect of temporarily putting additional customers out. So that process will continue. We'll work diligently. We don't see any limitations to our ability to make that happen in short order. I'll note also that out of an abundance of caution and given mobility issues across the city, we've closed our walk-in centers for the day. But as is always the case, customers should feel free to call 210-353-2222 for all of the things that they would have done had they wanted to go into the walk-in centers. Just as a safety reminder, never approach or drive over a downed power line. You can't tell by looking if it's alive or not, and it's a very, very dangerous situation. So if you come across a downed power line, please report that immediately to 210-353-HELP or 4357. Once again, 210-353-HELP, and we will address it. But please don't go near it. Don't drive over it. And as a general matter, avoid flooded roadways. Turn around. Don't drown. At peak, there were 18,000 customers out. Within an hour, that had been cut in half, and an hour after that, it was cut further in half. So there are lots of fast restoration in the early morning hours, primarily as a benefit of the resiliency equipment that we've installed over the last few years, and what remains now is lightning damage and other equipment damage that needs to be repaired. If you smell gas, now of course we're thinking and talking about electrical restoration, but infrastructure damage can occur to all kinds of infrastructure. So if you smell gas, the odor of rotten eggs, as with your down power lines, first get safe, get somewhere away from it, then call 911, and then call 210-353-HELP. Once again, 210-353-4375. So we remain obviously committed to restoring our customers as quickly and as safely as possible, and appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ivelisse Mesa Gonzalez. I'm the council member for District 8. Many of our neighborhoods, including the areas around UTSA, the Rim, Camp Bullis, Crown Ridge, Hills and Dales, and the Dominion, experienced significant damage as a tornado and severe weather moved through our community. While the damage is substantial, our focus today is on our residents, supporting those affected and restoring services as quickly and safely as possible. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our firefighters, police officers, EMS personnel, Public Works crews, CPS Energy, SAWS, and our Office of Emergency Management, and every city employee who responded immediately and continues working around the clock to make sure our residents are safe. My office is working alongside our city management team, our emergency responders, to connect residents to available resources. And to our residents, I ask that you continue exercising caution. Please stay away from damaged areas, avoid down power lines, and follow guidance from local officials as crews continue their work. Your patience and cooperation will keep everyone safe. For those who do need help, please feel free to reach out to 311 if you have any downed trees, any damage assessment that you need, any cleanup in your neighborhood that you need. Remember, please call 311. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Schoenborn. I am the Chief of Police for the UT San Antonio Police Department. As was mentioned, there was structural damage at the Oasis Apartments where some of our students were impacted. It is our understanding that it's between 10 to 12 students that may be displaced by that disruption at the Oasis. I would like to say thank you to the San Antonio Police Department and the Fire Department for their very quick response and supporting the community, not only our students, but everybody that is located at the Oasis. We are working very closely with the Red Cross to support any type of, any of our community that is displaced. We are prepared to shelter anybody that needs it, working closely with the Red Cross on our campus and working closely also with San Antonio Police to do that. Operations are as normal at UTSA. Everything is operating and functioning normally. We do have some summer camps on campus, and those students that are involved in those summer camps are communicating with their families and are in touch, and everybody is safe on campus as well. So for UTSA, again, we are supporting our local partners, and I'm glad to answer any questions at the appropriate time, reference any other additional impacts to our campus. Thank you.
All right, so that's the update. Just to kind of recap some of the main points here, obviously we all just got notifications for additional weather alerts, so we are encouraging the public to continue to monitor the weather and be careful as they progress through the day. There will be additional weather that comes through San Antonio. Two, if you as a resident need assistance, whether it's a damage assessment or help clearing debris, please call 311. We have had Public Works crews, solid waste crews, and parks crews out there beginning early this morning to begin that cleanup, and that'll continue. So if you need assistance, please call 311, as the councilwoman mentioned. Third, I did want to also point out that we also have damage assessment teams from Development Services out and about, so they can also be accessed through 311. And then lastly, I just want to recap what all the speakers said. I want to thank the San Antonio Fire Department, the Police Department, CPS, Public Works, Solid Waste, and Parks crews and DSD, because as this event unfolded this morning, we got crews out there to begin cleanup and assessment and assistance right away. We have a lot of folks up here. They're willing to answer any questions, so I will turn it over to you all, and we'll try to answer any questions you might have. I think I can answer that. The surrounding areas that were all impacted. And so there's the National Weather Service will obviously need to do their review on the actual event, the weather event this morning. We've been in close coordination with them, but it's obvious that there was a wind event, and from the debris, the fire chief and I and the emergency management coordinator reviewed kind of the area this morning to assess that damage. And so it runs as south as De Zavala and Hausman, and then goes north up to the rim. And so any area that any resident that feels like they were impacted, please call 311 so we can provide that assistance.
What kind
clean up. Yep.
And as far as the residents in the apartments that were displaced, and there are about a dozen or so students, is the first what does displacement really mean? And also, were there any residents outside of UTSA students who were affected?
So, do you want to answer that, Chief?
Sure.
Okay.
So I would.
We're still assessing as far as who was impacted. I don't believe that everybody impacted were students. However, working with the Red Cross, everybody is going to be welcome on the campus just to support a safe place for them to stay. The university has resources. We have student assistance resources, whether it is an emergency loan or supporting with additional housing. Then we'll work with them specifically as well. But we'll have our space open as long as we need to support the Red Cross.
But those 10 to 12 were students, because there might be more on top of that.
We still have to assess who's being displaced and if they're associated with the campus or not. But we're going to support through the shelter anybody that needs help. Sure.
I would like to add one item is at the affected apartment complex on UTSA, we have gathered people's belongings, put them in the center to cover with salvage covers to protect those belongings as much as possible. We do anticipate additional rain, throughout today and possibly the next several days. But just I wanted you to be aware that we're, being proactive about that. We've also called out Development Services, who has been able to do a building assessment to assess for any structural instability.
What was the other address, 5810?
All right, you've been watching a press conference from city officials, Fire, CPS Energy, UTSA Police, Eric Walsh, city manager. An interesting little note there. They are trying to protect the stuff, for lack of better words, belongings from the folks, 10 or 12 students who are now displaced. The roof's gone. That's important because there is more rain coming in, and I point that out because if you were watching, you heard everybody's alert go off.
So
what's happening? The
flash flood warning that was until 12:45 for Northwest Bear has now been extended until 2:45 this afternoon. The flooding that I was covering in southern Kendall County, eastern Bandera County with those slow-moving storms producing heavy rain, slowly drifting now into Northwest Bear. So those areas that saw the tornado earlier this morning, well, you are likely going to see some heavy rain momentarily. There are some pretty intense storms now moving into western and northwestern Bear. So again, there is a flash flood warning for northwestern Bear. There it is until 2:45. That tornado touched down near the rim, 1604 I-10. Heaviest rain is just to the west. However, you can see the orange and the pockets of red indicating some heavier rainfall. And that's now extending from northeastern Medina to northwestern Bear and still up across far southern portions of Kendall County. There are multiple flash flood warnings farther to the north and west. In Boerne, there goes a very heavy downpour. That's indicating rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour. So from downtown Boerne now, just to the west of Fair Oaks Ranch, there is some very heavy rainfall. There is a flash flood emergency for southern Kendall County. This includes Boerne, that until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So a very dangerous situation expected not only in northwestern Bear, but ongoing over southern Kendall County. Also for eastern Bandera and northeastern Medina. We're seeing a break from the rain over eastern Bear County. However, there is a flash flood warning that continues there until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Storms with heavy rain over Guadalupe County. They're picking up speed. They're drifting to the north. This is from Marion, Geronimo, Seguin, over towards New Braunfels, including Canyon Lake and Spring Branch. But again, here is the concern for additional flooding with these heavy storms that are moving in from Kendall County and Bandera County. Helotes up towards Fair Oaks Ranch, Scenic Oaks, you are hearing the torrential rain. This is another round, and because of this, that flash flood warning has been extended. Over towards Gonzales County, also some storms there with heavy rainfall. To the west, there is a break for much of Uvalde County and into northwestern Medina County. There's some heavier rain that's now moving towards Uvalde. There's just a brief downpour that's approaching Uvalde. These flash flood warnings are in effect until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So where flooding is happening, that's where we're seeing these flash flood warnings. The flood watch means that flooding is possible, so we could see more flooding through tomorrow evening, and that's for San Antonio to the north and west. That's where those flood watches are in place. Now, in terms of any additional severe weather that could produce tornadoes, where we are looking at a level 1 out of 5 severe storm risk. So a marginal risk for severe storms that will still be capable of producing strong winds, maybe a brief tornado or two. The flood risk is highest, level 4 out of 4. For the west, Medina County, Uvalde County. There's a break right now, but I do expect more storms there later on tonight into tomorrow morning. So we'll still see quite a bit of rainfall here in San Antonio, at least for the next couple of hours, specifically northern and northwestern Bexar County. Rain chances then will drop off significantly later this afternoon after 4 p.m. I want to point out that the National Weather Service will be sending out a crew later this afternoon to assess the damage of that tornado that was confirmed on the northwest side of town. They're still actively monitoring the storms right now. So once these storms do go away, or the coverage at least decreases later this afternoon, they will be sending out a crew. That's when we'll get the exact classification of the tornado and the path that it carved. We are going to see much drier weather as we head on into the weekend, but for the rest of today, tonight, into the day tomorrow, make sure that you are weather aware. I do have a weather alert today for today into the day tomorrow. Here comes the drier and hotter weather this weekend through next week, guys.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back with more coverage, extended coverage of the tornado and the rain that is now falling in Kendall County. Stay with us right here on News 4. Welcome back. You are watching extended coverage of just severe weather that has blown through and torn through in many ways South Texas. This is Road Cam. This is David Mendoza live there in Kendall County. Conditions, David, what are they right now? It feels like they've gotten a little bit worse than the last time we talked to you.
Yeah, I would agree, David. We're seeing some waves of some absolutely ferocious rain out here. So I was just standing over there with my mobile camera off of Cibolo Creek and School Road. Now they have that road closed off, sort of separating Bernie into two halves. I was on the side of that closure, and I did witness a family of deer, a group of deer, including some fawns, leap into Cibolo Creek. They were swept away, taken under. I lost sight of them shortly after that. Cibolo Creek is really ferocious right now, I want to say. The fast-moving water, high-rising water, took them down into the trees. Like I said, lost sight of them. Couldn't believe I saw that. I saw them on the side of the river, or the creek, if you will, and they decided to go in, and unfortunately I do believe they have gone under. Right now where I'm at, though, I'm seeing more and more first responder vehicles show up to the staging post. Again, multiple divisions over here of Travis County and other counties, other surrounding counties coming out to help Bernie right now. At this point, I haven't witnessed any water rescues or anything of that nature. What I will say is that this rain is really intense, and that creek, Cibolo Creek, is fast moving and fast rising, and to shelter in place, heed the warnings of Kendall County sheriffs, and really shelter in place. I could show you right here. Here's another part of Cibolo Creek where they have the roads closed off. You can see that water has overtaken the bridge. Plenty of debris piling up on the bridge right now as the water makes its way through this roadway. Exercise the utmost caution, especially if you plan on leaving right now. I wouldn't suggest it. Just play it safe, be smart about it, and don't cross any high, fast-moving water. That is my best advice I can give you. Back to you in the studio.
David, I have to ask you this. So the video of the deer is, I mean, everybody in the studio here gasped. I don't think we were prepared for that. My question to you is this: you over the last year have been and covered some horrific weather events, obviously, here in South Texas. What is the, how would you compare what you are experiencing right now in Bernie to some of those? This looks to be very, very bad.
Look, this is definitely an intense storm. I can't really compare because I don't know of any loss of life at the moment. What I will say is that the creek is super intense right now. The rain is very, very intense. At times, again, I said it was coming in waves. At times it's hard to see 15 feet in front of you because of how intense the rain is coming down. So in terms of that, I haven't seen any loss of life or any water rescues. So I say it's definitely a life-threatening, potential life-threatening situation, and just be smart right now. If you're indoors, stay indoors. If you're on low ground, make it to high ground, because that creek is unforgiving, as we saw with those deer. Back to you.
It goes by so fast. That water is just rushing, and you can't do anything. Before we leave Bernie, we want to reiterate from the city of Bernie, their communications engagement person. Active water rescues going on right now. Worst flooding on Herf Road and River Road from Main Street all the way past Herf Road and River Road. It's all closed. The city of Bernie is saying the water will continue to rise, and urging anyone living near a creek, anywhere near there, to evacuate. And as you mentioned, and we've mentioned several times, areas not prone to flooding will likely see flooding today in Bernie. So please be safe. Please take precaution for you and your family. Seeing those deer, gosh, that broke my heart.
Yeah, same. I just wonder if we're at the point now where if you are somewhere, a business, a home, unless you are absolutely on a creek or at a creek bed, you need to stay there because there are so many areas where now you can't get out. And we saw that video of David half an hour ago. I hope you were able to saw it. Other than the deer, it was the most memorable video that we've seen so far, where he was going to go through that low water crossing and realized this is not safe, and he backed up, and took him about 10 minutes to find the way around, but that is exactly what you need to do. But at this point, it seems like so many roads are flooded out in Bernie. We're dealing with that, and now we're also dealing with a situation over in northwestern Bexar County. That storm system that has been over Kendall County, as Janetta said, is slowly making its way. It could probably blow through the area where the tornado tore through earlier this morning. So it's sort of a double whammy. Phil Sterling, News Force Phil Sterling, is live there at the rim. It's been there for a couple of hours. What do things look like now? The cleanup started a couple of hours ago. Phil, where are they in that process? And kind of set the stage for us here.
Yeah, I mean, in the process right now, everybody is really just cleaning up. Take a look behind me. Bluefin Sushi and Ramen, their exterior has been destroyed by the weather. I mean, their heating lamps, their shade, everything's really been kind of ripped up. You can see it put in this pile right here, and it even continues over onto this side. You can see that a trash can has been tipped over and some small trees here have been broken as well. Crews just came out here and they just caution taped this off about 3 minutes ago, about that time. And I mean, the destruction was pretty bad here on the exterior. We even found some baby birds on the ground. We managed to wrap them up in towels and hand them off safely to someone that's going to give them to animal care services. But this isn't actually the only place that's been affected. Here, if you look to my left over here at the Luxor, you can see actually there's some damage to their shade as well. This truck is in the way, but they did experience some damage on this side as well. And they're also putting up some caution tape over in that open area. But really it looks like this area around the Palladium took the most damage in select spots, and it was really in select spots that happened.
All right, Phil Sterling live there at the rim. A tornado touchdown earlier this morning, and we're waiting for businesses there to open.
And it looks like the rain that Jeanette's talking about that's moving from, is moving down towards our area, right?
Correct.
So you can see the rain coming down.
Yeah, Phil, and just a heads up, just to tell you and your photographer there, the National Weather Service putting out, issuing an alert saying that, that could be a very dangerous situation, that area as well as the potential storms move in. So if you guys need to find shelter over the next hour or two, please do so. Phil Sterling live there at the rim where the cleanup continues after a tornado touchdown early this morning. Okay, Phil, thank you. Now we're going to move over to Christina De Leon. She is also in that area, although she's across I-10 at the Oasis Apartments where the tornado touched down this morning.
Yeah, Christina, what can you tell us?
Yeah, scary. Yeah, it was a scary sight for so many people. As we've confirmed, about 7:52, that tornado coming down. You can see the rooftop of the Oasis Apartments here off UTSA Boulevard. Look at the damage that tornado caused in that several stories high luxury apartment homes for these UTSA students. The major damage, you can see the wind just ripping those shingles off of one of the buildings and a half of a building here. And we want to show you, take you inside those apartments, the front of the building here at the Oasis. The battalion chief telling News 4 that between 52 to 56 units in all were damaged by the tornado, the high winds, the heavy damage. You can see the high-end luxury apartments occupied by mainly UTS students here. And also we can show the video of the back end of the apartments that we got, the twisted metal and debris that went flying out by the pool area. You can see even more damage by the apartments when it was all said and done. In fact, we spoke to students. There were UTSA football players who live here, and they heard everything go down as they were sleeping as that tornado came through. And here's what they told us.
Then I noticed the power was out, and then it just like really loud, and so I sleep next to my window, and like the building started shaking, so I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm, and then the tree just blew over, and I saw stuff like flying into the pool, and I was like, what is going on? So
a lot of damage. I see light a little bit, just a little bit lightning. All of a sudden it goes dark, like something flew over. So something flew over, and I'm like, whoa, and the building started shaking everything. And then once I go check outside, the whole pool side, everything, the roofing was just all there. The trees were there, just broke it all down.
Yeah, what a mess. And we're told by firefighters they are working with the Red Cross and the UTSA campus to actually find some of these displaced students another place to live for the time being, because now it is on to cleanup and to make sure that these buildings are somewhat structurally sound. We actually saw some of the folks with those hard hats going inside to make sure that they were safe and to cover things up with some tarps, because as you mentioned, another round of storms coming this way. We're seeing some more rain coming this way, and it's just going to be a another round of rain, and for people who don't have a place to stay, they will need that here in the next few hours, another place to lay their head because there's so much damage done to these apartments. Reporting live from UTSA Boulevard, I'm Christina Velion. We will send it back to you.
Christina, thank you. The good news is that UTSA, we came out of that press conference with the city, and UTSA officials said that they have some temporary shelter on campus because the campus was untouched by the weather, the tornado, all good things. But the weather continues towards our area.
Yeah, so right on the northwest side where Christina is, light rain right now. However, not too far away, there is some heavier rain closing in, and this is going to cause more flooding issues. In fact, flash flood warning for northwestern Bexar extended until 2:45. That heavy rain that I was tracking farther west into Bandera County, northeastern Medina, and southwestern Kendall, well, that is now moving off towards the east, getting into northwestern Bexar. So that's where the more intense rainfall is, northwestern Bexar, southern Kendall, now approaching far western Comal County. Our western areas where we saw a tremendous amount of rain yesterday and earlier this morning, catching a little break, mostly just some light rain, and that's really between Real County to Bandera County and Kerr County. In Uvalde right now, there is some light shower activity, but keep in mind these flash flood warnings are still in effect at least until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Those will most likely be extended. Want to point out that there is a flash flood emergency for western Medina County. This includes the city of D'Hanis. Saco Creek there continues to rise rapidly, so there is a flash flood emergency. There's also a flash flood emergency for the Bernie area. Cibolo Creek also rising very fast. We've been seeing reports of multiple high water rescues there. Also, homes reporting high water inside of them, and that's again around Bernie. So this is northwestern Bexar. That tornado confirmed just after 7:50 this morning near the rim, 1604 I-10 area. There is light rain there right now, but just to the west, to Scenic Oaks, Fair Oaks Ranch, just west of Cross Mountain, there is some heavier rain, and we will likely see some of that heavier rainfall moving towards northwestern San Antonio. So again, right over where that tornado hit earlier. So folks that are cleaning up the damage, the debris there, heads up, some heavier rain likely headed your way, I would say within the next 30 to 60 minutes. There is a flood warning, flash flood warning, that also is in effect until 2 for eastern Bexar and Guadalupe. I'm not seeing any rain right now over eastern Bexar, but still some heavy downpours from Comal County, from Guadalupe County up towards Comal County. So New Braunfels, Canyon Lake, you can see some heavier downpours there. Torrential rain now picking up with these that are moving into northern DeWitt County, eastern Gonzales County, and this is mostly to the south and west of Lavaca County, but we'll likely see some heavier storms towards Yoakum and Shiner. Here is live power Doppler radar to our west. Again, still seeing all of these flash flood warnings with a break from the widespread rain. The heavy stuff, again, is from western Bexar to southern Kendall County. Multiple flash flood warnings in red, that's where we're seeing flooding. Meanwhile, there's a flood watch until tomorrow evening because we could still see flooding in our area until then. There's a mid-level disturbance parked just west of I-35 that's interacting with all of this tropical air mass that is still in place, hence why we're seeing these showers and storms. And near that center of circulation is where there is the potential for severe storms that could produce a brief tornado or damaging winds. In fact, Storm Prediction Center now including areas a little farther east of I-35 in that level 1 out of 5 severe storm risk. Showers and storms until the middle of the afternoon, and then we should see the coverage of the rain decrease later this afternoon after 4 p.m. But more is on the way tonight into the day tomorrow. That's why I have another weather alert today for your Thursday. It will be drier Friday into the weekend. Be extra careful, folks out there. Again, Bernie, northwestern Bexar, far northeastern Medina, including portions of Comal County. Some pretty heavy rain as we speak. I'll continue to monitor things. I'll send it to break and we'll be back in a minute or two.
I forgot in Storm Tracker, I put it back in my unit. Now that I'm in Storm Tracker, they're in my unit, so I don't have them.
Yeah.
It's like back and forth.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Cool. Thank you.
As we approach 1 a.m., feels like 1 a.m., 1 p.m., let's go live to Bernie. Ethan Trejo is out there. Was that the Frederick Creek, I believe, is where you were? Are you still there? Did you move?
Yeah, well, we were at the Frederick Creek. We're showing you the other side of that road. That's going to be the Cibolo Creek. That's what you're going to be seeing right here behind me. The Cibolo Creek experiencing their own flooding. It's coming up close to this bridge, as you can see right here on this right side, getting really, really close to overtaking that bridge. It's been bringing debris, bringing a bunch of water, and both of those creeks actually coalesce in downtown Bernie. So that's going to be where River Road, which the city of Bernie says was facing the most amount of damage, is going to be, that's where they both coalesce. You can see the waters are running extremely fast here, reaching all the way up to the trees, almost reaching to where we are. We're actually seemingly a floor above where the creek would be, and it's reaching all the way up here. It's really a sight to see. It's absolutely crazy to see in person, and the water's seemingly continuing to rise as the rain keeps coming down in spurts. So we're going to keep updating you guys and bring you all the latest information. The city of Bernie says that residents should evacuate if they can. Obviously, everyone is being requested to stay as safe as possible. But for right now, David, Marisa, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Hey, Ethan, before we let you go, you've been out in Bernie with your photographer, Fernando, for a couple hours now. Have you seen people leaving the city, packing up and just heading out?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple of people that we've interacted with. A lot of people seemingly are interested in the floodwaters. They want to see them. Some people were saying, I'm glad I got to this side of the road when I did, because I didn't want to be stuck. I haven't seen any people exactly leaving. I have seen some people taking caution on the roadways. Our photographer, our other photographer here, David Mendoza, did actually catch a family of deer who got swept up in the creek. So that's just how powerful these currents are going to be. But to answer your question, Marisa, no, I haven't seen too many people here, but there isn't too many people here in the area as of now to begin with.
All right, Ethan, thank you so much. Stay safe, you and Fernando, and we'll check in with you in a little bit.
You see the water level as it gets closer to that bridge, and there's that conundrum of Do I stay in my house like I've been told? Do I evacuate because I was also told to do that? You know, there's a decision to make, and then there comes a point, as we see in many of these cases, where if you hesitate and you wait too long, then the decision has been made for you. And so you're hoping that that one's the right one.
Well, and I understand it. Everyone's hoping for the best, right? And everyone is thinking, I'm fine, we're going to do this. But when city officials and county officials say they encourage people to leave and evacuate, that's a big statement.
I want to talk to Joy. We're going for another minute and a half. Is that right? Okay. Let's just sort of wrap this whole day up. We were going to stay on the air periodically throughout the afternoon and then hand things off to our evening crew. But we have had severe flooding in Kendall County, Medina County, Bandera County, and Uvalde County.
Right.
We have seen a tornado touch down in northwestern Bexar County, and then that rain that Ethan and David Mendoza have been battling for the last hour and a half is slowly making its way over to northwestern Bexar County, where the same tornado was. So the area where we saw Phil Sterling at the rim, the area where we saw Cristina De Leon at the Oasis Apartments, all of that could be catching a whole bunch of rain here in the next 30, 45 minutes or so. And that is said tornado several hours ago when it touched down about 7:52, I believe is what the exact time was.
And just a reminder, there is a flash flood warning till 2:45 this afternoon.
Yeah.
So be aware of that. Of course, keep it here on News 4 San Antonio. Like David said, we're going to remain on the air and online to keep you all updated. Thank you for watching.
Download the 4Zone weather app. It's your friend. Stay with us right here on 4.